Hey everyone, welcome to Dr. Sleep. We love creating unique content for you, but we need your support now more than ever. Our channel is facing some challenges, and we really need your interaction. If you enjoy what we offer, please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and share our videos with your friends. Every comment, like, and share makes a huge difference. Let's grow together and keep bringing you the content you care about. Thank you for your continued support. The forest was older than anything I'd ever seen, so ancient it felt like it had been forgotten by time itself. Our team of 5 stood on its edge, surrounded by thick, silent trees that seemed to watch us as we prepared to venture inside. Dr. Evelyn Marks led the expedition. She was the type who didn't believe in myths or legends, though the locals had given us plenty of both before we arrived. El Bosque Sangriento, they called it, the Bleeding Forest. I thought it was just a colorful name, like something to scare kids into staying away. Now, standing here with my gear strapped to my back, I wasn't so sure. "Let's get moving," Evelyn said briskly, her boots crunching the dirt as she marched forward. Ryan, the youngest of us, adjusted his glasses nervously. "You don't think there's anything to what they said, do you, about people disappearing?" Evelyn glanced back with a small, patronizing smile. "Superstition thrives where science is scarce. We're here to study biodiversity, not ghost stories." Luis, our botanist, chuckled and clapped Ryan on the shoulder. "Don't worry, kid. Worst thing out here is probably a bear, and we've got bear spray for that." Dana, our tech expert, said nothing as she checked her GPS, her brow furrowing slightly. She wasn't the type to scare easily, but she'd been quiet ever since we arrived. The first step into the forest felt like crossing a threshold into another world. The temperature dropped noticeably, and the canopy above was so dense that only thin shafts of light pierced through. It smelled of damp earth and decay, a rich, almost overpowering aroma that made the air feel heavy. I wasn't a superstitious person, but there was something about the silence that unsettled me. No birds, no insects, not even the rustle of leaves. Just the sound of our footsteps and the occasional rustling of our gear. "Spooky, huh?" Ryan muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. I nodded. "Yeah, feels wrong." We set up a base camp in a clearing about 2 miles in. The trees here were massive, their roots twisting and knotting together like veins. Evelyn wasted no time assigning tasks. Ryan and I were to take soil and water samples, while Luis cataloged the flora. Dana set up sensors to measure atmospheric data and monitor wildlife activity. By midday, we'd spread out but stayed within shouting distance. I was kneeling by a stream collecting a vial of murky water when Ryan called out, his voice sharp, "Hey, you guys need to see this!" We regrouped quickly, and Ryan led us to a towering tree with bark so dark it was almost black. It wasn't the color that caught our attention, though. It was the sap. Thick, red, and viscous, it oozed from deep gashes in the bark. It looked like blood. "That's not right," Luis murmured, stepping closer. He reached out to touch it. "Wait," Evelyn snapped, but it was too late. Luis's fingers sank into the sap, and for a moment he froze, his face twisting in revulsion. "It's warm," he said, pulling his hand back. The sap clung to his skin, refusing to drip off. It glistened in the faint light, a deep crimson that seemed to pulse. No one said anything for a moment. Then Evelyn broke the silence. "Take a sample," she said, her voice steady. "We'll analyze it back at the lab." As Luis carefully filled a vial, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Somewhere deep in the forest, a branch snapped, loud as a gunshot. We stayed gathered around the tree for a while, staring at the red sap that seemed alive. Luis had filled a sample vial, but the look on his face told me he wished he hadn't. He kept wiping his fingers on his pants, muttering under his breath. "It won't come off," he said, holding up his hand. The sap clung to his skin in thin streaks, shimmering like wet paint. "Try the stream," Evelyn suggested. She was calm, but her eyes hadn't left the tree. Luis knelt by the water and scrubbed his hands furiously. The sap didn't budge. It smeared and spread, darkening as if burrowing deeper into his skin. "Stop," Evelyn ordered, crouching beside him. She pulled out a bottle of rubbing alcohol from her pack and poured it over his hand. The sap hissed faintly but stayed put. Luis swore under his breath. "It's like it's alive," Ryan said, his voice barely audible. Evelyn turned sharply. "Don't be ridiculous. It's a natural substance. We'll figure it out back at the lab." But her tone betrayed her. She didn't believe her own words. The forest seemed to grow darker as we continued our work. Evelyn insisted we stick to the plan, so we collected samples, cataloged plants, and made notes. None of us strayed far from the others. The bleeding tree, as we started calling it, was the focal point of our research now. As the hours passed, an oppressive feeling settled over us. The silence was suffocating, the stillness unnatural. Even the faint rustle of wind through the leaves seemed forced, like the forest was holding its breath. Then Dana spoke up. "Did anyone else hear that?" We froze. "Hear what?" Evelyn asked, her voice tight. Dana hesitated, scanning the trees. "I don't know. A sound, like crying." Ryan laughed nervously. "Maybe it's just the wind." "It wasn't the wind," Dana said firmly. We tried to laugh it off, but the tension grew thicker with every passing minute. It didn't help that the sap had started appearing on other trees. Ryan spotted another about 20 yards from the first, and then another beyond that. Soon we were surrounded by them, trees bleeding crimson from gaping wounds in their bark. Evelyn was determined to stay rational. "It's probably a fungal infection or some kind of disease," she said, though her voice wavered. "We've seen similar phenomena in other ecosystems." Luis, however, wasn't listening. He was staring at his hand, now streaked with veins of dark red that seemed to glow faintly under the fading sunlight. "I don't feel right," he muttered. "Maybe you're having a reaction," Evelyn said. "We should head back to camp and monitor your condition." But as we packed up to leave, the forest came alive. A branch snapped in the distance, then another. The sounds were deliberate, like footsteps. The air grew heavy with the smell of rot, and I swear I saw the trees shudder. "We need to leave," Dana said urgently. "Now!" As we started back, the screams began. The screams came from everywhere and nowhere, a chilling, guttural sound that didn't belong to anything human. It echoed through the trees, bouncing off the trunks and making it impossible to pinpoint a direction. Ryan froze, his face pale. "That's not an animal, is it?" "No," Evelyn said, though she didn't elaborate. "Keep moving, back to camp." We picked up our pace, the underbrush snapping beneath our boots. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting something to leap out of the shadows. But the forest remained still, its darkened canopy swallowing what little sunlight remained. We stumbled into the clearing where we'd set up camp, but the sight waiting for us wasn't reassuring. The tents were shredded. Our equipment was scattered, some of it broken, as though something had rampaged through in our absence. Evelyn immediately began taking inventory, muttering curses under her breath, but I couldn't take my eyes off the claw marks in the dirt, deep gouges that looked like they'd been made by something massive. "Who could have done this?" Dana asked, her voice trembling. "There's no one else out here, right?" Evelyn looked up, her jaw tight. "A bear, maybe, or wolves. Let's secure what we can and keep the fire going. We'll sort this out in the morning." But there was no sorting out the feeling creeping over us. Something was wrong, fundamentally wrong, and we all knew it. Luis sat by the fire, staring at his hand. The sap had spread further, dark veins now crawling up his wrist and into his arm. His breathing was shallow, and sweat dripped down his face despite the cool evening air. "We need to leave," he said suddenly. "Forget the samples, forget everything. We need to get out of here." Evelyn shook her head. "Not at night. The terrain's too dangerous, and without GPS we'll just get lost." "Maybe we're already lost," Ryan muttered. Dana knelt beside Luis, examining his arm. "This isn't just a reaction," she said. "It's spreading. Evelyn, we need to take this seriously." Evelyn rubbed her temples. "We'll monitor him tonight. First thing in the morning, we'll head back to the rendezvous point." But the forest wasn't going to wait until morning. As night fell, the oppressive silence returned. No wind, no insects, nothing but the crackle of the fire. I sat close to the flames, gripping a stick like it would do me any good if something came at us. Ryan was on watch when he saw the first face. It was in the bark of a tree just beyond the firelight. A face, human-like, but twisted, its mouth open in a silent scream. "Guys," Ryan whispered, his voice shaking, "do you see that?" We turned, and there it was, grotesque and unmistakable. The face seemed to ripple, its features contorting as if alive. Then it disappeared, melting back into the bark as though it had never been there. I'm not crazy, Ryan stammered. I saw it. You're not crazy, Dana said, her voice flat. She pointed to another tree. Because there's another one. The faces were everywhere. The faces were grotesque, shifting and blending into the bark as if the trees themselves were alive. Some of the faces screamed silently, mouths twisted wide in eternal agony, while others seemed to watch us with unblinking, hollow eyes. No, Ryan said, shaking his head. This can't be real. It's some kind of hallucination, right? Tell me I'm hallucinating. Evelyn didn't answer. Her flashlight beam swept across the forest, catching more faces. They stretched up the trunks and down the roots, some so faint they were almost shadows, others so vivid it felt like they might reach out. Dana backed closer to the fire. We need to leave, she said, her voice tight. Screw the samples, screw everything. We're not supposed to be here. Luis groaned, clutching his arm. The red sap had climbed past his elbow now, spreading like veins of molten lava. His breathing grew labored, and his skin was hot to the touch. I can feel them, he whispered. The trees. They're alive. They're watching us. Evelyn grabbed him by the shoulders. Luis, focus. What are you talking about? They're angry, he murmured, his eyes unfocused. We took from them, hurt them, and now they want us. The words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Evelyn released him and turned to the rest of us, her expression hard. We're leaving at first light, she said. No arguments. We'll head straight back to the rendezvous point and call for extraction. Until then, we stay together, stay by the fire, and keep our heads. But the forest had other plans. The faces in the trees seemed to ripple in the flickering firelight, their features growing more defined with each passing minute. The silence was oppressive, so thick it felt like it was pressing against my ears. And then came the first sound, a low creak, like wood groaning under pressure. It came from somewhere in the darkness, followed by another and another, until it sounded like a chorus of bending trees. What the hell is that? Ryan asked, his voice trembling. Before anyone could answer, one of the trees in the distance shuddered violently, its trunk twisting unnaturally. The red sap burst from its bark, splattering onto the ground like arterial spray. Luis screamed, clutching his chest. His body convulsed, and he collapsed onto the dirt. Luis, Dana cried, rushing to his side. His eyes rolled back and his skin turned an ashen gray. The red veins in his arm pulsed, glowing faintly, as if something inside him was alive. Then he stopped moving. Dana knelt over him, shaking his shoulders. Luis, wake up, please! For a moment, nothing happened, and then his body jerked violently, his mouth opening wide in a soundless scream. His eyes snapped open, but they weren't his anymore. They were dark, empty, and hollow. The forest had taken him. Luis's body convulsed on the ground, his limbs twitching as if being controlled by unseen strings. His skin darkened, taking on the rough texture of bark. The red veins pulsed brighter, branching out over his chest and face. Step back, Evelyn barked, pulling Dana away from him. But he's still alive, Dana protested, tears streaming down her face. No, he's not, Evelyn said grimly, her eyes fixed on Luis. That's not him anymore. Luis's head turned toward us with a slow, unnatural motion. His eyes, those hollow, dark voids, seemed to stare right through us. He rose to his feet jerkily, like a puppet on strings, his movements awkward and stiff. Luis? Ryan asked hesitantly, his voice trembling. Luis, or whatever he had become, didn't answer. Instead, he took a staggering step forward. The red sap dripped from his fingers, leaving dark stains on the ground. The firelight reflected off his twisted features, making him look like a walking nightmare. Evelyn grabbed a branch from the fire, the end glowing red-hot. Stay back, she warned, holding it out like a weapon. Luis didn't stop. His movements became faster, more fluid, as if he were adjusting to his new form. He lunged at Dana, who screamed and stumbled backward. Evelyn swung the burning branch, striking him across the chest. Luis let out a horrible guttural sound, a mix of a growl and a scream. The sap on his body ignited, flames crawling up his chest and arms. He thrashed violently, the firelight casting monstrous shadows across the trees. For a moment it seemed like the flames would consume him, but then the sap pulsed again, brighter than ever, and the fire snuffed out like a candle. Luis stood there, his body smoldering. the sap dripping from him in thick, glowing streams. "We can't fight this," Dana whispered, her voice shaking. "We need to get out of here." Evelyn nodded. "Grab what you can carry. We're leaving, now." We scrambled to gather our gear, all the while keeping an eye on Luis. He stood motionless, watching us with those hollow eyes. The faces in the trees seemed to move more now, their features shifting as if mocking us. As we packed up, the forest itself seemed to close in. The trees groaned and creaked, their branches twisting and reaching like skeletal arms. The path we had taken into the clearing was gone, replaced by an impenetrable wall of trees. "We're trapped," Ryan said, panic rising in his voice. "No," Evelyn said firmly, though her face was pale. "There's always a way out. We just have to find it." But the forest wasn't going to make it easy. As we started moving, the screams returned, louder this time, closer. They came from every direction, blending into a cacophony of anguish and terror. The ground beneath our feet felt alive, pulsing faintly with every step. And somewhere behind us, Luis followed. The screams followed us, blending with the creaks and groans of the forest. Every step we took felt heavier, like the ground itself was trying to drag us down. Evelyn led the way, gripping her flashlight in one hand and a hunting knife in the other. "Don't look back," she warned, her voice tight. But it was impossible not to. Behind us, Luis, or what was left of him, stalked our group with a slow, deliberate pace. His head twitched unnaturally, his dark eyes gleaming in the faint light. The red sap continued to drip from his body, leaving a trail that seemed to sink into the earth. Ryan was the first to falter. He tripped over a root and fell hard, his flashlight clattering to the ground. "Wait!" he cried, scrambling to his feet. We stopped just long enough to pull him up, but the delay cost us. The trees around us began to shift, their trunks groaning as they twisted into new positions. The path we'd been following was gone, replaced by an unbroken wall of bark and branches. Dana's breathing quickened. "It's like the forest is alive, it's moving. It is alive," Evelyn said through gritted teeth. "We've seen enough to know that." The ground beneath us vibrated faintly, a rhythmic pulse that matched the red sap oozing from the trees. It wasn't just the forest that was alive, it was aware. As we pressed on, the faces in the trees grew more vivid, their expressions shifting between anguish and rage. Some of the faces seemed familiar, too familiar. I stopped in my tracks when I recognized one. It was Luis, or at least a version of him. His face was etched into the bark of a tree, his mouth frozen in a silent scream. "Evelyn," I said, my voice shaking. "Look." She turned, her flashlight beam landing on the tree. Her face hardened, but she said nothing. "It's not just Luis," Dana whispered, pointing to another tree. "Look at that one." The bark held a new face, one I didn't recognize, a woman with hollow eyes and a look of despair. Nearby, another tree bore the image of a man, his features twisted in agony. "They're people," Ryan said, his voice barely above a whisper. "The trees are people." "No," Evelyn snapped, though her voice wavered. "They're not people. They're something else. Keep moving." But the forest wasn't going to let us go so easily. The ground beneath us shifted again, and a low, guttural sound rumbled through the air. It wasn't a scream or a groan. It was a voice. "Stay." The word was barely audible, but it stopped us cold. It came from everywhere and nowhere at once, vibrating through the trees and into our bones. "Did you hear that?" Ryan asked, his eyes wide with terror. Evelyn nodded, gripping her knife tighter. "Keep moving," she said again, but her voice was barely a whisper. We didn't know where we were going anymore. The forest had swallowed us whole. The forest tightened around us, branches interlocking like the bars of a cage. The air felt heavier with every step, thick with the coppery scent of the red sap. My legs ached, my lungs burned, and yet the ground seemed to pull me forward, like the earth itself wanted to drag us deeper. Luis wasn't following anymore, not directly. Instead, his face appeared in more trees, twisted and contorted in ways that no longer resembled the man he had been. It was as if the forest had claimed him, piece by piece, spreading his image like a grotesque mural. "We're going in circles," Dana said, her voice trembling. "This is the third time we've passed that tree." She pointed to a gnarled trunk, its bark carved with strange, jagged symbols that hadn't been there before. Evelyn glanced at the tree, her jaw tightening. "It's not the same tree," she said, though her tone was unconvincing. "Yes, it is," Dana snapped. "We're trapped. We can't get out." Evelyn rounded on her. "Panicking isn't going to help. We keep moving. That's the only way." Ryan crouched near the base of the tree, running his fingers over the strange carvings. "These weren't here earlier," he murmured. "It's like someone or something marked it after we passed." "Let's not stick around to figure out why," Evelyn said, pulling him to his feet. We trudged on, but the forest's influence was growing stronger. The ground seemed to ripple beneath us like the surface of a living organism. I couldn't shake the sensation that we were walking on something that could feel us, something that wanted us to sink into its depths. Dana stopped abruptly, clutching her head. "I can hear it," she whispered. "Hear what?" Evelyn asked, though the tension in her voice betrayed her own fear. "The trees," Dana said. Her eyes were wide, unfocused. "They're talking, whispering." "Stop it," Evelyn barked. "That's just exhaustion. Don't let your mind play tricks on you." But Dana didn't look convinced. Her hands trembled as she pressed them against her temples. Ryan wasn't faring much better. He stumbled along behind us, muttering under his breath. "They're inside," he kept saying. "They're in the air, the ground, they're in me." When he finally collapsed, Evelyn rushed to him, shaking him by the shoulders. "Ryan, snap out of it. We're going to get through this." But Ryan didn't respond. His eyes were glassy, fixed on something we couldn't see. His lips moved, whispering words I couldn't hear. Then, slowly, he raised his hand to his chest where red veins had begun to form beneath his skin. "No," Evelyn said, her voice breaking. "No, not you too." Ryan looked up at her, his mouth curving into a faint, eerie smile. "It's already too late," he said. "We belong to it now." And with that, he crumpled to the ground, his body convulsing as the forest began to claim him. Ryan's body writhed on the ground, his skin darkening as the red veins spread like wildfire. Dana screamed, backing away as if she could distance herself from the horror unfolding before us. Evelyn stood frozen, her eyes wide as Ryan let out a choked gasp, his mouth twisting into an unnatural grin before going still. Then he opened his eyes. They were no longer human, just deep, empty voids, reflecting nothing but darkness. His limbs twitched, and his body moved with a jerky, puppet-like motion as he slowly got to his feet. "Run!" Evelyn shouted, snapping us out of our paralysis. We bolted through the trees, the air thick with the sound of creaking branches and groaning wood. The forest seemed alive, twisting and shifting around us as if mocking our desperation. Paths that had been clear moments ago vanished, replaced by walls of bark and gnarled roots. Dana tripped, falling hard onto the ground. I turned back to help her, but she was already scrambling to her feet, her face pale and streaked with tears. "It's not letting us leave," she panted. "It's hurting us." She wasn't wrong. Every direction we turned led us deeper into the maze, the trees closing in tighter and tighter. The faces in the bark became more distinct, more menacing, their mouths forming silent screams as their hollow eyes tracked our movements. "We need to regroup," Evelyn yelled, her voice cutting through the chaos. "Stick together." But the forest had other plans. The ground beneath us began to pulse, rhythmic and steady, like the heartbeat of some ancient, unseen entity. The red sap oozed from more trees now, dripping onto the soil and pooling around our feet. The air grew heavier, suffused with the sickly sweet stench of decay. Suddenly a low, guttural sound rumbled through the woods, a deep, vibrating growl that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "What the hell was that?" Dana whispered, her voice trembling. "Keep moving," Evelyn commanded, though her own fear was evident. "Don't stop, don't look back." But it was impossible not to. Behind us, Ryan was coming. He moved through the trees with an unsettling speed, his jerky, unnatural gait making him look more like a marionette than a man. His mouth hung open in a twisted grin, and the red sap dripped from his hands, leaving streaks of crimson on every tree he touched. "He's leading it!" Dana cried, pointing at him. "He's leading the forest after us!" Evelyn grabbed Dana's arm and yanked her forward. "It doesn't matter, just run!" We broke into a sprint, our boots pounding against the uneven ground. The forest seemed to pulse in time with our frantic steps, its groans and creaks growing louder. Branches reached out like skeletal fingers, snagging on our clothes and packs. I could feel the forest pressing in on me, the weight of it suffocating. My lungs burned, My legs ached, but I didn't dare stop. Somewhere in the back of my mind, a single chilling thought took root. The forest wasn't letting us leave because we weren't intruders anymore. We were part of it now. The forest's grip on us tightened, its pulsating presence all-encompassing. Every step we took seemed heavier, as if the ground itself wanted to swallow us whole. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were moving in circles, no matter how far we ran. The same trees loomed around us, bleeding red and groaning like they were alive. Evelyn slowed, her breath ragged. She stopped abruptly and turned to face us, her expression grim. "We're not going to find a way out," she said. "Not like this." "What are you saying?" Dana demanded, her voice shaking. "We need to figure out what this forest wants," Evelyn said, gripping her knife tightly. "It's not random. It's keeping us here for a reason." Ryan's voice, if it could still be called his voice, echoed through the woods, distorted and hollow. "You don't belong out there," he said, his tone mocking and strangely melodic. "You belong here. You always have." We turned to see him standing just beyond the tree line, his body half hidden in shadow. The red sap dripped steadily from his fingers, pooling at his feet like blood. Evelyn stepped forward, her knife gleaming in the faint light. "What do you want from us?" she demanded. Ryan tilted his head, his grin widening unnaturally. "It's not about what I want," he said. "It's what the forest wants. It's hungry, and you fed it well." Dana let out a strangled sob, clutching at her temples. "This isn't happening. This isn't real." "It's real," I muttered, my throat dry. "It's all real." The ground beneath us trembled, and the trees groaned louder, their branches twisting toward us like reaching arms. The faces in the bark grew more distinct, their features contorting in expressions of rage and anguish. Evelyn kept her focus on Ryan. "If the forest is alive, then it can be reasoned with," she said, though her voice wavered. "We didn't come here to harm it. We just need to leave." Ryan's hollow eyes glittered with amusement. "You don't understand," he said. "The forest doesn't let go of what belongs to it, and now you do." The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. The sap on Luis, on Ryan, on the trees, it wasn't just some natural anomaly. It was alive. It was the forest itself, claiming them, assimilating them into its vast ancient network. And now it wanted us. Evelyn's face hardened. "Not without a fight," she muttered, raising her knife. But the forest was faster. The ground split open beneath us, roots surging upward like massive, coiled snakes. Dana screamed as one of them wrapped around her ankle, yanking her to the ground. Evelyn slashed at the roots with her knife, but they just kept coming, relentless and unyielding. "Run!" Evelyn shouted at me. "Go!" But I couldn't leave, not when the forest had made it clear. There was nowhere to go. Evelyn's command to run echoed in my mind, but my legs wouldn't move. I stood frozen, watching as the forest unleashed its wrath. The roots coiled tighter around Dana, dragging her toward the gnarled base of a massive tree. She screamed, clawing at the ground, but it was no use. The red sap bubbled up from the earth, swallowing her hands as if the forest itself was devouring her. "Help me!" she cried, her voice raw with terror. Evelyn slashed wildly at the roots, her blade glinting in the flickering light. For a moment it seemed like she might free Dana, but then the tree shifted. Its bark split open, revealing a hollow cavity filled with writhing, crimson-coated tendrils. They lashed out, pulling Dana inside. Her scream cut off abruptly as the tree sealed itself shut, leaving nothing behind but a faint smear of red. "Dana!" Evelyn shouted, pounding her fists against the tree's bark. But the forest didn't care. The ground shuddered violently, and I stumbled, falling to my knees. The red sap began to seep from the earth around me, spreading like veins through the soil. I tried to scramble away, but the sap clung to my hands, sticky and warm. Evelyn grabbed my arm, yanking me to my feet. "We're not giving up," she said, though her voice was strained with panic. Behind us, Ryan's hollow laughter echoed through the trees. "There's no fighting it," he said, his voice a mix of mockery and pity. "You're already part of it. Just let it happen." Evelyn turned to face him, her knife raised. "Come and get me, you bastard," she shouted. Ryan stepped forward, his movements fluid and unnatural. "You don't need to fight," he said softly. "The forest gives, the forest takes. It's all the same in the end." Before Evelyn could respond, the ground beneath her erupted. A massive root shot up, wrapping around her waist and lifting her into the air. She screamed, slashing at it with her knife, but the blade only glanced off its thick, bark-like surface. I watched in horror as the root tightened, forcing the knife from her hand. Evelyn's cries turned to gasps as the red sap seeped into her skin, spreading like veins of fire. Her body convulsed, and for a moment I thought I saw her face flicker, her features melting into something unrecognizable. "Run," she choked out, her voice barely a whisper. I stumbled backward, my heart pounding, but I didn't run. There was nowhere to go. The forest pulsed around me, its groans and creaks growing louder. The faces in the trees stared, their hollow eyes filled with malice and hunger. The red sap climbed higher on my skin, its warmth seeping into my veins. I collapsed to the ground, my vision blurring as the forest closed in. The last thing I saw before everything went dark was Evelyn's face, now part of the nearest tree, her hollow eyes watching me with a look of resigned sorrow. The forest had claimed us all. Josh adjusted the lens on his camera, his hands trembling with a mix of anticipation and nerves. "All right, Dave, this is it. Beyond the Veil investigation's first real case." Dave smirked, leaning back in his chair and twirling a pen. "First case, first potential disaster. You sure we're not biting off more than we can chew?" Josh rolled his eyes. "A haunted mansion that supposedly leads to another dimension? What's not to love? The internet will eat this up. We need to start somewhere, and this legend is perfect." The legend of the mansion had taken the online paranormal world by storm. It was an estate nestled deep in the woods, its exact location a whispered secret among locals. The stories spoke of explorers who entered, never to return, or of people emerging days later, raving about impossible hallways and doors that led to worlds not meant for human eyes. Some called it a portal, others a trap. No one called it safe. Josh leaned over his laptop, scrolling through blurry photos and grainy videos taken by alleged survivors. One video froze on the image of a towering mahogany door. "They say this is the threshold. Once you step through, the house decides if it lets you go." Dave chuckled. A house with a god complex. Lovely. Despite his sarcasm, Dave felt the same pull as Josh. Something about the mansion was irresistible. The danger, the mystery. It was the kind of story that could make their fledgling channel explode. They spent hours preparing. Cameras, flashlights, EMF detectors, and enough batteries to power a small city were crammed into their bags. Josh insisted on bringing a notebook, a habit from his investigative journalism days. "In case the tech fails," he explained. By the time they loaded their gear into Dave's van, the sun was dipping below the horizon. The mansion's location was pinned on a map app, but the last leg of the journey required directions scribbled in a forum post by someone claiming to have been there. "You're sure about this?" Dave asked, turning the key in the ignition. Josh nodded. "Think about it. If this legend is even half true, we'll have footage no one else has. People are drawn to the unknown. This could be our breakthrough." The drive was uneventful at first, the hum of the engine filling the silence. As they veered onto a dirt road, the forest seemed to swallow them whole. Trees leaned over the path like watchful sentinels, their skeletal branches scratching at the van. "This feels like the setup to every bad horror movie," Dave muttered. Josh didn't respond. His eyes were glued to the GPS, which began to glitch, the dot flickering in and out. "We're close," he murmured. The mansion appeared like a specter, emerging from the dense forest as they rounded a bend. It stood tall and defiant, its windows dark, its facade worn yet imposing. A chill settled over them as they parked. "Well," Dave said, his voice tight. "Welcome to the beginning of the end." Josh grabbed his camera, heart pounding. "Let's see what's waiting for us inside." The mansion loomed over them, its silhouette jagged against the darkening sky. Moonlight spilled through the clouds, illuminating details that made Josh's stomach twist. The windows were empty, yawning voids of blackness. The door, thick and splintered, looked as though it could swallow them whole. Ivy snaked up the sides of the stone walls, clinging like skeletal fingers. Dave exhaled sharply. "Creepy as hell. It's like the house knows we're here." "Perfect for the cameras, though," Josh replied, hoisting the equipment bag onto his shoulder. His attempt at levity fell flat. Even he could feel the oppressive weight of the air. It wasn't just the cold that made him shiver. It was something deeper, a sense that the mansion was alive and watching. The crunch of their boots on the gravel path was the only sound as they approached the door. Josh pulled out his camera and hit record, narrating as he went. Beyond the Veil Investigations, Case 1. We've arrived at the mansion, rumored to be a gateway to another dimension. Locals refuse to go near it, but tonight, we're going in. Dave shook his head. You sound like one of those ghost hunting TV hacks. Better to sound like one than end up as one, Josh shot back, testing the door. It groaned loudly, the sound echoing in the stillness. He gave it a push and it swung open, revealing a dimly lit entryway. They stepped inside, the air immediately cooler than outside. Josh swept his flashlight across the room. Dust floated lazily in the beam, and the smell of mildew was overpowering. The grand foyer was strangely pristine despite its age. A massive chandelier hung overhead, its crystals dull and coated in grime. The staircase at the far end was wide and elegant, its banister carved with intricate designs of vines and flowers. This place is weirdly intact, Dave said, his voice hushed. Shouldn't it be falling apart by now? Josh didn't answer. His eyes were drawn to the walls, lined with faded wallpaper in a pattern that seemed to shift when he wasn't looking directly at it. The effect made his head ache. He turned the camera toward a doorway on the left. Let's check this out. The room beyond was a parlor, its furniture draped in sheets. A grand piano stood in one corner, the lid open as if waiting to be played. Dave pulled back one of the sheets, revealing a claw-footed chair with upholstery that looked brand new. Josh, he said, his voice tinged with unease, this stuff isn't rotting. It's like someone still lives here. Josh's flashlight caught movement in the corner of his eye. He whipped it toward the source, but there was nothing there. Just the shadows cast by their gear. Did you see that? He asked. See what? Dave replied, already pulling out the EMF detector. Thought I saw. Josh trailed off, shaking his head. Never mind. They set up their cameras, placing one in the foyer and another facing the staircase. As Dave adjusted the angle of the second camera, a low creak echoed from above them. Josh froze. Did you hear that? Dave turned slowly, his face pale. Yeah, that wasn't us. Their eyes met, and for the first time Josh saw real fear in Dave's expression. Let's just keep going, Josh said, his voice steadier than he felt. They stepped toward the staircase, unaware that the door behind them had silently swung shut. The staircase creaked beneath their boots as they climbed, each step groaning like the house itself was protesting their intrusion. The chandelier above swayed gently, though there wasn't a hint of wind. Josh kept the camera rolling, his flashlight beam flickering across peeling wallpaper and tarnished sconces. This place is incredible, he whispered, more to himself than to Dave. It's like it's frozen in time. Dave snorted quietly. If time froze in the middle of a fever dream. At the top of the stairs, the hallway stretched longer than it had appeared from below. Doors lined both sides, their brass knobs dull and smudged. Josh approached the nearest one and hesitated. The air here was different, thicker, heavier, like walking through syrup. His pulse quickened as he reached for the handle. What do you think is behind it? Dave asked, breaking the silence. No idea, Josh replied, gripping the handle and twisting. The door opened with a low groan, revealing a dimly lit room filled with bookshelves. Dust coated the volumes, and cobwebs stretched across the corners of the ceiling. It's a library, Josh said, stepping inside. His voice echoed faintly, as though the room was larger than it seemed. He moved his flashlight across the spines of the books, noting their worn titles. Histories of the Unseen, Through the Rift, and The Shape of Fear. The titles sent a chill down his spine. Dave followed, glancing nervously at the shadows pooling in the corners. I don't like this. Feels like something's waiting. Josh ignored him, too focused on a large book lying open on a table in the center of the room. The pages were covered in hand-drawn diagrams of circles, lines, and strange symbols. As he flipped through, the illustrations grew more disturbing. Figures with elongated limbs and hollow eyes, standing in landscapes that defied logic. Hey, check this out, he said, holding the book up to Dave. But Dave wasn't looking at him. His flashlight was fixed on the doorway they had entered through, now standing closed. "Josh," he said, his voice tight, "did you shut the door?" Josh turned, his stomach lurching. "No, I didn't." They both stared at the door for a long moment. Then Josh moved toward it, camera still rolling. He reached out and twisted the knob. It opened easily, but what lay beyond wasn't the hallway. Instead, the door revealed another staircase, this one spiraling downward into darkness. That's not where we came from," Dave stammered. "Josh, that's not where we came from." Josh's mind raced. He swung the camera around to capture the scene, then turned back to the room. It was no longer a library. The bookshelves were gone, replaced by walls that seemed to stretch and breathe. The table and book had vanished, leaving only the two of them in a suffocating empty space. "What the hell is going on?" Josh whispered. Before Dave could answer, the door slammed shut on its own, plunging them into darkness. A faint hum vibrated through the air, and Josh's flashlight flickered wildly. The floor beneath them shifted. What had been solid wood now felt uneven, almost spongy. "We need to get out of here," Josh said, his voice trembling. He reached for the door again, but it wouldn't budge. Behind them, the air seemed to ripple, like heat waves rising off pavement. A soft groan, almost human, echoed through the room. Both men froze. And then, without warning, the door flew open, revealing a hallway that neither of them recognized. Josh and Dave stepped cautiously into the new hallway, their flashlights barely piercing the darkness. The air felt wrong here, thicker, colder, as if the walls themselves were alive and pressing in. The sound of their breathing seemed amplified, echoing faintly in a space that defied logic. "This isn't the same hallway," Dave said, his voice a strained whisper. "Where are we?" Josh didn't answer. His flashlight beam caught another door at the end of the hall, different from the others they had seen. It was taller, made of black wood that gleamed unnaturally in the dim light. Intricate carvings adorned its surface, symbols that made Josh's stomach churn the longer he stared at them. "Should we open it?" Dave asked, though he was already inching backward. "We have to," Josh replied, his voice steadier than he felt. "We need to document everything. Whatever's going on here, people need to see it." He raised the camera and moved forward, gripping the strange door's handle. The metal was ice cold, and a jolt of static tingled through his hand as he turned it. The door creaked open, revealing a blinding violet light that forced them both to shield their eyes. When the light dimmed, they saw it. A vast alien landscape stretched out before them. The ground was a deep, shimmering black, reflecting the violet sky above like a mirror. Jagged rock formations jutted out at impossible angles, and strange, spindly plants swayed despite the lack of wind. "What the hell is this?" Dave muttered, stepping forward despite himself. Josh followed, his camera whirring softly as it captured the impossible scene. The air here felt electric, charged with an energy that made his skin crawl. In the distance, something moved, a shape too far away to make out, but large enough to send a surge of panic through him. "Do you hear that?" Dave asked suddenly, his voice barely audible. Josh strained his ears. At first he heard nothing, then faintly a low droning sound reached them, like a distant guttural chant. It grew louder as they stood there, the vibrations pulsing through the ground beneath their feet. "We need to go," Dave said, his voice rising. "Now!" Josh didn't argue. They turned back to the door, but the sight before them made them both freeze. The door was no longer there. In its place was a jagged rock wall, smooth and featureless. "No, no, no," Josh muttered, spinning around. The violet sky seemed darker now, the shapes in the distance moving closer. Shadows stretched unnaturally long, reaching toward them like fingers. "This way," Dave shouted, grabbing Josh's arm and pulling him toward a narrow path winding through the rocks. The droning sound grew louder, filling their heads with an unbearable pressure. Josh stumbled, his camera slipping from his grip and clattering onto the ground. "Leave it," Dave yelled. Josh hesitated for a fraction of a second before abandoning the camera. They ran, the jagged rocks slicing at their boots. The shadows closed in, the droning morphing into something almost like a voice, alien and incomprehensible, yet somehow beckoning. Ahead, another door appeared, this one glowing faintly. Dave reached it first, throwing it open with desperate force. Josh followed, and as soon as they crossed the threshold, The door slammed shut behind them. They were back in the mansion, sprawled on the floor of the hallway. The oppressive air of the alien world was gone, replaced by the suffocating silence of the house. Josh's chest heaved as he looked up at Dave. What the hell was that? Dave shook his head, his face pale and drenched in sweat. I don't know, but I think this house is playing with us. Josh and Dave sat in the hallway, their breaths ragged, and their minds racing to process what they had just experienced. The walls around them felt closer than before, the flickering light of their flashlights casting warped shadows that seemed to dance on their own. This isn't just a haunted house, Josh said, his voice barely above a whisper. It's something else. It's alive. Dave stared at him, his eyes wide. If we're not careful, it's going to kill us. They both stood, their movements cautious, as if the floor itself might betray them. The hallway stretched ahead, impossibly long, with doors on either side. Josh felt his stomach churn. The layout had changed again. The way back was gone. We need to keep moving, he said, gripping his flashlight tighter. We'll find another way out. As they walked, the mansion seemed to hum with an almost imperceptible energy, its oppressive silence broken by faint groans and creaks. They passed doors that radiated unease, doors with no handles, doors that pulsed as if something alive was trapped behind them. Josh resisted the urge to open one, his instincts screaming that it would be a mistake. Then a sound stopped them both, a voice faint and familiar. Dave? Dave froze, his flashlight trembling in his hand. The voice came again, soft and pleading. Dave, it's me, Mom. Josh turned to his partner, whose face had gone pale. It's not real, Josh said quickly. You know it's not real. Dave shook his head, his eyes glistening. Josh, I know how this sounds, but that's her voice. I'd recognize it anywhere. It's the house, Josh said firmly, grabbing Dave's shoulder. It's messing with your head. Before Josh could stop him, Dave broke free and sprinted toward a door at the end of the hall, where the voice had come from. Josh followed, his heart hammering. Dave, wait! Dave threw the door open, revealing a dimly lit room. Inside, a figure sat on an old wooden chair, cloaked in shadow. As Dave stepped closer, the figure became clearer. A woman, her face gaunt but unmistakable. Mom, Dave choked out, tears streaming down his face. The figure's head tilted slightly, and a grotesque smile spread across her face. Come closer, sweetheart. Josh grabbed Dave's arm and yanked him back just as the figure's form began to shift, its limbs elongating unnaturally. The woman's face melted into a featureless mass, and her voice turned guttural. Stay. Stay forever. The room erupted in a piercing wail, and the door slammed shut behind them, throwing them back into the hallway. Dave collapsed to his knees, shaking. I told you it wasn't real, Josh said, his own voice trembling. Dave nodded, his breathing ragged. It felt so real. As they pressed on, Josh began to feel the mansion's influence seeping into his own thoughts. He saw fleeting visions of wealth and recognition, his wildest dreams seemingly within reach. One door in particular caught his attention. It was slightly ajar, and through the crack he saw stacks of money and awards, with his name etched on them. You've always wanted this, a voice whispered in his mind. Just step inside. Josh shook his head violently and stumbled away from the door. He realized then that the mansion was playing a deeper game, weaving their desires and fears into traps meant to ensnare them forever. Dave, he said, his voice firm, this place is in our heads. Whatever we see, whatever we hear, we can't trust any of it. Dave nodded weakly, still shaken. Then how do we fight it? Josh didn't have an answer. The only certainty was that the mansion was far from done with them. The hallway seemed to stretch forever, its warped angles and flickering shadows bending their sense of reality. Josh and Dave moved cautiously, their flashlights barely cutting through the dense gloom. Every step felt like it brought them deeper into the mansion's clutches. Do you hear that? Dave asked, his voice barely audible. Josh paused, straining to listen. There was no sound, no creaking floors, no faint hum. Just an oppressive, suffocating silence. It was worse than noise. Let's just keep moving, Josh said, trying to sound confident. He wasn't sure how much more of this they could take. They turned a corner and stopped dead in their tracks. The hallway ahead was lined with picture frames, dozens of them hanging in perfect symmetry. The frames were ornate, their gilded edges glinting faintly in the flashlight beams. "What is this?" Dave asked, stepping closer. His voice trembled. "Why are there pictures here?" Josh felt a chill crawl up his spine. The photos in the frames were crisp, detailed, too modern to belong in this ancient mansion. He peered at one and felt his stomach drop. The photo showed a man standing in a room filled with shelves of old books. The man was Josh. "That's me," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Dave moved to the next frame. His hand flew to his mouth as he gasped, "Josh, this one's me." The photo showed Dave sitting at a table, his head in his hands, as if he were in deep despair. The room behind him was unfamiliar, filled with furniture that didn't match anything they'd seen so far. Josh's hands trembled as he shone his flashlight down the hallway, inspecting the other frames. Each photo was of them, caught in moments they had no memory of. In one, Josh was lying face down on a staircase, blood pooling beneath him. In another, Dave was standing in the foyer, staring at the front door with an expression of sheer terror. "This doesn't make sense," Josh muttered, his heart pounding. These can't be real." Dave's flashlight flickered, and for a brief moment, Josh thought he saw movement in one of the photos. He stepped closer to a frame, his breath hitching as he studied the image. His own reflection in the photo stared back at him, except it blinked. "Josh!" Dave shouted, yanking him back. "Did you see that? It moved." Josh nodded, his mouth dry. "This isn't just a haunted house, it's showing us something, taunting us." They moved further down the hallway, but the photos grew more disturbing. One showed a door they hadn't yet opened, with a dark figure standing behind it, its face obscured. Another depicted the mansion's foyer, but it was filled with shadowy humanoid shapes, their hollow eyes staring directly at the camera. As they reached the end of the hallway, they came to the largest frame of all. This one showed the two of them standing exactly where they were, in the same hallway, staring at the same photo. But there was a third figure behind them, tall, skeletal, and cloaked in shadow. Josh whirled around, his flashlight slicing through the darkness. Nothing was there. "We need to get out of this hallway," he said, his voice tight. "Now." Dave didn't argue. They broke into a run, the flashlight beams bobbing wildly as they fled. The photos seemed to shift as they passed, the figures in them turning to watch their escape. They reached a new door at the end of the hallway and slammed through it, stumbling into another room. As the door creaked shut behind them, the silence returned, heavy and suffocating. Josh leaned against the wall, his heart racing. "This place, it's alive," Dave said, his voice shaking. "And it's watching us." Josh nodded, wiping sweat from his brow. "We have to keep going, it's the only way out." But deep down, he wondered if the mansion would ever truly let them leave. The room they stumbled into was impossibly large, its vaulted ceiling disappearing into darkness. Dim light came from flickering lanterns that lined the walls, casting erratic shadows across the floor. In the center of the room stood a single wooden table, its surface empty except for a tarnished mirror. Dave hesitated, gripping Josh's arm. "This feels wrong. We shouldn't be here." Josh felt it too, a sense of foreboding that settled deep in his chest. But there was no turning back. The door they had come through was gone. "We don't have a choice," he muttered. "Let's see what this place wants." They approached the table cautiously, their footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. The mirror was oval-shaped, its silver frame intricately carved with symbols Josh couldn't decipher. He glanced at his reflection and froze. The image staring back wasn't him. The version of himself in the mirror looked wrong. His face was gaunt, his eyes sunken and bloodshot. Dried blood streaked his temple and his lips were cracked and pale. The reflection smirked, a slow, deliberate movement that sent a chill down Josh's spine. "It's not real," Josh whispered, tearing his gaze away. Dave wasn't looking at the mirror. His eyes were fixed on something beyond it, something Josh couldn't see. "Do you hear that?" Dave asked, his voice trembling. Josh shook his head. "There's nothing to hear. It's the house messing with you again." "No," Dave insisted. "It's real. Listen." Josh strained his ears, but the room was silent. He was about to argue when Dave bolted, sprinting toward the far end of the room. "Dave!" Josh shouted, running after him. The lanterns flickered wildly as Dave reached a door that hadn't been there a moment ago. He threw it open and disappeared inside. Josh hesitated, his instincts screaming at him to stop. but he couldn't leave Dave behind. He stepped through the doorway into a space that shouldn't exist. The room was small and claustrophobic, the walls lined with mirrors. Each one reflected a different version of Josh and Dave. Some were grotesque. Josh saw himself covered in burns, his skin blistered and peeling. In another, Dave was grinning maniacally, blood dripping from his hands. "Josh," Dave whispered, his voice trembling, I can't do this." Josh turned to find his friend huddled in a corner, his knees pulled to his chest. "Dave, we need to keep moving. This isn't real, it's just the house trying to scare us." Dave looked up, tears streaming down his face. "It's not just scaring us, it's breaking us." Josh knelt beside him, gripping his shoulder. "We're stronger than this. Whatever it throws at us, we'll get through it. Together." A sudden noise made them both jump, a deep, resonant thud like a giant heartbeat. The mirrors around them began to shimmer, the reflections rippling as if they were made of water. The sound grew louder, each thud reverberating through their chests. The mirrors began to distort, the images of themselves shifting and writhing. One by one, the reflections turned to face them directly, their hollow eyes boring into their souls. "We need to go," Josh said, pulling Dave to his feet. "Now." They ran toward another door that appeared in the far wall, the sound of the heartbeat growing deafening. The mirrors seemed to shatter as they passed, the shards vanishing into the darkness. They burst through the door and found themselves back in a hallway. The heartbeat stopped, replaced by a suffocating silence. Dave leaned against the wall, his chest heaving. "Josh, this place, it's inside our heads. It knows everything about us." Josh nodded, gripping his flashlight tightly. "That's why we can't let it win. If we give in to fear, we're done." But deep down, he wondered how much longer they could resist. The hallway stretched endlessly ahead of them, dimly lit by flickering sconces that cast jagged shadows on the walls. Josh and Dave moved quickly, their breath coming in short, panicked gasps. The hallway narrowed to a single door, ornate and glowing faintly. Its surface shimmered, the carvings writhing as though alive. Josh hesitated, his hand hovering over the handle. "It's another trap," Dave said, his voice trembling. Josh shook his head, steeling himself. "It's our only way out." He pushed the door open and the pounding stopped. The sudden silence was oppressive, as if the mansion itself were holding its breath. Beyond the doorway was a vast circular room, the walls covered in cracked mirrors that distorted their reflections into grotesque caricatures. In the center of the room stood a single object, a tall, ornate mirror, its surface dark and rippling like liquid. The air felt heavy, charged with an energy that made Josh's skin crawl. "This has to be the center of it all," he said, stepping forward cautiously. Dave grabbed his arm. "Josh, look." Josh followed his gaze to the mirrors lining the walls. Their reflections weren't mimicking their movements. Instead, they were watching. Faces turned slightly, eyes following their every step. One of the reflections grinned, a wide, unnatural smile that sent a chill down Josh's spine. "This place wants to break us," Josh muttered. "We can't let it." The tall mirror in the center began to ripple, its surface distorting as something moved within it. Josh stepped closer, raising his flashlight. The light didn't reflect back. Instead, the mirror absorbed it, growing darker with each passing second. "Don't go near it," Dave warned, backing away. But it was too late. The mirror's surface exploded outward and a figure stepped through. It was humanoid but wrong, its limbs too long, its face smooth and featureless except for a gaping mouth that stretched impossibly wide. It moved with jerky, unnatural motions, like a marionette controlled by an unseen hand. Josh and Dave stumbled back, the creature advancing on them with inhuman speed. "Run!" Josh shouted. But the room shifted again, the walls closing in, trapping them with the thing. The reflections in the mirrors began to change, showing scenes of their worst fears. Josh saw himself lying lifeless in a pool of blood, while Dave's reflection screamed silently, clawing at his own face. The images burned into their minds, threatening to overwhelm them. The creature lunged, its movements faster than they could comprehend. Josh grabbed a shard of glass from one of the cracked mirrors, slashing at the thing as it closed in. The shard connected, and the creature shrieked, a sound that rattled the very foundations of the mansion. The mirrors around the room shattered, and the air filled with swirling glass and light. Josh grabbed Dave's arm, dragging him toward a new doorway that had appeared in the chaos. "This is our chance," he shouted. They bolted through the door, the creature's wails echoing behind them. The mansion seemed to collapse around them, the walls twisting and folding in on themselves. Every step felt like a fight against gravity as the floor tilted wildly. Ahead, they saw the foyer, the first familiar sight since they'd entered. The front door stood open, moonlight spilling inside. "We're almost there," Josh yelled. They sprinted toward the exit, the mansion's fury chasing them. Just as they crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut behind them with a thunderous finality. Josh and Dave collapsed onto the overgrown lawn outside the mansion, gasping for air. The night was eerily quiet, the oppressive weight of the house gone. The moon hung low in the sky, bathing the forest in a cold, pale glow. Josh turned back toward the mansion, half expecting it to vanish or shift into something unrecognizable. Instead, it stood silently, its dark windows staring back at him like empty eye sockets. Did we actually make it out?" he asked, his voice hoarse. Dave nodded, clutching his knees as he tried to steady his breathing. "I don't know how, but yeah, we're out." Josh reached for the camera strapped to his chest. Miraculously, it was still intact, though he doubted it had captured anything useful. The memory cards were likely corrupted. Just another cruel joke from the house. "We need to check the footage," he said, more to himself than to Dave. They sat in the van a few minutes later, unwilling to linger near the mansion any longer. Josh plugged the camera into his laptop, his hand shaking. The screen lit up, but the files were a mess, glitching and skipping, the images distorted beyond recognition. Every so often a clear frame would appear, the distorted mirrors, the infinite hallways, the monstrous figure. "It's enough," Josh said, his voice resolute. "It's proof that something's there." Dave leaned back in his seat, staring blankly out the window. Proof of what? That we're insane? That we almost got killed in a house that shouldn't exist? Josh met his gaze, his expression firm. Proof that we were right to start this. People need to know what's out there. If this is what we found on our first case, imagine what else is waiting. Dave didn't respond immediately. He stared out at the mansion, now just a dark silhouette against the trees. Finally, he said, "We barely made it out alive. What happens next time?" Josh's lips curved into a grim smile. "We'll be ready." They drove back to their office in silence, the weight of their experience settling over them like a heavy fog. By the time they arrived, dawn was breaking, casting a warm glow over the town. It felt surreal, as though they'd been gone for days rather than hours. Josh uploaded their story online, pairing the corrupted footage with their detailed account of the night. The response was immediate. Comments flooded in, ranging from skepticism to awe. Some praised their bravery, while others accused them of fabricating the entire thing. It didn't matter. For Josh and Dave, this was just the beginning. The mansion had tested them, pushed them to their limits, but it hadn't broken them. As they packed their equipment for their next investigation, Josh glanced at Dave. "You still in?" Dave hesitated, then nodded. "Yeah, I'm in. But let's hope the next place doesn't try to eat us alive." Josh chuckled, though there was little humor in it. "No promises." They loaded their gear into the van, the lingering fear replaced by a burning determination. Beyond the Veil, Investigations wasn't just a name anymore. It was a mission. The mansion might have let them go, but it wasn't a victory. The scars it left would stay with them, reminders of what lay beyond the veil. And for Josh and Dave, the veil was only just beginning to lift. The air in the jungle was thick and oppressive, like a damp curtain pressing against their skin. Sam adjusted his backpack, squinting into the sunlight streaming through the dense canopy. "You sure this is worth it?" he asked, glancing at Claire. Her auburn hair clung to her face in the humid air, but her green eyes sparkled with excitement. "It's not every day you get to see something like this," Claire replied, brushing sweat from her forehead. "Besides, it's history. Real history." The group trailed behind a wiry guide named Miguel, who spoke in a rapid, almost sing-song cadence. He led them along a narrow path carved into the jungle floor, pointing out bits of pottery or carved stones half buried in the dirt. But it wasn't the official tour that captured Sam and Claire's attention. It was the path they'd glimpsed earlier, veering sharply off the main trail. Miguel noticed their interest and frowned. "That way is not for tourists," he warned, his voice dropping. "The keepers don't like to be disturbed." Sam chuckled. "The keepers?" Miguel's face grew serious. "Statues," he said. "Guardians, cursed by the gods to watch over the ruins. They punish those who trespass." Claire rolled her eyes, but something about Miguel's tone unsettled her. Still, when the group stopped for a break, she and Sam exchanged a glance. They didn't need to say it out loud. They'd come for adventure, and this was it. The side path was overgrown, branches and vines clawing at their clothes as they pushed through. The further they went, the quieter the jungle became. Even the insects seemed to hold their breath. Then they saw it. A clearing surrounded by looming trees where shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally long. At first, Claire thought they were people. The figures stood in various poses, arms raised, heads tilted back, some with hands clawing at their faces. As they stepped closer, the truth hit her. They were statues. Dark stone, mottled with moss and lichen, yet impossibly detailed. Every crease in their clothing, every line etched into their contorted faces, was rendered with uncanny precision. "These are incredible," Sam murmured, pulling out his phone to snap pictures. "It's like you can feel what they felt." Claire shivered. "Terror," she said softly. "That's what they felt." She couldn't look away from one statue in particular, a young woman frozen mid-scream, her hands gripping her throat. The agony in her eyes was palpable, and Claire felt a lump rise in her throat. She glanced around. The clearing was full of them, each one a snapshot of despair. "We should go," she said, her voice tight. Sam hesitated, but finally nodded. "Yeah, okay, let's." Behind them there was a soft rustling, like dry leaves brushing against stone. Claire whipped around, but the clearing was empty except for the statues. "Come on," she urged, grabbing Sam's arm. As they retreated, neither noticed the statue nearest the path, its head now slightly tilted as if watching them leave. Back at camp, Claire couldn't shake the feeling that they had made a mistake. She kept glancing over her shoulder, half expecting to see something lurking in the shadows. Sam, on the other hand, was unfazed. He scrolled through the photos he'd taken, occasionally showing her an image. "Look at the detail on this one," he said, zooming in on a statue of an older man clutching his chest. "It's incredible. How do you think they made these?" "I don't know," Claire muttered, poking at the lukewarm soup in her bowl. "But something about them isn't right." Sam sighed, setting his phone down. "You heard the guide. It's just a legend to keep people from messing with the ruins. There's nothing to worry about." Claire didn't answer. She couldn't explain it, but the statues had unsettled her in a way she couldn't shake. It wasn't just their lifelike detail. It was the overwhelming sense of dread that seemed to cling to the clearing like a fog. And the sound she'd heard, faint but distinct, like stone scraping against stone. Night fell quickly in the jungle, the dense canopy swallowing the last rays of sunlight. They zipped themselves into their tent, the thin fabric a feeble barrier against the night. Sam fell asleep almost instantly, but Claire lay awake, listening to the symphony of nocturnal insects. She kept telling herself it was just her imagination, but every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig outside made her heart race. Then came the shuffling. It was faint at first, almost imperceptible, a soft, uneven dragging sound, as if something heavy was being pulled through the underbrush. Claire held her breath, straining to listen. The sound grew louder, closer. She shook Sam awake. "What?" he groaned, groggy and irritated. "Listen," she whispered. He sat up, rubbing his eyes. The shuffling stopped. Silence fell over the jungle, so complete it felt oppressive. "I don't hear anything," Sam said, lying back down. "It's just animals. Go to sleep." Claire didn't argue, but she couldn't relax. She sat there, every muscle tensed, until exhaustion finally pulled her under. In the morning, the jungle seemed almost cheerful, the sunlight dappled and warm. Claire felt silly for her fears until they stepped outside the tent. The statues were there. At the edge of their campsite, 3 of them stood in a neat row. Claire recognized them immediately. The young woman with her hands at her throat, the old man clutching his chest, and a third she didn't recall seeing the day before, a child with wide, unblinking eyes. Sam froze, his face pale. Did someone move these here? No one was here, Claire whispered, her voice shaking. We would have heard. They stared at the statues, their stillness unnerving. Claire couldn't shake the feeling that the eyes of the statues were following them, watching. We're leaving, she said, her voice firm. Sam didn't argue. Sam and Claire packed up their camp in record time, both too rattled to speak much. Claire's hands trembled as she folded the tent, her eyes darting back to the statues. The way they stood there, motionless but somehow menacing, made her skin crawl. She felt like a child trying to convince herself there were no monsters under the bed. Only this time she knew better. Sam slung his pack over his shoulder, his usual calm demeanor replaced with a quiet urgency. Let's just get back to the hotel, he muttered. They retraced their steps toward the main trail, but the jungle felt different now. The sunlight seemed dimmer, the air heavier. Every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig made Claire flinch. They didn't speak, each lost in their own thoughts, until Sam stopped abruptly. Claire, he said, his voice low, don't freak out. She turned to see what he was looking at and froze. A statue stood in the middle of the path ahead, one they hadn't seen before. It was a man with his arms outstretched, his face twisted into a desperate plea. The detail was so vivid Claire could almost see the tears in his stone eyes. This wasn't here before, she whispered. No, Sam agreed. It wasn't. They edged around the statue, careful not to touch it. Claire felt its presence like a weight on her back as they passed, and she couldn't resist glancing over her shoulder. She wished she hadn't. The statue's head had turned, its face now angled toward her. She gasped, grabbing Sam's arm. It moved. He looked back, his expression skeptical at first, but when he saw the statue, his face went pale. Let's keep moving, he said, his voice tight. The rest of the hike was a blur. They didn't stop, didn't look back. By the time they reached the tour group, Claire's legs felt like jelly. Miguel raised an eyebrow at their disheveled appearance, but said nothing as they boarded the bus back to the hotel. That night, Claire sat on the bed, scrolling through the photos on her phone. At first, it was comforting to look at them, proof that the statues were just stone, harmless and immobile. But as she flipped through the images, something caught her eye. Sam, she said, her voice trembling, look at this. He came over, frowning, as she handed him the phone. The photo showed the clearing where they'd found the statues, but something was wrong. One of the figures, the young woman with her hands at her throat, was facing the camera now. In the next photo, her hands had shifted slightly, clawing at her neck. That's not possible, Sam said, his voice cracking. Claire shook her head. It's not just that, she whispered. Look at the background. Sam zoomed in, his breath catching. Among the trees, half hidden in shadow, were more statues. Dozens of them, all turned toward the couple, waiting. The hotel room felt suffocating, even with the air conditioning humming faintly in the background. Claire paced near the window, glancing outside every few seconds, half expecting to see something lurking in the shadows. Sam sat at the desk staring at the photo on his phone. He hadn't said much since dinner, and the weight of his silence pressed down on her. We have to go home, Claire said finally, breaking the tension. Whatever this is, it's not normal. Sam nodded, though he didn't look up. Agreed. We'll call the airline first thing in the morning and see if we can get an earlier flight. Claire exhaled, relieved. Good, I just want to be somewhere safe. Safe. The word hung in the air like an empty promise. That night, Claire couldn't sleep. She lay in the dark, staring at the ceiling, her mind replaying the events of the day. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the statues, those frozen faces twisted in agony. She kept thinking about the one on the path, its head turned toward her. The image was burned into her mind. Around 2 a.m., a faint noise pulled her from her thoughts, a soft, scraping sound, like stone dragged against wood. Claire froze, her heart pounding in her chest. She strained to listen, but the noise stopped. She told herself it was just her imagination, the remnants of her anxiety playing tricks on her. Then she heard it again. She shook Sam awake, whispering his name urgently. He groaned, sitting up. What is it? Listen, she hissed. The noise came again, louder this time. It was coming from the direction of the window. Sam tensed, his eyes narrowing. He grabbed his phone and switched on the flashlight, the bright beam slicing through the darkness. Slowly he approached the window and pulled back the curtain. "What the—" he started, but the words died in his throat. Claire scrambled out of bed, her stomach sinking. She joined him at the window and her breath caught in her chest. Outside, on the edge of the hotel's courtyard, stood a statue. It was the young woman from the ruins, her hands still clawing at her throat, her face frozen in a scream. "She followed us," Claire whispered, her voice trembling. Sam stumbled back, running a hand through his hair. No, this can't be happening. Someone's messing with us. Someone has to be." "Who?" Claire demanded. "Who would do this, and how?" Neither of them had an answer. They sat awake for the rest of the night, their eyes darting toward the window every few minutes. By morning, the statue was gone. They left for the airport as soon as the sun rose, determined to put as much distance between themselves and the ruins as possible. But as they settled into their seats on the plane, Claire felt no relief. Her heart remained heavy with dread. She couldn't shake the feeling that they weren't leaving the statues behind. The statues were coming with them. By the time they landed, Claire was running on fumes. She couldn't remember the last time she had slept without fear curling in her chest. The flight had been uneventful, but her sense of unease hadn't diminished. If anything, it had grown, sinking into her bones like a chill she couldn't shake. Their house, a modest 2-story in a quiet suburban neighborhood, should have been a refuge. Instead, it felt wrong the moment they stepped through the door. Claire tried to dismiss it as paranoia, a lingering after-effect of their jungle ordeal, but the feeling lingered, a nagging certainty that they hadn't left the statues behind. "I'll grab the bags," Sam said, his voice unusually flat. He had been quieter than usual since the flight, and Claire wasn't sure if it was because he was trying to stay calm for her sake or because he was just as scared. "Okay," she said, moving into the living room. She dropped onto the couch, exhausted, and stared at the blank TV screen. The silence of the house was oppressive, pressing in on her ears. She wished Sam would hurry up and come inside. Then her phone buzzed on the coffee table, startling her so badly she nearly dropped it. She laughed at herself, a hollow sound that didn't even convince her. Picking up the phone, she saw it was a notification from her photo gallery. "Your memories from this day last year," it chirped cheerfully. Claire hesitated before opening it. The first few photos were innocuous, a trip to the beach, smiling selfies with Sam. But as she scrolled, her stomach twisted. The app had pulled in photos from the trip to Mexico. Her finger hovered over one of the images from the ruins. She didn't want to look, but she couldn't help herself. She tapped the picture and it filled the screen. It was the young woman statue, her hands frozen mid-scream. The details were even more vivid on the larger screen. The cracks in her stone skin, the unnatural arch of her neck. Claire's eyes flicked to the background and her breath hitched. Behind the statue, barely visible in the shadows, was another figure. It hadn't been there before. It was smaller, hunched, its features indistinct. Claire dropped the phone onto the couch as if it had burned her. "What's wrong?" Sam asked, coming in with the bags. He froze when he saw her face. "Look," she whispered, pointing at the phone. He picked it up, frowning as he studied the screen. His expression shifted, confusion giving way to fear. "This wasn't here before," he said, his voice barely audible. "I know," Claire said. "Sam, I think they followed us." "That's not possible," he snapped, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. That night, Claire lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, every muscle tense. Just as she was starting to drift off, she heard it again, the faint, unmistakable sound of stone scraping against wood. The statues weren't just in her photos anymore, they were in the house. The sound of stone scraping against wood was faint but unmistakable, like a knife drawn slowly across a cutting board. Claire sat bolt upright in bed, her breath hitching in her throat. She reached out to shake Sam awake, but he was already sitting up, his eyes wide with alarm. "You heard it too," she whispered. He nodded, his jaw tight. "Stay here," he said, swinging his legs off the bed and grabbing his phone for a flashlight. "Sam, don't," Claire protested, but he was already moving toward the door. She hesitated, then scrambled after him, unwilling to be left alone. The hallway was dark, the only light coming from the faint glow of the street lamp outside filtering through the curtains. Sam swept the beam of his flashlight across the walls and floor, his shoulders tense. Nothing moved, But the oppressive silence was worse than the sound had been. They crept toward the living room, their bare feet making no noise on the hardwood floor. As they turned the corner, Claire stifled a gasp. One of the statues was standing in the center of the room. It was the young woman again, her stone hands clawing at her throat, her face frozen in a silent scream. But this time something was different. Her head was tilted ever so slightly, and her eyes seemed to lock onto Claire's. "How did it get here?" Claire whispered, her voice shaking. Sam didn't answer. He approached the statue cautiously, the flashlight trembling in his hand. "Someone's messing with us," he muttered. "They had to bring it in while we were asleep." "Sam, no one else was here," Claire said, backing away. Her gaze flicked to the front door. It was still locked. "It's them. They followed us." Sam circled the statue, his breath coming in short, sharp bursts. "It's just stone," he said, almost to himself. "It's just a statue. It can't—" The light flickered, plunging the room into darkness. Claire let out a small cry, fumbling for her phone. When she turned on her own flashlight, her heart dropped. The statue was closer. It was still frozen in place, but now it was only a few feet away from her. "Sam," she said, her voice barely audible. He was staring at it too, his face pale and drawn. Slowly he reached out a hand as if to touch it. "Don't," Claire hissed, grabbing his arm. The light flickered again, and when it came back, the statue was gone. Claire let out a shaky breath, her eyes darting around the room. Where did it go? They turned, and there it was, standing in the doorway to the kitchen. Its face was tilted down now, as though it were staring directly at them. "We need to get out of here," Claire said, her voice breaking. Sam nodded, his resolve crumbling. They backed toward the door, their eyes never leaving the statue. Claire reached for the handle, her hands trembling so badly she could barely grip it. As the door swung open, the faintest sound reached their ears, the grinding of stone and something that almost sounded like their names. They stumbled into the cold night air, slamming the door behind them. Claire leaned against the car, her breath coming in panicked gasps. Sam fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking too badly to fit them into the lock. "Hurry!" Claire hissed, her eyes darting to the house. The windows were dark, but that only made it worse. She half expected to see the young woman's statue pressed against the glass, its frozen face watching them. Finally, the car unlocked. They climbed in, and Sam started the engine. As the headlights flickered on, their beams swept across the front lawn and caught something that made Claire's blood run cold. There were statues, 4 of them now, standing in a loose semicircle. The young woman, the old man clutching his chest, the child with the wide, unblinking eyes, and a new figure, a man with his arms outstretched as though reaching for them. "Drive!" Claire screamed, gripping Sam's arm. He didn't need to be told twice. The car lurched forward, tires spinning on the gravel driveway before finding traction. They sped down the quiet suburban street, leaving their house and the statues behind. For a few minutes, the only sound was the hum of the engine and Claire's ragged breathing. Sam glanced in the rearview mirror, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. "Do you see them?" he asked, his voice strained. Claire turned, her heart hammering. The street was empty. "No," she said, her voice shaky. "I think we lost them." Sam exhaled, but the tension in his shoulders didn't ease. "We need to figure out what's happening. It's not normal." "You think?" Claire snapped, her fear boiling over into anger. "Statues don't just follow people home, Sam. They don't move when you're not looking. This isn't supposed to happen." "I know," he shouted, slamming his hand against the steering wheel. "But what are we supposed to do? Call the cops and tell them statues are stalking us?" Claire fell silent, her chest heaving. He was right. Who would believe them? Even she could barely wrap her head around it. But she knew one thing. They couldn't go back home. They drove aimlessly for hours, the city blurring into a monotonous stretch of gas stations and empty parking lots. Finally, they pulled into the lot of a cheap motel. Sam checked them in while Claire waited in the car, her eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. The room was dingy but quiet, and for a moment Claire thought they might be safe. She collapsed onto the bed, too exhausted to care about the stained sheets. Sam sat at the edge, his head in his hands. "We need answers," he said finally. "Something started this. Maybe if we figure out what, we can stop it." Claire nodded, though she wasn't sure she believed it. All she could think about were the statues, the way they moved, the way they whispered their names, and the growing certainty that no matter how far they ran, they wouldn't escape. That night, as Claire drifted into a fitful sleep, she dreamed of stone faces and grinding whispers. When she woke, the chair in the corner of the room wasn't empty anymore. The young woman statue was sitting there, its head tilted, its eyes locked on hers. Claire screamed, scrambling back against the headboard. The sound jolted Sam awake, and his eyes followed hers to the chair in the corner. The statue was unmistakable. The young woman with her hands clawing at her throat, her stone face locked in an eternal scream. But now she wasn't outside. She was in the room with them. "Get up," Claire gasped, her voice trembling. "We have to go." Sam leapt to his feet, grabbing his phone for light. "How did it get in here?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. "I don't care," Claire snapped. "We're leaving." They inched toward the door, their eyes never leaving the statue. Its stillness was almost worse than if it had moved. It felt like a coiled snake, ready to strike the moment they turned away. Sam reached for the doorknob, but Claire grabbed his arm. "Wait," she said, her voice hushed. "Listen." The faint grinding of stone against stone filled the room, so soft it was almost imperceptible. Then came the whispering, low and guttural, like wind slipping through cracks in ancient walls. Their names were clear this time, twisted and distorted, as if dragged over rough surfaces. "Claire, Sam, soon." Sam yanked the door open, and they bolted into the night. The cold air hit them like a slap, but they didn't stop running until they were in the car. Sam started the engine, and the tires squealed as they sped out of the motel parking lot. "We can't keep running," Claire said, her voice breaking. "They'll keep following us, no matter where we go." "Then what do we do?" Sam shouted. "You want to just give up?" Claire pressed her hands to her temples, trying to think. Her mind raced, pulling at fragments of memory. The statues, the ruins, the eerie stillness of the clearing. The guide's warning echoed in her head. The keepers don't like to be disturbed. "We have to go back," she said suddenly. "What?" Sam snapped, glancing at her like she'd lost her mind. "The ruins," Claire said, her voice steadying. "This all started there. Maybe if we return, we can fix it, undo whatever we did." Sam gritted his teeth but didn't argue. He turned the car onto the highway, heading south. The drive back to the airport was a blur of exhaustion and fear. Every shadow on the road, every flicker of movement at the edge of their vision, felt like a harbinger of the statues. Claire's phone vibrated periodically with photo notifications, images of the statues appearing in places they had never been. By the time they landed in Mexico, they were both on edge, their nerves frayed to breaking. They rented a car and drove back into the jungle, the dense greenery closing in around them like a shroud. The statues didn't appear during the drive, but the feeling of being watched never left. When they reached the ruins, the jungle was deathly silent. Even the insects seemed to avoid the clearing. Claire and Sam stood at the edge, their eyes scanning the statues, which were now exactly as they had been when they first found them. But something was different. There were more of them now. Among the new additions, Claire spotted a familiar figure, a hunched man, his stone face twisted in fear. It was Miguel, the guide. Claire staggered backward, her breath catching in her throat. "It's Miguel," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Oh my God, it's him!" Sam's jaw tightened as he stared at the statue of their former guide. Miguel's face was frozen in terror, his hands outstretched, as if he had tried to fend something off. The detail was as vivid as it had been for the others, the anguish in his eyes, the strain in his muscles, even the beads of sweat on his stone skin. "This is what happens," Claire said, her voice shaking. "This is what they do. If we don't stop this, we'll be next." Sam's hands curled into fists, his eyes scanning the clearing. "How? How do we stop it?" Claire pulled out the piece of paper the old villager had given them earlier, a hastily scrawled set of instructions and an incantation in a language neither of them understood. The woman had insisted it was the only way to appease the statues and break the curse. "We light the fire," Claire said, pointing to the circle of blackened stones in the center of the clearing. "And we say this: she said it would work." "She also said people don't come back from this," Sam muttered. But he didn't argue. He grabbed his lighter and began gathering wood while Claire set the paper on a flat stone nearby. her hands trembling as she smoothed it out. The jungle seemed to close in around them, the silence almost deafening. The air grew colder, and the oppressive weight Claire had felt since leaving the ruins returned tenfold. She glanced at the statues, half expecting them to move. But they remained still, their stony gazes locked on her and Sam. Finally, the fire roared to life, casting flickering light and long shadows across the clearing. Claire picked up the paper and began to read, her voice unsteady at first but growing stronger. The words felt strange in her mouth, as if they weren't meant to be spoken by human tongues. As she chanted, the ground beneath them seemed to vibrate, a low hum that resonated in their bones. The statues remained still, but the air around them shimmered like heat waves. The whispers began again, faint at first but growing louder, overlapping and echoing until it became impossible to distinguish one voice from another. "Claire, Sam, stay." "Keep going," Sam shouted, his eyes darting around the clearing. He held a thick branch from the fire like a weapon, as if it could protect them from the encroaching dread. The whispers turned into a cacophony, and the fire began to flicker, its flames bending unnaturally toward the statues. One by one, the figures began to shift. It was subtle at first, a finger twitching, a head tilting. Then they started to move. "They're coming," Sam yelled, backing toward Claire. The statues lurched forward, their movements jerky and unnatural, as if they were learning how to walk. Claire's voice faltered as the young woman's statue stepped into the firelight, her stone mouth stretching into an agonizing scream. "Finish it," Sam shouted, swinging the burning branch at the advancing statues. Claire screamed the final words of the incantation, her voice breaking as the fire erupted in a blinding flash of light. The clearing was consumed in a searing white glow, and the whispers stopped. When the light faded, the statues were gone. The clearing was silent, save for the crackling embers of the dying fire. Claire collapsed to her knees, her body trembling with exhaustion. Sam stood beside her, his face pale and drenched with sweat, the smoldering branch still clutched in his hand. "They're gone," Claire whispered, her voice hoarse. "It worked." Sam's gaze swept across the empty clearing, his eyes lingering on the places where the statues had once stood. The oppressive atmosphere had lifted, but an eerie stillness remained, as if the jungle itself was holding its breath. "Let's get out of here," Sam said finally, helping Claire to her feet. "We're not staying a second longer." They stumbled back to their car, the trail seeming longer and darker than before. Every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves made Claire jump, but no statues appeared. By the time they reached the car, the first rays of dawn were breaking through the trees, bathing the jungle in golden light. For the first time in days, Claire felt a glimmer of hope. The drive back to the airport was quiet. Neither of them spoke, their minds too heavy with what they had endured. Claire leaned her head against the window, watching the jungle recede into the distance. She didn't feel relief, not really. The fear still clung to her like a shadow. When they finally boarded their flight and the plane lifted off, Claire closed her eyes and exhaled. They were leaving it all behind, the statues, the ruins, the whispers. It was over, or so she thought. 2 weeks later, Claire stood in her kitchen, absently stirring a cup of tea. The house had been quiet since they returned, too quiet. Sam insisted they'd left the curse behind, but Claire couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching her. She kept the lights on at night, double-checked every lock, and avoided looking too long at shadows. She glanced at her phone, which was lying face up on the counter. A notification blinked on the screen. "New memory created for you." Claire's stomach twisted. She hadn't been able to bring herself to delete the photos from their trip, even though she knew she should. Her thumb hovered over the notification before she tapped it. The app opened to a photo from the ruins, the young woman's statue, her hands clawing at her throat. Claire's chest tightened as she stared at the image, her eyes drifting to the background. At first, she thought it was her imagination, but then she saw it clearly. In the shadows behind the statue was another figure. It wasn't there before. It was Sam. Her hands trembled, and the phone slipped from her grasp, clattering onto the counter. She stumbled into the living room, calling his name. "Sam, where are you?" There was no answer. She froze. In the corner of the room stood a new statue, a man with his arms outstretched, his face twisted in fear. The detail was unmistakable. It was Sam. Claire screamed, backing away. Behind her, she heard the faint scrape of stone on wood. Turning slowly, she saw the young woman statue standing in the doorway, her stone lips curling into a whisper only Claire could hear. Soon. Ash Hollow was the kind of place where nothing ever happened. It was a small, sleepy town nestled in a valley surrounded by rolling hills and ancient oaks. The air smelled of pine and chimney smoke, and the most exciting thing to ever grace the pages of the Ash Hollow Gazette was a pie-eating contest gone awry. Sarah and Daniel, both 25, had moved there 2 years ago, drawn by its low cost of living and quaint charm. Daniel worked from home as a graphic designer, while Sarah spent her days managing the local coffee shop, the Hollow Grind. Life was predictable, if not downright dull, until the rumors began. It was a Saturday morning when Sarah first overheard the whispers. 2 elderly women sat at the coffee shop counter, their voices hushed, but their eyes wide with unease. "Do you think it's true?" one asked, her wrinkled hands trembling around her cup. "Maybe. Evelyn Marrow's curse," they said. 100 years tonight. Sarah's ears perked up, but she didn't interrupt. Evelyn Marrow was a name she'd heard before. The story was a staple of Ash Hollow folklore, whispered at bonfires and Halloween parties. Evelyn had been a midwife accused of witchcraft after several women in town miscarried under her care. In 1925, she was dragged to the town square and burned at the stake. Legend had it, with her dying breath, she cursed the townsfolk, vowing to return and take back the land they had stolen from her. Sarah had always thought it was just a story, the kind of thing small towns clung to for a little drama. But the way the old women spoke, like they were afraid Evelyn might walk through the door at any moment, unsettled her. That evening, Sarah shared the story with Daniel over dinner. "It's just folklore," she said, stabbing her fork into a piece of roast chicken. "But the anniversary's tonight, 100 years. I bet the kids will pull some kind of prank, chalk pentagrams or fake ghosts. Small town fun." Daniel chuckled. "If they want to scare people, they should leave gas station receipts in mailboxes. That's real horror." They laughed, but the unease lingered. After dinner, Daniel went to his office to work on a project while Sarah curled up on the couch with a book. The house was quiet, save for the occasional creak of the old floorboards and the hum of the refrigerator. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the windows. Sarah glanced up, her eyes drawn to the faint sound of rustling leaves. The streetlights cast long shadows across the yard, and for a moment she thought she saw something move in the darkness. A flicker, quick and subtle, like a shadow slipping out of view. She shook her head and returned to her book, but the feeling remained, gnawing at the edges of her mind. The house felt colder than usual, the air heavier. At midnight, Daniel emerged from his office, yawning and stretching. "I'm calling it a night," he said, planting a kiss on Sarah's forehead. "Me too," she replied, setting her book aside. But as they climbed the stairs, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them just out of sight. The next morning dawned gray and overcast, the kind of day that made everything feel heavier. Sarah's alarm buzzed at 6, and she groaned, fumbling to silence it. Daniel was still asleep, sprawled out with one leg dangling off the bed. She envied how easily he could tune out the world. By 7, Sarah was jogging her usual route around the outskirts of town. The trail was quiet, except for the crunch of her sneakers on gravel and the occasional chirp of birds. The air smelled damp, like it might rain later. As she rounded a bend, she slowed to a stop, her breath catching in her throat. There, just off the trail, stood a gravestone. It was simple, weathered gray, with no name or date etched into its surface. A single wildflower had grown beside it, leaning toward the stone like it was offering some kind of tribute. Sarah took a cautious step closer, her heart thudding in her chest. It looked old, out of place in the middle of the forest. "Probably a prank," she muttered under her breath, though her voice didn't carry the confidence she'd hoped for. Some bored teenager must have dragged it here as part of the town's weird fascination with the Evelyn Marrow legend. Still, something about the gravestone made her skin crawl. She knelt beside it, running her fingers along the rough surface. No name, no inscription, nothing to hint at who it might belong to. Just an eerie, cold feeling that seemed to radiate from the stone itself. Shaking her head, Sarah pulled out her phone and snapped a photo. She'd show Daniel later. Maybe he'd find it funny, or maybe he'd think it was creepy too. Either way, it felt wrong to leave without some kind of proof that she wasn't imagining things. The rest of her run passed uneventfully, but she couldn't shake the image of the gravestone from her mind. When she got back home, Daniel was in the kitchen, pouring cereal into a bowl. "You're up early," Sarah said, setting her phone on the counter. "Deadline," he replied, rubbing sleep from his eyes. "What about you? You look tense." Sarah hesitated. She didn't want to sound ridiculous, but the words tumbled out anyway. "I found a gravestone on the trail." Daniel raised an eyebrow. "A gravestone? Out there?" "Yeah, no name on it, just sitting there like it belonged." Daniel grinned. "Maybe it's Evelyn Marrow's. Spooky season, right?" Sarah rolled her eyes and swiped through her phone to show him the picture. But when she opened her gallery, the photo was gone. She frowned, scrolling back and forth. Nothing. "That's weird," she muttered. "I definitely took a picture." Daniel leaned over her shoulder, his expression half amused. "Sounds like you need more sleep. Or maybe the ghost didn't want to be photographed." Sarah laughed, but uneasily. Later, while Daniel buried himself in his work, she couldn't help glancing out the window at the woods beyond their yard. She swore she could see something faint and gray through the trees, though it disappeared every time she tried to focus on it. That night the wind picked up again, rattling the windows like an unwelcome guest. As Sarah stood brushing her teeth in the bathroom, a low, damp draft snaked through the house. It carried with it a faint, earthy smell like moss and freshly dug dirt. When they went to bed, Daniel fell asleep almost immediately. But Sarah lay awake, staring at the ceiling, feeling that same gnawing sensation from the night before. She dreamed of gravestones that night, rows and rows of them, stretching endlessly across the forest floor, all of them blank. And when she woke, the first thing she noticed was the fog. It had crept into the yard overnight, swirling like smoke beneath the pale morning light. And outside, just visible at the edge of the lawn, was another gravestone. The gravestone stood stark and ominous against the pale morning fog, leaning slightly as though it had been there for years. Sarah stood at the kitchen window, her mug of coffee trembling slightly in her hands. It was impossible to ignore now. She couldn't brush this off as a prank anymore, not when the gravestone was sitting in her backyard. Daniel wandered into the kitchen, rubbing his eyes. "Morning," he mumbled, heading straight for the coffee pot. "You're up early again. Couldn't sleep?" "I think you need to see this," Sarah said, her voice tight. She didn't look at him, her eyes glued to the gravestone outside. "What?" Daniel shuffled to the window, his mug in hand. "What are you—" He froze mid-sentence, his words hanging in the air. "Okay, that's weird," he said finally, blinking as if the sight might vanish. Sarah nodded. "I found one on my run yesterday, and now there's one here, in our yard." Daniel set his mug down and rubbed the back of his neck. "It's probably some kid screwing around trying to freak people out. This town loves their spooky legends." Sarah turned to him, her face pale. How would someone move that? It wasn't here yesterday, and now it's just there. Who would do that in the middle of the night without us hearing? Daniel didn't have an answer. He stepped outside, still in his pajamas, to get a closer look. Sarah followed hesitantly, wrapping her arms around herself against the chill. The gravestone looked identical to the one Sarah had seen on the trail. Weathered, gray, blank. Daniel crouched and touched its surface, jerking his hand back almost immediately. "It's cold," he muttered, frowning. "Like freezer cold." "That's not normal," Sarah said, taking a step back. "Nothing about this is normal," Daniel replied, straightening up. "We should report it to someone. The cops, maybe?" Sarah snorted, though there was no humor in it. "What are we going to tell them? That gravestones are magically appearing? They'll think we're crazy." The conversation was interrupted by the sound of voices rising from the neighbor's yard. Sarah and Daniel exchanged a glance before moving toward the fence. Their neighbor, Mrs. Cartwright, stood on her porch in her bathrobe, staring down at a gravestone identical to theirs. "Did you?" she stammered, pointing at it, her face pale and drawn. "Did you see who did this?" "No," Sarah said, her voice barely above a whisper. "We woke up and there was one in our yard, too." The old woman crossed herself, muttering something under her breath. I knew that witch's curse would catch up with this town someday." Before Sarah could respond, another voice called out, this time from across the street. Mr. Bellows, the retired postman, stood in his driveway, gesturing wildly toward a gravestone that had appeared on his property. By the time the sun was fully up, the entire neighborhood was in chaos. Gravestones had cropped up in nearly every yard, each one identical, each one unmarked. The residents gathered in the street, exchanging theories and accusations, but no one had any answers. The fog, thicker than Sarah had ever seen it, seemed to press against the edges of the town, muffling sound and dulling the morning light. "I think we need to leave," Sarah said quietly to Daniel, who stood beside her, his hands shoved deep into his pockets. "Where would we go?" he asked. "Anywhere. Just away from here." Daniel nodded, but didn't look convinced. As the townsfolk continued to argue and panic, Sarah noticed something out of the corner of her eye. A shadow moved at the edge of the fog, just beyond the tree line. It wasn't the flicker of a branch or the shape of an animal. It was upright, human-like, and still. When she turned to get a better look, it was gone. That night, the knocking began. The knocking was faint at first, just a light tap, tap, tap against the front door. Sarah stirred in bed, her mind fuzzy with the edge of sleep. At first, she thought she'd imagined it. Then it came again, louder this time. She sat up, her pulse quickening. Beside her, Daniel was still fast asleep, his soft breathing steady in the still room. She glanced at the clock on her nightstand, 2:13 a.m. The knocking didn't stop. It wasn't hurried or frantic, but steady, deliberate. Sarah's first thought was that someone needed help, but a cold dread crawled up her spine. Who would be out at this hour in the thick fog? She slipped out of bed, careful not to wake Daniel, and crept to the window overlooking the front yard. The fog was so dense now that she couldn't see beyond the porch light. Everything beyond was an opaque wall of swirling gray. She squinted, trying to make out a figure, but there was nothing. Just the sound of that persistent knock. Her stomach churned as she moved toward the door, her bare feet cold against the wooden floor. The house felt unnaturally silent, the kind of silence that pressed on your ears, making you hyper-aware of every sound. When she reached the front door, she hesitated. Her hand hovered over the doorknob as the knocking continued. Tap, tap, tap. Her breath hitched as she leaned forward, pressing her eye to the peephole. Nothing. The porch was empty. The knocking stopped. A sharp inhale caught in her throat, and she stumbled back, her heart hammering in her chest. Her hand flew to her mouth to stifle a gasp as she strained her ears, listening for any sign of movement. But the silence remained. She turned to retreat upstairs when the sound came again, this time from the back door. Tap, tap, tap. A chill ran down her spine as she froze in place. It wasn't possible. Whoever or whatever was outside had moved to the back of the house in complete silence. Her instincts screamed at her not to look, but her legs moved on their own. She shuffled toward the kitchen, the shadows stretching unnaturally across the floor as the moonlight filtered through the fog. The back door was glass, offering no hiding place from what lay beyond. As she approached, she could see the faint outline of the backyard. The gravestone was still there, its blank surface partially shrouded in mist. Beyond it, nothing moved. No sign of life, just the fog. And yet the knocking persisted. She reached the door and peered outside. For a moment, her breath caught. The fog had receded slightly, just enough to reveal the edge of the yard where the woods began. There, among the trees, she saw it. A shadow, tall and impossibly thin, standing motionless between the trunks. Its head was tilted as if watching her. Her stomach lurched, and she stumbled back from the door. When she blinked, it was gone, as though it had never been there at all. The fog began to seep against the glass, pressing like a living thing. Sarah backed away, her hands trembling as she grabbed the nearest object, a kitchen knife. The knocking stopped, replaced by silence so heavy it felt suffocating. A creak echoed through the house, this time from the upstairs hallway. Sarah turned toward the sound, clutching the knife tightly. Her eyes darted to the staircase. Shadows pooled at the top, flickering like candlelight. "Daniel?" she called out, her voice shaking. No response. And then came the sound of footsteps above her, slow, deliberate, and impossibly heavy. Sarah froze at the base of the stairs, her breath shallow. The footsteps above her continued, deliberate and unhurried, the sound of each step stretching into the silence like a taunt. Her grip tightened on the kitchen knife as she called out again, her voice trembling. "Daniel? Is that you?" No answer. Her legs felt like lead as she took a cautious step forward. She strained to listen, every muscle in her body coiled. The footsteps stopped abruptly, and the house fell into an unbearable stillness. She couldn't decide which was worse, the sound or the silence. A sharp bang at the front door made her whirl around, her heart nearly leaping out of her chest. This time the knock wasn't polite or steady. It was insistent, almost angry. She stepped back, her eyes darting between the door and the dark staircase above. Trapped between two unknowns, she turned toward the door. If it was someone, a person, maybe they needed help. She clung to that small hope as she approached, forcing her trembling hand to the doorknob. With a quick breath, she yanked the door open. There was no one there, but what she saw made her blood run cold. The fog had pulled back just enough to reveal the street beyond her yard. The gravestones had multiplied. They lined the sidewalks now, stretching down the road like silent sentinels. A cold wind swept past her, carrying the faint scent of damp earth and decay. She slammed the door shut and locked it, pressing her back against the wood as her mind raced. This couldn't be real. Gravestones didn't just appear out of nowhere. She glanced back toward the staircase, her pulse hammering. Whatever was upstairs, she couldn't face it alone. She bolted up the stairs, two at a time, throwing open the bedroom door. Daniel was still in bed, sprawled out with his arm draped over his face. She rushed to him, shaking him awake. "Daniel, get up," she hissed, her voice urgent. "Something's happening. There are gravestones everywhere, and I heard footsteps upstairs." Daniel groaned, rubbing his eyes. "What are you talking about, gravestones? It's the middle of the night." "Get up," she snapped, her voice sharp enough to make him sit upright. "I'm not crazy. Come look for yourself." Muttering under his breath, Daniel followed her downstairs. When she flung open the front door again, the gravestones were still there, now edging closer to their yard. The fog swirled thick and heavy around them, masking their bases as if the stones were growing up out of the ground. Daniel stared, his jaw tightening. "What the hell?" "I told you," Sarah whispered. "They're moving. Every time we sleep or turn our backs, they get closer." Daniel stepped out onto the porch, staring down the street. "How far do they go?" "I don't know," Sarah said. "But this isn't just us. The whole neighborhood is waking up." As if on cue, lights flickered on in the nearby houses. Voices echoed faintly through the fog, panicked and confused. Across the street, Mr. Bellows stood in his driveway, staring at the gravestones lining his yard. "We need to leave," Sarah said again, her voice trembling. Daniel hesitated, his eyes scanning the fog. "Leave? And go where? What if it's the same everywhere?" The ground beneath their feet felt unsteady, as though the very earth was shifting beneath them. Sarah grabbed Daniel's arm, pulling him back inside. "We have to try. If we stay, I don't think we'll make it through the night." As the door closed behind them, the fog outside seemed to pulse, pressing closer to the house. And among the gravestones, shadows began to gather. They were no longer standing still. The fog wrapped itself around the house, clinging to the windows and swallowing what little light spilled from the porch. Sarah paced the living room, gripping her phone tightly as she dialed the police for the third time. The line buzzed, static filling her ears before cutting off completely. She tossed the phone onto the couch, her hands shaking. "They're not answering," she said, her voice thin and cracking. "I can't get through to anyone." Daniel was at the window, staring out into the suffocating gray. The gravestones were closer now, unmistakably encroaching. The one that had been in their backyard earlier that morning was now only a few feet from their front porch. Beyond it, shadows moved with slow, deliberate steps, fading in and out of the fog. "They're just standing there," Daniel murmured, his breath fogging the glass. "Waiting." Sarah stopped pacing and turned to him. "Waiting for what?" He didn't answer. His hand tightened on the windowsill, his knuckles white. "We're not going to sit here and let this happen. Pack a bag. We're leaving." Sarah hesitated. The thought of stepping into the fog where those shadows roamed made her stomach churn. But what choice did they have? She nodded and hurried upstairs to grab what she could. clothes, a flashlight, their car keys. It all felt meaningless, but her hands moved on autopilot. When she came back down, Daniel was standing in the doorway, his own bag slung over his shoulder. "Ready?" he asked. "Ready as I'll ever be," she replied, though her voice betrayed her fear. They opened the front door together. The cold hit them first, damp and biting, followed by the overwhelming stench of earth and rot. The fog was thicker now, curling around their ankles and creeping up their legs as they stepped onto the porch. The gravestone nearest to them seemed taller, its surface glistening as though wet. "Stay close to me," Daniel said, his voice low. They moved down the steps, their flashlights cutting weak beams through the fog. The car was parked at the curb, barely visible in the haze. Sarah kept her eyes on the ground, unwilling to look too closely at the shapes shifting just out of view. "Almost there," Daniel muttered. The sound of footsteps froze them in place. Slow, shuffling and heavy, it came from behind them, closer than it should have been. Sarah's breath hitched as she turned her head, the beam of her flashlight trembling. A figure stood at the edge of the yard, partially obscured by the fog. It was human-shaped, but wrong. Too thin, its limbs too long. Its head tilted unnaturally to the side as if observing them. When the flashlight hit its face, Sarah stumbled back, a scream caught in her throat. It didn't have a face. Where its features should have been, there was only smooth, pale flesh. "Go!" Daniel shouted, grabbing her arm and pulling her toward the car. They sprinted the last few feet, Sarah fumbling with the keys as the figure began to move. It didn't walk so much as glide, its long limbs cutting through the fog like a predator stalking its prey. She threw herself into the passenger seat as Daniel started the engine, slamming the car into reverse. The tires spun uselessly for a moment before catching traction, and the car lurched backward. Daniel turned the wheel hard, aiming for the main road, but the fog was relentless. Every direction looked the same, the gravestones now scattered across the pavement like obstacles in a maze. "Where's the road?" Sarah cried, her voice breaking. Daniel gritted his teeth, his hands gripping the wheel. "It's here. It has to be." The car screeched to a halt as something slammed into the hood. Sarah screamed, the sound tearing from her throat, as the faceless figure crouched on the windshield, its empty face inches from the glass. It didn't move, its head tilted as if curious. Daniel floored the gas, swerving violently. The figure flew off, disappearing into the fog. But the road ahead was blocked. Gravestones jutted up from the asphalt like jagged teeth, and beyond them the faint outlines of more shadows began to appear. Everywhere they turned, the fog pressed closer. The road wasn't taking them anywhere. It only led them back to where they started. "We can't get out," Sarah whispered, tears streaming down her face. "We can't leave." Daniel slammed his fist on the steering wheel, his jaw clenched. "There has to be a way. There has to." The car sputtered, then died. The headlights flickered once before plunging them into darkness. From the fog, the knocking returned. This time it was on the car windows. The knocking on the car windows came from all sides now, rhythmic and deliberate, as if mocking their attempts to escape. Sarah gripped Daniel's arm, her knuckles white as her breathing grew shallow. The fog pressed in, muffling everything except for that relentless sound. "Don't look," Daniel whispered, his voice taut and trembling. "What do you mean, don't look?" Sarah hissed, her voice cracking. Her gaze darted toward the passenger side window, where a shadow loomed. She could barely make out its outline through the glass, its long, spindly limbs pressed against the car. It didn't move like a person. It twitched, jerking as though it was figuring out how to make its body work. Daniel turned the key in the ignition again, but the car only groaned in response, the engine refusing to turn over. "Come on," he muttered through gritted teeth. "Come on." The knocking stopped. A sudden silence fell over them, thick and suffocating. Sarah swallowed hard, her heart pounding in her ears. She glanced at Daniel, whose wide eyes were fixed on the windshield. "Daniel?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. "What are you—" He pointed. "Look." Sarah followed his gaze, her stomach twisting into knots. The fog outside the windshield had thinned, just enough to reveal what lay ahead. The graveyard was there, impossibly close, its gravestones now crowding the road. The iron gate that had once stood at its entrance was bent and broken, and beyond it, the rows of graves stretched endlessly into the distance. At the center of it all was a single massive gravestone towering above the rest. It bore a name this time, Evelyn Marrow. It's moved again, Sarah said, her voice trembling. It's right in the middle of town now. Daniel grabbed her arm, his face pale. We need to get out of the car. Sitting here isn't safe. Out there isn't safe either, Sarah snapped, panic rising in her chest. We don't even know what those things are. We'll head back to the house, Daniel said, his tone firm but shaky. We're too exposed out here. We need walls around us. Sarah's stomach churned at the thought of stepping back into the fog, but Daniel was right. The car was no sanctuary. She nodded reluctantly, her grip tightening on the door handle. On 3, Daniel said, his eyes locking with hers. We run straight for the house. Don't stop. Don't look back. Got it? Sarah nodded again. Though her legs felt like jelly, she wasn't sure if she could even move, let alone run. But the look in Daniel's eyes forced her to push past the fear. 1, he said, his voice low. 2, 3. They flung their doors open and bolted into the fog. The cold air stung Sarah's skin as she ran, her footsteps echoing hollowly against the pavement. Shapes flickered in the corners of her vision, but she didn't dare look. The fog seemed alive, shifting and curling as though trying to grab her. Behind her she could hear the sound of Daniel's heavy breathing. The porch light of their house flickered faintly through the haze, a beacon in the suffocating gray. Sarah's chest burned, her heart threatening to burst as she pushed herself harder. They reached the front door together, slamming it shut behind them. Daniel turned the lock, his chest heaving as he braced himself against the door. For a moment the only sound was their labored breathing. Then the knocking began again. It came from all sides this time, every door, every window. The walls seemed to vibrate with the force of it, as though the house itself was under siege. Sarah backed away, her hands over her ears. Why won't they stop? She cried, tears streaming down her face. Daniel grabbed her shoulders, forcing her to look at him. Listen to me. We need to figure out what this is, why it's happening. There has to be a way to stop it. Stop it? Sarah's voice rose in hysteria. How? Do you want to go out there and ask them nicely? Daniel's gaze flicked toward the bookshelf in the corner of the living room. The legend? Evelyn Marrow. There has to be something in the town records or books about her. Something we missed. The knocking grew louder, the sound now accompanied by the faint groan of wood under pressure. Sarah shuddered, glancing toward the window. Shadows pressed against the glass, their forms unnaturally tall and distorted. Daniel turned to her, his face pale but determined. If we don't figure this out, we're not going to survive the night. The knocking had become relentless, vibrating through the walls and floor like a terrible heartbeat. Sarah flinched with every sound, her fingers trembling as she helped Daniel pull books from the shelves. Dust puffed into the air as they tossed aside cookbooks, old almanacs, and tourist guides, looking for anything that might give them a clue about Evelyn Marrow and the curse that now surrounded them. There's got to be something, Daniel muttered, flipping through pages so quickly they tore. This town's obsessed with its history. Somebody must have written it down. Sarah's hands froze as she pulled a weathered leather journal from the bottom shelf. The cover was unmarked, but the pages inside were filled with faded ink, written in a cramped, spidery hand. She held it up to Daniel. What about this? He snatched it from her and skimmed the first few pages, his eyes narrowing. It's her diary, Evelyn Marrow's. Someone must have taken it after she died. The knocking paused, replaced by a deep, unnatural silence. The shift was worse than the sound. It felt deliberate, like the house itself was holding its breath. Daniel kept reading aloud, his voice low and urgent. They think they can take my land, my life, and not pay the price. But they will all pay. The bloodline of Ash Hollow will be mine, one by one. He stopped, glancing at Sarah. She cursed everyone in the town. This isn't just about us. Sarah gripped the back of a chair to steady herself. What does it mean? What are we supposed to do? Daniel flipped another page, his finger tracing the text. The curse will rise when the soil remembers. 100 years from now, the dead will reclaim the living. He looked up, his face pale. The graveyard. It's their way of taking the town back. Sarah's stomach twisted. But why now? Why us? Daniel turned another page and froze. On the 100th anniversary, the key lies with the one who carries my name. My blood is their salvation or their undoing. Sarah frowned, trying to make sense of the words. Her name, her blood? What does that mean? Daniel's expression darkened. It means someone in this town is related to her. The curse is tied to them. Before Sarah could respond, a loud crash came from the kitchen. The sound of splintering wood echoed through the house as something forced its way in. The silence shattered, replaced by a low, guttural moan that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "They're inside," Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible. Daniel grabbed her hand, pulling her toward the stairs. "We need to keep reading. There has to be a way to stop this." They fled to the bedroom, slamming the door shut behind them. Daniel shoved a dresser in front of the door while Sarah flipped through the diary, her hands shaking so badly she could barely turn the pages. The air grew colder, their breath visible in the dim light. "Here," Sarah cried, pointing to a passage. "The soil must be cleansed with fire. Only then will the dead return to rest." Daniel stared at her, his eyes wide. "Fire? What kind of fire? Do we burn the graveyard, the gravestones?" "I don't know," Sarah admitted, her voice cracking, "but it's the only clue we have." The door rattled behind them, the sound of nails scraping against wood. A deep, distorted voice came through the cracks, low and almost melodic. "Let us in." Sarah clutched the diary to her chest, her heart pounding. "We can't stay here. We have to go to the graveyard." Daniel shook his head. "That's insane. You saw what's out there." "It doesn't matter," she snapped. "If we stay here, we're dead anyway. At least out there we have a chance." The door began to splinter, a long crack running down its center. Daniel glanced at Sarah, then back at the door. He nodded, his jaw tightening. "Okay, let's do it." They grabbed the supplies they had, a lighter, a flashlight, and the diary, and climbed out the bedroom window onto the roof. The fog swirled below them, thick and pulsating as though alive. Shadows darted through the mist, their movements erratic and unnatural. Sarah gripped Daniel's hand tightly as they lowered themselves to the ground. The gravestones were closer now, crowding the yard and forming a path that led straight to the town square. At the center of it all, Evelyn Merrow's towering gravestone loomed like a monument to their impending doom. "We burn the soil," Daniel said, his voice steady despite the fear in his eyes. "We end this tonight." The fog thickened as Sarah and Daniel stumbled into the town square, their flashlights cutting weak beams through the suffocating gray. The graveyard now engulfed nearly everything. Rows of gravestones jutted from the pavement, cracking through asphalt, as though the ground itself was rejecting the town. The buildings around the square were barely visible, their shapes swallowed by the encroaching mist. At the center of it all stood Evelyn Merrow's gravestone. It towered above the others, its surface polished black and etched with strange, glowing symbols that seemed to pulse in time with the heavy silence. The ground around it was cracked and dark, oozing a slick, tar-like substance. "They're everywhere," Sarah whispered, her eyes darting to the shadows that lurked just beyond the reach of their flashlights. The figures were closer now, no longer content to linger at the edges. They moved with purpose, their long, twisted limbs gliding soundlessly through the fog. "Keep moving," Daniel said, his voice low but firm. He gripped Sarah's hand tightly as they made their way to the massive gravestone. The diary felt heavy in Sarah's backpack, its words echoing in her mind. The soil must be cleansed with fire. As they approached, the air grew colder, biting at their skin and cutting through their clothes. The symbols on Evelyn's gravestone flared brighter, casting an eerie green light that illuminated the surrounding fog. Sarah's stomach churned as the light revealed more shadows, dozens of them closing in. "We have to hurry," Daniel said, pulling the lighter from his pocket. He knelt near the base of the gravestone, his hands trembling as he tried to ignite the lighter. The flame sputtered once, then caught, casting a tiny circle of warmth in the freezing air. "What do we burn?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. She looked around desperately, her breath visible in the cold. "The gravestone? The ground?" Daniel opened the diary, flipping to the passage they'd found earlier. "It just says the soil. I think it means this," he said, pointing to the dark, tar-like substance seeping from the ground around Evelyn's gravestone. Sarah hesitated, her heart pounding. The air around the gravestone felt wrong, heavy with a presence she couldn't explain. But she nodded, grabbing a stick from the ground and dipping it into the black ooze. It came away coated in the slick substance, which clung to the wood like molasses. Daniel held the lighter steady, bringing the flame to the coated stick. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the ooze ignited with a sudden, violent flare, the flame burning green and gold. The light cast long, flickering shadows across the gravestones, and a low guttural roar echoed through the square. The ground trembled beneath their feet as the fire spread, licking at the base of Evelyn's gravestone. The tar-like substance hissed and bubbled, releasing a foul-smelling smoke that made Sarah gag. But the fire grew, spreading in tendrils across the ground, consuming the black ooze and sending plumes of green-tinged flames into the air. The shadows around them howled, their distorted figures writhing as if in pain. They began to retreat, dissolving into the fog. But the victory was short-lived. The ground cracked open with a deafening roar, splitting beneath the gravestone and revealing a gaping chasm of darkness. From the depths, a shape began to emerge, tall, gaunt, and unmistakably human. Evelyn Marrow. Her figure was skeletal, her face twisted into a mocking grin. Her hollow eyes glowed with the same eerie light as the gravestone symbols, and her long, bony fingers reached out toward Sarah and Daniel. "You think fire will stop me?" she hissed, her voice echoing unnaturally. "This town is mine." Daniel grabbed Sarah's arm, pulling her back. "We need to do something else. The fire isn't enough." Sarah's mind raced as she tried to remember the diary's warnings. "The bloodline," she said suddenly, her eyes widening. "She said her bloodline is the key. What if—" Before she could finish, Evelyn lunged toward them, her movements impossibly fast. Daniel shoved Sarah behind him, raising the burning stick as a feeble defense. The flame flared brightly, forcing Evelyn to recoil with a screech, but it didn't stop her for long. Sarah reached into her bag, her hands fumbling for the diary. Her fingers found the leather cover, and she pulled it out, flipping desperately through the pages. The firelight illuminated a passage she hadn't seen before, written in bold, jagged letters. "The bloodline must seal what the fire cleanses. Only then will the dead return to rest." She looked up at Daniel, her chest tightening. "It's not just fire. It's me. I think—" She hesitated, her voice faltering. "I think I'm part of her bloodline." Daniel's eyes widened. "What are you saying?" "I don't know how, but I think that's why this is happening now. It's my fault." Evelyn's skeletal grin widened as she turned her glowing eyes toward Sarah. "You cannot escape what you are," Evelyn hissed. "Join me and we will rule together." Evelyn Marrow's skeletal form loomed closer, her glowing eyes fixed on Sarah. The ground beneath them cracked and groaned, splitting further apart as the cursed fire spread. The fog writhed like a living thing, and the distant howls of the shadows grew fainter, retreating as the flames consumed the black ooze. Sarah's chest heaved as she clutched the diary to her chest. Her mind raced. If she truly was part of Evelyn's bloodline, then the curse was tied to her existence. She felt a sharp pang of guilt, but there was no time for self-pity. This wasn't just about her, it was about the entire town. "Sarah," Daniel shouted, his voice barely cutting through the chaos. "What does it say? What do we do?" She glanced down at the passage in the diary, her hands trembling. "The bloodline must seal what the fire cleanses." The words repeated in her head like a mantra. "Seal it. But how?" Evelyn's voice interrupted her thoughts, smooth and venomous. "You feel it, don't you? The power in your blood. You belong with me, child. You don't have to fight. Together we can remake this town in my image." Sarah's stomach churned, but she forced herself to stand tall. "You don't own me," she said, her voice steady despite the fear clawing at her throat. "This ends now." Evelyn's twisted grin faltered, and her glowing eyes narrowed. "You think you can defy me? Foolish girl." Before Sarah could react, Evelyn lunged toward her, skeletal fingers outstretched. Daniel moved instinctively, stepping between them and shoving Evelyn back with the burning stick. The flames licked at her bony form, and she shrieked, recoiling into the fog. "Do it now," Daniel shouted. "Whatever you have to do, do it." Sarah dropped the diary and knelt near the blackened soil where the fire raged. The words in the diary echoed in her mind, and something inside her clicked. She knew what she had to do. Her blood was the key, the final piece of the curse. She pulled the knife from her pocket, the one she'd grabbed in a moment of panic earlier. Her hand shook as she pressed the blade against her palm. "Sarah, what are you doing?" Daniel yelled, panic flashing across his face. "It's the only way," she said, her voice breaking. "It has to be me." Before she could second-guess herself, she dragged the blade across her palm, wincing as the sharp pain bit through her skin. Blood welled up, dripping onto the cracked earth below. As it hit the soil, the ground shuddered violently. The fire flared, rising in golden columns that illuminated the entire graveyard. Evelyn screamed, her voice piercing and inhuman. Her form began to dissolve, her bones crumbling into ash as the fire consumed her. "This isn't over," she shrieked, her voice fading into the void. "You cannot escape what you are." The ground beneath the gravestone split open, swallowing it whole along with Evelyn's remains. The fire roared one final time before extinguishing itself, leaving only smoldering embers in its wake. The fog began to lift, retreating into the trees like a tide pulling back from the shore. Sarah collapsed to her knees, her hand still bleeding as she clutched it to her chest. Daniel was at her side in an instant, wrapping his arms around her. "It's over," he whispered, his voice shaking. "You did it." She wanted to believe him, but a part of her wasn't so sure. As the smoke cleared, the gravestones remained, scattered across the town square like silent witnesses to the horror that had unfolded. The air was still heavy, the silence unnatural. The following morning, the residents of Ash Hollow emerged from their homes cautiously, their faces pale and drawn. The gravestones were still there, but the shadows were gone. The fog had vanished, leaving the town bathed in an eerie golden light. Sarah and Daniel watched from their porch as the townsfolk gathered in the square. No one spoke about what had happened. They didn't need to. The haunted looks in their eyes said enough. Sarah's hand throbbed as she unwrapped the makeshift bandage. The cut had stopped bleeding, but the scar it left behind was strange, twisted almost like a sigil. She traced it with her finger, her stomach sinking. That night, as she sat alone in the living room, Sarah glanced out the window. The fog was gone, but at the far edge of the woods, she thought she saw something familiar. A gravestone, just one, standing alone in the shadows. Her blood ran cold as she noticed the faint flicker of movement behind it. Something tall, something watching. The curse wasn't over. It had just found a new beginning. So this all started about 6 months ago when I stumbled upon something that I probably shouldn't have. I know it sounds stupid, but I was curious. I've always had this weird fascination with the dark web, not because I wanted to buy anything illegal, but more out of sheer curiosity, like a morbid fascination with the things people are capable of doing when they think no one's watching. I was on one of those forums, you know, the ones that people always tell you to avoid. There was this thread titled, "Properties You Won't Find on Zillow," and it had hundreds of comments. Most of them were obviously scams, photoshopped images of mansions supposedly being sold for dirt cheap, or descriptions of houses that sounded more like abandoned shacks. But one listing caught my eye. The title was simple: "House for sale, remote location, cheap, fully furnished." I know, right? Red flags everywhere. But the thing is, the post seemed different. It wasn't overly dramatic, and it didn't sound like someone was trying too hard. The description was straightforward. 3-bedroom house, fully furnished, includes all previous owners' belongings, remote location but with road access, internet and electricity available, price negotiable. There were a few grainy photos attached, which didn't really help sell the place, but I could tell it wasn't a complete dump. The house looked old, probably built in the early 1900s with a kind of Victorian vibe to it. The interior pictures showed a bunch of old furniture, a grand staircase, and an enormous mirror in the living room. The mirror was strange. It almost seemed out of place. I'll come back to that later. Against my better judgment, I clicked on the link that led me to some obscure marketplace I had never heard of. The listing was still up, with contact details for the seller. The price was ridiculously low, less than the cost of a new car. I don't know what possessed me to do it, but I contacted the seller. It was almost like I was being pulled in, like I needed to know more about this place. The seller responded within a few hours. He, or she, I never actually found out who I was talking to, was direct and to the point. They said the house had been abandoned for years after the previous owner had passed away, and that they were simply looking to get rid of it. They said something strange, though. Once you own it, it's yours. No going back. That should have been my cue to bail, right? But instead, it made me even more interested. I figured it was just some weird legal thing, like they didn't want any liability after selling the place. I was curious, excited even, about the possibility of owning this strange, forgotten house. We went back and forth a few times, and I managed to negotiate the price down even further. I think I got the place for less than what I paid for my last used car. The seller provided me with an address and said that the deed would be mailed to me once the payment was processed. I wired the money. Again, I know how stupid that sounds. And that was that. The next day I received an email with the coordinates of the property and some basic information about the house, including the lockbox code for the front door. The whole thing felt surreal, like it was some kind of elaborate prank. But I was too deep in to back out now. I was curious, and honestly, I couldn't wait to see this house in person, so I packed up a few essentials and made the drive. It was about a 4-hour trip from my place, mostly on back roads. The further I drove, the more isolated it got. Eventually, I found myself on a narrow dirt road that led deep into the woods. I checked the coordinates a few times to make sure I was in the right place. Sure enough, the road ended at a clearing, and there it was, the house from the photos. It looked exactly like it did online, but somehow older, more worn down. The paint was peeling and the windows were covered in a thick layer of grime. But it was definitely the same house. I parked the car and stepped out, feeling this strange mix of excitement and unease. The place had an atmosphere, like it was holding its breath, waiting for me. I walked up to the front door and punched in the lockbox code. It clicked open, and I pulled out the key. The door creaked as I pushed it open, and I was hit with the smell of dust and something else, something faint but unpleasant. It was like the house had been sealed up for years. The inside was just as I expected, old, with antique furniture that had seen better days. The grand staircase was impressive, and the place had a kind of faded elegance to it. But the most striking feature was the mirror. It was even larger than I thought, taking up most of one wall in the living room. The frame was ornate, with carvings that looked almost like faces if you stared too long. The glass was cloudy, like it hadn't been cleaned in years, but it still reflected the room well enough. I spent the first hour or so just exploring the place. Most of the rooms were empty, save for some random items left behind by the previous owner. Old books, dusty furniture, things like that. It was obvious no one had lived here in a long time, but everything felt so preserved, like the house was frozen in time. It was only when I started to unpack my things that I noticed something odd about the mirror. Every time I passed by it, I felt like there was something off about my reflection, like it was a split second behind me or something. At first I chalked it up to the warped glass, but the more I looked, the more it bothered me. There was also this weird sensation, like the air in the room was heavier when I was near the mirror. I didn't think too much of it at the time, but it was enough to make me avoid looking directly at it. I finished unpacking and decided to call it a night. I was exhausted from the drive and the excitement of the day, so I didn't want to overthink things. As I got ready for bed, I heard a noise from downstairs. It wasn't loud, more like a faint creaking, like someone was walking across the floor. I brushed it off as the house settling. After all, the place was old, and old houses make noises, right? But when I turned off the lights and lay down, I couldn't shake this feeling of unease. I kept hearing those creaks, and they seemed to be getting closer. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, that I was just tired, and my mind was playing tricks on me. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep because the next thing I knew, it was morning. When I went downstairs, everything looked normal, but there was something about the mirror that caught my eye. The surface seemed clearer, like someone had wiped away some of the grime. But that didn't make sense. I hadn't touched it. and then I noticed something that made me stop in my tracks. There was a handprint on the glass, faint but unmistakable. It wasn't mine. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, staring at that handprint, trying to rationalize it. Maybe it had been there all along, and I just hadn't noticed. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. That's when I realized that maybe this house wasn't as abandoned as I thought. The handprint on the mirror stayed with me, even as I tried to go about my day. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with this house, something beyond just its age and isolation. I tried to convince myself that the handprint was old, that maybe it was left there by the previous owner or even a worker who had been in the house years before. But the more I thought about it, the less sense that made. The house had been sitting empty for so long, and the handprint looked fresh, almost as if it had been made the night before. I decided to do some digging. The house came with a stack of old papers and documents, things that had probably belonged to the previous owner. They were stored in an old wooden trunk in one of the upstairs bedrooms. I hadn't gone through it before because it was heavy, and frankly, I hadn't been that interested in the house's history. But now, I felt like I needed to know more. The trunk was filled with all sorts of things: yellowed envelopes, faded photographs, brittle newspapers. There were even a few old journals, the kind with leather covers and thick, crinkly pages. I started flipping through them, hoping to find something that would explain what was going on. Most of it was mundane: lists of expenses, notes about the weather, descriptions of everyday life. But then I found a small, handwritten note wedged between the pages of one of the journals. It was dated March 1923 and was addressed to someone named Evelyn. The handwriting was neat but shaky, like the person writing it was in a hurry or nervous. The note read, "Evelyn, I don't know how much longer I can stay in this house. Every night I hear the footsteps. They start in the hallway and stop right outside my door. I thought it was just my imagination, but last night I saw it. The figure in the mirror. I thought I was dreaming, but I wasn't. It was there, in the glass, watching me. Please, if you ever come back, be careful. The mirror. It's not what it seems." The note ended abruptly, like the person writing it had been interrupted. I read it over and over, trying to make sense of it. It couldn't be a coincidence, could it? The footsteps, the mirror. It was exactly what I had experienced. But this note was nearly 100 years old. How could something like that still be happening? I put the note down and kept digging through the trunk. There were more journals, more letters, all of them hinting at strange occurrences in the house. But it was also vague, like the people writing them were too scared to put the details down on paper. It was frustrating, but it also made me feel less alone. Whatever was happening, it wasn't just me. Other people had experienced it too. I decided to check out the rest of the house more thoroughly, starting with the attic. The entrance was a small, rickety ladder in one of the upstairs bedrooms. I hadn't gone up there yet, mostly because I figured it would just be full of dust and cobwebs. But now, I felt like I needed to see everything. The attic was just as I expected: dark, musty, and filled with old furniture covered in sheets. But there was something else, too. In the far corner, partially hidden behind an old wardrobe, was another mirror. This one was smaller than the one in the living room, but it had the same ornate frame, the same strange carvings. The glass was even more clouded, like it hadn't been cleaned in decades. I moved closer, drawn to it despite the uneasy feeling in my stomach. As I got nearer, I noticed something strange. There were no reflections in the mirror. The attic should have been reflected in the glass, but it was just empty. Like the mirror was showing a blank space, nothing more. I reached out to touch it, half expecting my hand to go right through the glass. But it was solid, cold to the touch. I stood there, staring into the emptiness, feeling more and more unnerved. It was like the mirror was a window to nowhere, and the longer I looked, the more disoriented I felt. I backed away, deciding I'd seen enough. As I turned to leave, I thought I saw something move out of the corner of my eye. A shadow, quick and fleeting, darting across the attic. I spun around, but there was nothing there. Just the empty attic, the old furniture, and that damn mirror. I practically ran back down the ladder, slamming the attic door shut behind me. My heart was racing, and I felt this deep instinctual urge to get out of the house. But I forced myself to stay calm. I was being paranoid, right? It was just an old mirror, just an old house with creaky floors and weird noises. I'd been alone here for less than 24 hours, and already I was letting my imagination get the best of me. But then I heard it. Footsteps coming from the attic. Slow, deliberate, like someone was walking across the floor above me. I froze, listening as they moved from one end of the attic to the other, stopping directly above where I was standing. And then, silence. I don't know how long I stood there, waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. The house was quiet again, like it was holding its breath, waiting for me to make the next move. That was when I made a decision. I needed to leave. Not permanently, but just for a little while. I needed to clear my head, get some distance from whatever was happening in this house. Maybe I'd come back after a day or two. Maybe I wouldn't. But right then, all I wanted was to get away. I grabbed my car keys and headed for the door, barely remembering to lock it behind me. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something following me. But the road was empty, the house shrinking into the distance behind me. For the first time since I arrived, I felt a sense of relief. But that feeling was short-lived. When I got home, I found a package waiting for me. It was the deed to the house, just like the seller had promised. But there was something else too. A small, handwritten note, just like the one I'd found in the trunk. It read, "You can't leave. It's yours now." I crumpled the note in my hand, feeling a cold wave of dread wash over me. Whoever or whatever was in that house, it wasn't going to let me go that easily. I didn't go back to the house right away. In fact, I avoided even thinking about it for a couple of days. I kept the deed tucked away in a drawer, along with the note that had come with it, and tried to focus on my normal life. But that was easier said than done. The house was always there, lurking in the back of my mind, and I knew that eventually I would have to face whatever was going on there. After a few days, I convinced myself that I had overreacted. The footsteps, the mirrors, it was all just my imagination running wild in a new, unfamiliar place. It made sense that an old house would have its quirks, and maybe I had just let the whole dark web thing get to me. I mean, who wouldn't be a little freaked out by the idea of buying a house off some shady website? I decided to go back. This time I promised myself I'd be more rational, more grounded. I even brought along a few things to make the place feel more like home. A couple of books, a radio, and some groceries. I figured that if I made the house feel more lived in, it would lose some of its creepy atmosphere. The drive back was uneventful, and by the time I arrived, I felt more confident. The house looked the same as before, old and weathered, but nothing out of the ordinary. I stepped inside, bracing myself for that unsettling feeling I had experienced last time, but it wasn't there. The house just felt empty. I started unpacking, putting my things in the living room and trying to get comfortable. The mirror was still there, of course, but I avoided looking directly at it. I figured that if I ignored it, maybe it wouldn't bother me so much. Besides, I had other things to focus on, like getting the place cleaned up and figuring out what I was going to do with it. By the time evening rolled around, I had settled in enough to actually feel somewhat relaxed. I made myself a quick dinner and decided to read for a while before bed. I had brought a horror novel with me, Yeah, I know. Not the best choice given the circumstances, but it was one of my favorites, and I figured it might help take my mind off things. I was about halfway through the book when I heard it again. The creaking. This time it was coming from the hallway outside the living room. I froze, straining to hear any other sounds, but there was only silence. I tried to convince myself that it was just the house settling, that old houses make noises like that all the time. But then it happened again, louder this time, like someone was deliberately stepping on a loose floorboard. I put the book down and stood up, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't want to investigate, but I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep if I didn't. I grabbed a flashlight from my bag and slowly made my way to the hallway. The floorboards creaked under my feet, but there was no other sound. The house was silent, just like before. I checked the rooms one by one, but there was nothing out of place. Everything was exactly as I had left it. The only thing that seemed different was the atmosphere. It was heavier, more oppressive, like the air was thicker somehow. It was making it hard to breathe, hard to think clearly. When I finally made it to the staircase, I hesitated. The attic door was still shut, just as I had left it, but something about it seemed wrong, like it was daring me to come closer. I stood there for a long time, trying to work up the courage to go upstairs, but I couldn't do it. Instead, I turned and headed back to the living room, hoping that whatever was in the attic would stay there. But as I passed the mirror, I saw it again, the handprint. This time it was clearer, like someone had pressed their hand against the glass just moments before. And then I noticed something else. A faint outline of a figure standing just behind my reflection. It was so faint that I almost didn't see it, but once I did, I couldn't look away. I spun around, but the room was empty. There was no one there, no sign of anyone else in the house. I turned back to the mirror, but the figure was gone, leaving only the handprint behind. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. It had to be a trick of the light, or maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. I backed away from the mirror, not daring to look at it again. I needed to get out of the house, at least for a little while. Maybe I could stay at a hotel or even just sleep in my car for the night. Anything to get away from whatever was happening here. As I reached for the door, I heard it again. Those footsteps coming from the hallway this time. They were slow and deliberate, like someone was walking towards me. I didn't wait to find out who or what it was. I yanked the door open and ran to my car, not stopping until I was safely inside with the doors locked. I sat there in the driver's seat, breathing heavily and staring at the house. It was just a house, I told myself, just a place made of wood and brick. But the longer I sat there, the more I felt like I was being watched, like something was waiting for me to come back inside. I didn't leave that night. Instead, I stayed in the car, keeping the engine running and the lights on, trying to figure out what to do. I couldn't just abandon the house. It was mine now, whether I liked it or not. But I also couldn't ignore what was happening. Something was in that house, something that didn't want me there. The hours passed slowly, and eventually, exhaustion took over. I must have dozed off at some point because the next thing I knew, it was morning. The house looked different in the daylight, less menacing, more like the old, forgotten place it was supposed to be. But I knew better now. Whatever was in that house, it wasn't going to just go away because I wanted it to. I had a choice to make. Either I could leave and never look back, or I could go back inside and face whatever was waiting for me. But before I could decide, something caught my eye. A figure standing in the upstairs window, looking down at me. It was only there for a moment, just long enough for me to see it before it disappeared. But that moment was enough to make up my mind. I wasn't leaving. Not yet. I was going to find out what was really going on in that house, no matter what it took. I spent the rest of the day in town, wandering aimlessly through stores and grabbing coffee at a small diner. I needed time to think, to process what I had seen. But no matter how hard I tried to distract myself, My thoughts kept drifting back to the house and the figure I'd seen in the window that morning. I knew it wasn't just my imagination. Something was in that house, and it wanted me to know it. As the afternoon wore on, I realized that avoiding the house wasn't going to solve anything. If I was ever going to have any peace, I needed to confront whatever was in there. I don't know where the sudden burst of courage came from. Maybe it was the frustration of feeling like a prisoner to my own fear, but by the time the sun started to set, I had made up my mind. I was going back. The drive to the house felt different this time. There was no more lingering doubt about what I had experienced. I knew something was wrong with that place, something unnatural. But I also felt a strange sense of determination, like I was on the verge of uncovering a secret that had been buried for too long. When I arrived, the house was bathed in the orange glow of the setting sun. It looked almost peaceful, but I knew better. I grabbed a flashlight and my phone and headed inside, locking the door behind me as if that could somehow keep out whatever was already in there with me. The first thing I did was check the mirror. The handprint was still there, smudged but unmistakable. I stared at it for a long time, trying to shake the feeling that it was watching me, that it was aware of my every move. But the mirror remained silent, just a piece of glass in a wooden frame. I forced myself to look away and focus on what I had come to do. I decided to start with the attic. I had avoided it long enough, and I knew that if there were answers to be found, they would be up there. I grabbed the ladder from the closet and set it up under the attic door, my heart pounding in my chest as I reached up to pull the cord. The door creaked open, revealing a dark, narrow space above. I hesitated, the weight of the silence pressing down on me. But then I steeled myself and climbed up, one rung at a time. The attic was just as I remembered it, dusty, cluttered, and filled with the scent of old wood and forgotten memories. But this time, something was different. The air was colder, and there was a stillness that made my skin crawl. I scanned the room with my flashlight, taking in the covered furniture and the old mirror in the corner. It looked just like the one downstairs, but somehow it felt more sinister, like it was a twin with a darker purpose. The light from my flashlight flickered as I approached it, and for a moment I thought I saw something move within the glass, a shadow, quick and indistinct. I stopped, unsure of what to do next. I could feel the presence in the attic, like a weight pressing down on me, but it was invisible, just out of reach. I took a deep breath and moved closer to the mirror, determined to confront whatever was hiding in its depths. As I stood in front of it, I noticed something odd, a small round object resting on the floor just in front of the mirror. It was covered in dust, but when I picked it up, I realized it was an old key, heavy and ornate, like something out of a Victorian novel. The metal was cold against my skin, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it was important, that it was somehow connected to the mirror and whatever was trapped inside it. I pocketed the key and turned my attention back to the mirror. The glass was cloudy, but as I wiped away some of the dust, I saw it again, the faint outline of a figure standing just behind my reflection. This time it didn't disappear when I turned around. It stayed there, motionless, as if waiting for something. I forced myself to stay calm, to not look away. I couldn't see the figure clearly, just a vague shape like a person made of shadows. But I knew it was watching me, aware of my every move. I raised my hand slowly, pressing it against the glass where the handprint had been, and the figure mirrored my movements, placing its hand against mine from the other side of the mirror. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. The air was thick with tension, and I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure began to fade, dissolving into the glass until there was nothing left but my own reflection staring back at me. I pulled my hand away, shaking, and took a step back. I didn't know what had just happened, but I knew it wasn't over. The house wasn't going to let me go that easily, and whatever was in that mirror wasn't finished with me yet. I left the attic in a daze, barely aware of my surroundings as I made my way back downstairs. I didn't stop until I was standing in front of the large mirror in the living room, the one that had started all of this. It looked the same as always, but I knew better now. There was something inside it, something that was waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. I took the key out of my pocket, turning it over in my hands as I tried to figure out what it was for. It felt important, like it was the missing piece of a puzzle I hadn't yet figured out. But what did it unlock? And why was it left in the attic, right in front of the mirror? As I stood there lost in thought, I heard it again, the footsteps. This time they were louder, more distinct, coming from the hallway behind me. I turned, my heart racing, but the hallway was empty. The footsteps continued, moving closer until they stopped right at the entrance to the living room. I held my breath, waiting for something to happen, but there was only silence. Then, slowly, the door to the hallway began to close on its own, the wood groaning as it moved. I watched, frozen, as the door shut with a soft click, leaving me alone in the room with the mirror. It was then that I realized the truth. I wasn't alone in the house. I never had been. Whatever was in the mirror, whatever had left that handprint, it was with me, and it wasn't going to let me leave. The key in my hand suddenly felt heavier, like it was pulling me towards something, urging me to find out what it unlocked. I didn't know what I was going to find, but I knew I had to follow the trail to uncover the truth that had been hidden in this house for so long. With one last glance at the mirror, I made my decision. I was going to find out what the key unlocked, and I was going to face whatever was waiting for me, no matter what it took. Because this wasn't just about a haunted house anymore. It was about something much bigger, something that had been trapped in that house for far too long, and it was time to set it free. The key felt like it was burning a hole in my pocket as I stood in the center of the living room, staring at the mirror. I couldn't shake the feeling that it was leading me somewhere, pushing me toward something I needed to uncover. The figure in the attic, the footsteps, the handprint. It was all connected, and the key was the final piece of the puzzle. I took a deep breath and started searching the house, trying to figure out where the key might fit. I began in the obvious places: old chests, locked drawers, anything that looked like it might have been left behind by the previous owner. But every lock I tried either didn't fit the key or had been left unlocked long ago. Frustration was starting to set in when I remembered the basement. I hadn't spent much time down there, mostly because it was dark and cold and filled with the kind of creepy old junk that basements tend to accumulate over the years. But now, it seemed like the most likely place for something important to be hidden. I grabbed the flashlight and made my way down the narrow, creaking stairs to the basement. The air was damp and musty, and the walls were lined with shelves cluttered with dusty jars, rusty tools, and other forgotten odds and ends. The only light came from a single dim bulb hanging from the ceiling, casting long shadows that seemed to move on their own. I scanned the room, my flashlight sweeping over the shelves and the old cobweb-covered furniture. And then I saw it, an old wooden door at the far end of the basement, half hidden behind a stack of rotting boxes. I hadn't noticed it before, but now it seemed to draw me in like it was waiting for me. I pushed the boxes aside and stood in front of the door. It was small, almost like it had been built for a child, and the wood was dark and worn, with deep grooves that looked like they had been made by something sharp. There was a lock on the door, an old brass padlock that looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. My hands were shaking as I pulled out the key and slid it into the lock. It fit perfectly, and with a soft click, the padlock opened. I hesitated for a moment, then pulled the door open. The space beyond was even darker than the basement, and the air was thick with the smell of damp earth. My flashlight flickered as I stepped inside, revealing a small, narrow room lined with wooden beams. It looked like it had been used as some kind of storage space, but there was nothing inside, just bare walls and a dirt floor. And then I saw it. At the far end of the room, there was a small, round object resting on the ground. It was another mirror, this one much smaller than the others, with a simple, unadorned frame. The glass was clear, but there was something strange about it, something that made me feel like I was being pulled toward it. I approached the mirror slowly, my flashlight casting eerie shadows on the walls. As I got closer, I could see my reflection in the glass, but something was off. My reflection didn't look quite right, like it was staring back at me with a different expression, one that didn't match my own. I knelt down in front of the mirror, my heart pounding in my chest. I knew I should look away, but I couldn't. My reflection seemed to be moving on its own, its eyes locked on mine as if it was trying to tell me something. And then, slowly, it began to change. The face in the mirror wasn't mine anymore. It was older, with hollow cheeks and dark circles under the eyes. The eyes themselves were different too, darker, with a look of deep sadness and fear. I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized I was looking at the face of someone else, someone who had been trapped in this house long before I ever came here. The figure in the mirror opened its mouth, and though no sound came out, I understood what it was saying. Help me. I reached out to touch the glass, but the moment my fingers brushed the surface, the mirror cracked. A thin, jagged line ran down the center of the glass, splitting the reflection in two. I pulled my hand back, but it was too late. The crack was spreading, webbing out across the mirror until it shattered completely, the pieces falling to the floor with a soft clatter. For a moment, I just stared at the broken glass, my mind racing. The figure was gone, but the feeling of being watched, of not being alone, was stronger than ever. I stood up, backing away from the mirror, my flashlight flickering as the darkness seemed to close in around me. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I turned and ran out of the room, slamming the door shut behind me. I didn't stop until I was back upstairs in the living room, the sound of my own breathing the only thing I could hear. The house was silent, but I knew that the presence was still there, lingering just out of sight. It wasn't just in the mirrors. It was in the walls, in the floors, in the very air I was breathing. And now, it was awake. I looked around the living room, at the large mirror on the wall, and I knew what I had to do. I couldn't leave things the way they were. Whatever was in this house, whatever had been trapped here for so long, needed to be released. But how? That's when I remembered the note I had found in the trunk, the one from the previous owner, the one warning about the mirror. The words came back to me now, clearer than ever. The mirror. It's not what it seems. It wasn't just a warning. It was a clue. I grabbed the flashlight and walked back over to the large mirror, feeling a strange sense of resolve. I had the key in one hand, and in the other, I held a shard of glass from the broken mirror downstairs. I pressed the shard against the surface of the large mirror, watching as a thin crack began to form. The mirror resisted at first, as if it didn't want to break. But I pressed harder, the glass digging into the surface until the crack began to spread. I heard a faint, almost imperceptible sound, a whisper, like a sigh of relief, as the mirror shattered, the pieces falling to the floor around me. The air in the room changed immediately, like a weight had been lifted. The oppressive atmosphere that had filled the house since the moment I arrived was gone, replaced by a sense of calm that was almost unsettling in its suddenness. I stood there for a long time, staring at the broken glass, waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. The house was quiet, really quiet. For the first time since I had arrived. It was over. Whatever had been trapped in the mirrors, whatever had been haunting this house, was finally free. I don't know how long I stood there, but eventually I started to clean up the glass, carefully picking up the shards and placing them in a box. I didn't want to leave any trace of the mirrors behind, not after everything that had happened. As I finished cleaning, I caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye. A faint reflection in one of the remaining pieces of glass, but when I turned to look, it was gone, leaving only my own reflection staring back at me. I left the house that night, locking the door behind me one last time. The key was still in my pocket, but I knew I didn't need it anymore. The house was empty now, just a house, nothing more. I drove away, feeling a strange mix of relief and sadness. I had wanted answers and I had found them, but at a cost I hadn't expected. The house had its secrets and I had uncovered them, but in the end I realized that some things are better left buried. I haven't been back since. I sold the house cheap to someone who didn't ask too many questions, and I never told anyone what really happened there. Some things are better left unsaid, and some stories are better left untold. But every now and then, I catch a glimpse of my reflection in a mirror, and I wonder, just for a moment, if something is still there watching me from the other side, and then I turn away telling myself it's just my imagination. But deep down, I know the truth. Some mirrors are more than just glass, and some houses never really let you go. And I'll always wonder, when I look into a mirror, if the reflection staring back at me is really mine. I'll be honest, I never imagined I'd find myself on the dark web. I mean, I'm not exactly a tech-savvy guy, just your average dude who's seen one too many hacker movies. But curiosity got the better of me, and before I knew it, I was elbow deep in the hidden corners of the internet, scrolling through endless pages of weird, unsettling content. It was like a morbid fascination I couldn't shake off. One night, after a couple of beers, I stumbled upon a chat room that seemed fairly innocuous at first. The description was vague, something like deep thoughts. I figured it was just a place where people discussed philosophy or something along those lines. But the deeper I got into the chat, the stranger it became. The first few messages were your typical existential rants, but then things started to take a weird turn. People were sharing experiences that didn't just border on the paranormal, they practically dove headfirst into it. I thought it was all just role-playing, some kind of twisted storytelling game that people on the dark web indulged in for kicks. I mean, who would believe this stuff, right? Then, this guy with the username GhostWalker started messaging me directly. His messages were weirdly personal from the start, almost like he knew me, but it was the third message that really caught me off guard. Your dad was always into these kinds of things, wasn't he? That was his exact message. I just stared at it for a minute, trying to process what I was seeing. My dad passed away about 5 years ago. He wasn't the type to dabble in anything even remotely related to the dark web. He was a quiet, reserved man who kept to himself, worked a steady job, and made sure I didn't get into trouble growing up. So naturally, I replied, "Who are you?" His response was instant. "An old friend of your father's. We used to talk about this stuff all the time. I'm surprised he never mentioned me." I was more confused than ever. My dad had a few close friends, but they were all normal, everyday guys. None of them were into anything weird like this, but GhostWalker was persistent. He started dropping bits of information about my dad, his childhood nickname, the make and model of his first car, the time he broke his arm at 16. These were details that only someone who knew my dad personally would have been aware of. I felt a strange mixture of curiosity and unease. It wasn't like this was public information. It was stuff even I barely remembered. Things my dad would mention in passing during one of those rare moments when he opened up about his past. Still, I thought this had to be some kind of elaborate hoax. Maybe someone had hacked into our old family records or something. It didn't make sense, but nothing else did either. I asked him how he knew my dad, trying to keep my tone casual even though my fingers were trembling as I typed. GhostWalker was vague, just saying they'd known each other through mutual interests. He didn't elaborate, which only made me more uneasy. I decided to test him, asking about the time my dad took me fishing when I was 10. It was one of my favorite memories, just the two of us on a small lake, spending the entire day in a tiny boat. My dad was patient, showing me how to cast the line, how to bait the hook just right. It was one of those rare father-son bonding moments that stuck with me, but it was nothing special. Definitely not something I expected a stranger to know about. GhostWalker's response came back almost immediately. "You mean the time you caught that huge bass, but you got so excited you almost tipped the boat over? Your dad had to grab you by the back of your jacket to stop you from falling in?" I nearly dropped my phone. There was no way he could have known that. No way. My dad and I never talked about that trip with anyone. It was just our thing, a shared memory we'd joke about whenever the subject of fishing came up. That's when I started to feel the first hints of real fear. I didn't want to believe this guy, but the more he typed, the more convinced I became that he wasn't just some random troll. He knew too much, too many personal details that no one outside of my immediate family could have known. I asked him why he was reaching out to me now, and his reply was even stranger. There are things your father never told you, things you need to know. I can help you understand who he really was. That's when it hit me. My dad had always been a bit of an enigma. He was a good man, a great father, but there were aspects of his life he never talked about. I always assumed he just didn't have anything interesting to share. Now this stranger was suggesting otherwise, implying that my dad had secrets, that there was more to him than I ever realized. But the more I thought about it, the more it scared me. What if this ghost walker guy wasn't who he claimed to be? What if he was dangerous? The dark web wasn't exactly known for its reputable characters, and I had just let one into my life. One who seemed to know way too much about me and my family. I didn't respond to his last message. Instead, I logged out of the chat room and shut my laptop, trying to shake off the feeling that I had just opened a door to something I couldn't close. I thought about telling someone, maybe a friend, but what was I supposed to say? That some guy on the dark web claimed to know my dead dad? It sounded insane, even to me. For the next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about Ghostwalker and the things he knew. I tried to push it out of my mind, telling myself it was just some elaborate prank, but I couldn't let it go. The curiosity was gnawing at me, and deep down, I was scared of what I might find out if I went any further. But there was one thing I knew for sure. I wasn't done with Ghostwalker, not yet. After that first night, I tried my best to move on. I really did. But the thing about curiosity is, once it's sparked, it's almost impossible to extinguish. I kept replaying that conversation in my head. The things Ghostwalker had said, the details he knew. It was like an itch I couldn't scratch, an unresolved mystery that gnawed at me during the quiet moments of the day. I started having trouble sleeping. I'd lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my mind racing with questions. Who was this guy? How did he know my dad? And more importantly, what were these supposed secrets he claimed my dad had kept from me? The logical part of my brain told me to let it go, to chalk it up to some weird internet troll who had done a bit of digging. But the other part, the part that had never fully processed my dad's death, kept whispering that maybe, just maybe, there was something more to all of this. A few days later, I couldn't take it anymore. I needed answers, even if they led nowhere. So, against my better judgment, I reopened my laptop, logged back into the dark web, and navigated to that chat room. As I scrolled through the messages, I saw that Ghostwalker had left me a few more. Didn't mean to scare you off. I understand if you're hesitant. Just think about it. I can help. There was no malice in his words. Nothing overtly threatening, but something about the way he phrased things made my skin crawl. Still, I couldn't deny the pull I felt to respond. I needed to know more. All right, I typed. I'm listening. What do you want from me? His response was quick, almost like he had been waiting for me. I want to tell you the truth about your father. He was involved in things that you would never believe. But before I can do that, I need you to trust me. Trust? That was a big ask, especially from some faceless stranger on the dark web. But the weird thing was, despite my reservations, a part of me wanted to trust him. Or maybe it was just that I wanted to believe there was more to my dad's life than I knew. What do you mean? I replied, trying to keep my tone neutral. What was he involved in? Ghostwalker's response was unsettlingly cryptic. There were parts of his life that he kept hidden, not just from you, but from everyone. Things that, if revealed, would change the way you see him forever. That sent a chill through me, and I hesitated before typing back. didn't he tell me? He was trying to protect you, Ghostwalker replied. But now that he's gone, I think it's time you know the truth. You deserve to know who your father really was. The more he said, the more I felt a mix of dread and intrigue building up inside me. My dad had always been a quiet, private man, but I had never suspected there was anything more to him than what he showed to the world. I had always thought that was just his nature, reserved, introspective. But what if there was something deeper, something he had deliberately kept hidden? I asked Ghostwalker what he meant, pressing him for details. What are you talking about? What was he hiding? There was a long pause before Ghostwalker responded, and for a moment, I thought he might have logged off. But then the message popped up on my screen. Your father was involved in something much bigger than you can imagine. It's not something I can explain in a few words. If you're serious about learning the truth, I need you to meet me in person. I felt a jolt of anxiety at the thought. Meet him? In person? That was way more than I had bargained for. The idea of meeting some random guy from the dark web sent every alarm bell in my head ringing. I'd seen enough horror movies to know how those stories ended, and none of them were good. But before I could think of a response, he sent another message. I know you're hesitant, but trust me when I say that this is the only way. Your father trusted me. If you really want to understand, you need to do the same. I hesitated, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. This was a huge leap, one I wasn't sure I was ready to take. But then, a part of me, the part that had been missing my dad every single day since he passed, was desperate for any connection to him, even if it came from someone like Ghostwalker. I took a deep breath and typed, "Where and when?" He responded almost immediately, as if he knew I'd agree. There's a diner on the outskirts of town, the one near the old train tracks. Meet me there tomorrow at 8 p.m. I'll be sitting in the back booth. I stared at the screen, a million thoughts racing through my mind. This was crazy. Meeting a stranger from the dark web in some random diner. It sounded like the start of one of those true crime stories that end with a body being found in a ditch. But despite my better judgment, I found myself agreeing. Okay, I typed, my hands shaking slightly. I'll be there. As soon as I hit send, I felt a wave of doubt crash over me. What was I getting myself into? I had no idea who this person was, no way of knowing if he was telling the truth, or if he even was who he claimed to be. But it was too late to back out now. Ghostwalker's final message before he logged off was short and simple. You won't regret this. I logged off as well, feeling a strange mix of anticipation and dread. The next 24 hours were going to be the longest of my life. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was about to step into something I wasn't prepared for, something that could change everything I thought I knew about my dad. But the thing was, I couldn't turn back now. I had to know the truth, whatever it was, even if it meant confronting a past that my dad had tried to keep buried. The day of the meeting dragged on, each hour slower than the last. I went through the motions of my usual routine, but my mind was anywhere but on the tasks at hand. Every time I glanced at the clock, it felt like time had barely moved, yet the impending meeting loomed closer with each tick of the second hand. By the time evening rolled around, I was a bundle of nerves. I kept questioning my decision to go through with this. Was I really about to meet some stranger who claimed to know my dad? What if this was all some elaborate setup? Or worse, what if this Ghostwalker guy really did know something about my dad that I wasn't ready to hear? But no matter how many times I considered backing out, something kept pushing me forward. Maybe it was the part of me that still grieved for my dad, the part that never got to say a proper goodbye. Or maybe it was just the nagging curiosity, the need to understand who my dad was outside of being my father. Whatever it was, it got me into my car that evening and driving toward the diner Ghostwalker had mentioned. The diner was an old, run-down place that looked like it hadn't seen a proper renovation in decades. It sat at the edge of town, where the buildings thinned out and gave way to stretches of empty land and abandoned railway tracks. The neon sign flickered weakly, casting a dim, sickly glow over the parking lot. There were a few cars scattered around, but the place looked almost deserted. I parked my car and just sat there for a minute, gripping the steering wheel as I tried to steady my nerves. The reality of what I was about to do hit me like a ton of bricks. I could still turn back, drive away, and forget this whole thing ever happened. But as much as I wanted to, I couldn't bring myself to do it. I needed answers, even if they weren't the ones I wanted. With a deep breath, I stepped out of the car and headed toward the diner. The bell above the door chimed as I walked in, the sound echoing through the nearly empty space. The place smelled like old grease and coffee, a comforting but slightly off-putting combination that reminded me of late-night road trips and greasy spoon breakfasts. There were only a few patrons scattered around, mostly older folks nursing cups of coffee and plates of pie. I scanned the room, looking for the back booth Ghostwalker had mentioned. Sure enough, there it was, tucked away in the dimmest corner of the diner, far from the few flickering lights. Sitting in the booth was a man who looked to be in his late 40s, maybe early 50s. He had a worn, weathered look about him, like someone who had seen more than his fair share of hard times. His hair was graying at the temples and deep lines creased his face. But his eyes were sharp, almost too sharp, like he was constantly evaluating everything around him. As I approached, he looked up and met my gaze. There was something unsettling in his eyes, something that made me want to turn and walk out of that diner without another word. But I forced myself to keep moving forward, reminding myself why I was here. "You must be Ghostwalker," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. He nodded, gesturing for me to sit down. "I prefer to go by Mark, but yes, that's me." I slid into the booth across from him, my heart pounding in my chest. Up close, Mark was even more intimidating. There was a quiet intensity about him, like he was someone who knew more than he let on. And yet there was something oddly familiar about him too, something I couldn't quite place. "You look just like him," Mark said after a moment, his voice low and gravelly. "Your father, I mean. You've got his eyes." I wasn't sure how to respond to that, so I just nodded. "You said you knew my dad. How exactly did you two meet?" Mark leaned back in his seat, studying me for a moment before answering. "Your father and I crossed paths a long time ago, before you were even born. We were both, let's just say we were involved in some things that most people wouldn't understand. He was a good man, but he had his reasons for keeping certain parts of his life hidden, even from you." I swallowed hard, trying to process what he was saying. What kind of things? What was he involved in? Mark hesitated, like he was weighing how much to tell me. "Your father had a knack for getting into situations that were complicated. He was a problem solver, but the problems he dealt with weren't the kind most people encounter. They were dangerous and often required him to make choices that others wouldn't understand." "What kind of choices?" I pressed, feeling a knot form in my stomach. Mark sighed, rubbing a hand over his face. "The kind that involved other people's lives, their safety. Your dad wasn't just the quiet man you knew at home. He had a whole other side to him, a side that dealt with things most people would prefer to pretend don't exist." His words hung heavy in the air, and I found myself struggling to comprehend what he was saying. My dad, the man who taught me how to ride a bike and helped me with my homework, had been involved in something dangerous, something that had required him to make life or death decisions. "I don't understand," I said quietly. "Why would he keep that from me, from my mom?" Mark gave me a long, steady look. "Because he loved you both more than anything. He didn't want to drag you into the world he was part of. He wanted to keep you safe, to protect you from the things he dealt with." I felt a lump rise in my throat. My dad had always been protective, but I had never imagined it was because of something like this. What exactly was he protecting us from? Mark glanced around the diner, as if making sure no one was listening. Then he leaned in closer, his voice barely above a whisper. Your father was involved in some very dangerous work. It's not something I can explain fully here, but let's just say it involved people who weren't exactly on the right side of the law. People who had a lot to lose and who would stop at nothing to keep their secrets hidden. I stared at him, trying to make sense of what he was saying. Are you telling me my dad was some kind of criminal? Mark shook his head quickly. No, nothing like that. He wasn't one of them, but he was involved with them in a way. He was trying to make things right, to fix problems before they got out of hand. But in doing so, he made some powerful enemies. The weight of his words settled on me, and I felt a chill run down my spine. My dad had always been a good man, a man who did what was right. But now I was being told that he had been part of something dangerous, something that had forced him to keep secrets from his own family. Why are you telling me this now? I asked, my voice trembling slightly. Why didn't he tell me himself? Mark looked down at the table, a shadow passing over his face. Your father didn't want you to carry the burden of his past. He wanted you to have a normal life, free from the dangers he faced. But now that he's gone, well, there are things you need to know, things that might affect you whether you like it or not. I felt a growing sense of dread in the pit of my stomach. What do you mean? Mark sighed, leaning back in his seat again. There are people out there who might come looking for you, thinking you know something. Or they might want to use you to get to what your father left behind. You need to be careful to watch your back. I was stunned. This was too much to take in, too much to process all at once. My dad, the man who had always been my rock, had been living a double life, one that had now put me in danger. I felt like the ground had been ripped out from under me, like everything I thought I knew about my life had been turned upside down. Is there anything else I need to know? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Mark looked at me with a mixture of pity and regret. There's more, but it's not something I can tell you all at once. It's too much, but you need to be careful. There are things out there, people who won't hesitate to hurt you if they think it will get them what they want. I nodded numbly, not sure what else to say. The shock of everything was still sinking in, and I knew I'd need time to process it all. But one thing was clear, my life had just changed in a way I could never have imagined. Mark slid a piece of paper across the table to me. Here's my number. If anything strange happens, anything at all, call me. And remember, trust no one. I took the paper, my hand shaking slightly as I slipped it into my pocket. As I stood to leave, Mark gave me one last serious look. Your father was a good man, but he had his demons. Now those demons might come for you. Be ready. I left the diner in a daze, my mind spinning with everything I had just learned. The night air was cool, but I barely felt it as I walked to my car, my thoughts consumed by the revelation of my father's hidden life. I had gone looking for answers, but all I had found were more questions. As I drove home, the reality of what Mark had told me started to sink in. My dad had been involved in something dangerous, something that had put not just him, but possibly me in harm's way. And now I was left to pick up the pieces, to try and make sense of a life that had been lived in the shadows. I didn't know what was going to happen next, but one thing was certain. This was far from over. The drive home was a blur. The hum of the car engine faded into the background as my thoughts spiraled. I kept replaying the conversation with Mark, trying to piece together the fragments of information he'd given me. It felt like I was holding a puzzle with too many missing pieces, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't make sense of the picture. When I finally pulled into my driveway, the familiar sight of my small suburban house did little to calm my nerves. The warm glow from the porch light usually made me feel safe, but tonight it felt like a spotlight, exposing me to dangers I couldn't see. I hurried inside, locking the door behind me out of instinct, and leaned against it, trying to gather my thoughts. The house was quiet, too quiet, the kind of silence that makes you aware of every creak and groan of the floorboards. I found myself jumping at the slightest noise, my nerves on edge from the conversation with Mark. I wanted to believe that I was just being paranoid, but the truth was, everything he'd said had gotten under my skin. The idea that there were people out there who might be after me because of my dad's past. It was like stepping into a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. I decided to do something I hadn't done in years. I went to the closet in my dad's old study, the one room in the house that had remained mostly untouched since he passed. My mom couldn't bring herself to pack up his things, and I had always felt the same. But now, standing there in the dim light, I felt a strange compulsion to dig through his belongings, to find some clue that might make sense of what Mark had told me. The study smelled faintly of my dad's aftershave, a scent that brought back a flood of memories. I ran my fingers along the dusty shelves, past old books and knickknacks that had been part of my dad's life long before I was born. Everything in this room was so familiar, yet now it all felt different, like I was seeing it through a new lens. I pulled out a few boxes from the closet, ones I hadn't looked through since we first moved them there after the funeral. They were filled with the usual stuff, old photos, paperwork, some of my dad's old tools. But as I dug deeper, I found a small, locked metal box that I didn't recognize. It was heavy, with no markings on it to indicate what it might contain. My heart raced as I examined the lock. It was old, and it didn't take much to pry it open with one of my dad's screwdrivers. Inside, I found a stack of documents and a few items that looked out of place among my dad's usual things. There were old newspaper clippings, a couple of photographs of people I didn't recognize, and a small, worn, leather-bound journal. The journal caught my attention immediately. It looked ancient, the pages yellowed with age, and the leather cover was cracked and faded. My hands trembled as I opened it, revealing pages filled with my dad's handwriting, neat, precise, but with an edge of urgency that I'd never seen before. The entries in the journal were dated years before I was born, from a time in my dad's life that I knew little about. The first few pages were normal enough. Details about his day-to-day life, work, and some mentions of friends I'd never heard of. But as I read further, the tone of the journal shifted. My dad started writing about things that made my blood run cold. He mentioned people who were following him, strange encounters with men who seemed to know too much about him. He wrote about being pulled into situations that he hadn't wanted any part of, but couldn't escape. The more I read, the more I realized that my dad had been living in constant fear, always looking over his shoulder, always waiting for the other shoe to drop. One entry, dated about a year before I was born, stood out from the rest. My dad wrote about a job he had taken, one that had gone horribly wrong. He didn't go into detail, but he mentioned being involved with people who had too much to lose. The job had put him in their crosshairs, and he knew that he couldn't walk away without consequences. That was when the entries became more erratic. My dad wrote about feeling trapped, about trying to protect my mom and me from the fallout of his decisions. He never mentioned exactly what he had done or who these people were, but it was clear that whatever he had been involved in, it was dangerous. Dangerous enough that he had spent the rest of his life trying to shield us from it. As I read the last few pages, my heart sank. My dad's final entry was short, almost like he had written it in a hurry. If anything happens to me, if they find me, I'm sorry. I hope you never have to read this. I closed the journal, feeling a heaviness settle in my chest. The reality of what I had just read was overwhelming. My dad had spent his life keeping us safe from a world I hadn't even known existed, and now I was being dragged into it, whether I liked it or not. But as much as I wanted to turn away from it all, I couldn't. This was my dad's life, his legacy, and now it was my burden to carry. I needed to understand what he had been involved in, who these people were, and why they might still be a threat to me. That night, I barely slept. I kept the journal close, reading and rereading the entries, trying to piece together the puzzle of my dad's life. The more I read, the more I realized that Mark hadn't been exaggerating. My dad had been in deep, and whatever he had been involved in was far from over. The next morning, I knew what I had to do. I needed to meet Mark again, to get more answers. But this time, I wasn't going in blind. I was going to find out the truth, no matter what it took. I pulled out the piece of paper with Mark's number, staring at it for a long moment before finally dialing. The phone rang twice before he answered. "I was wondering when I'd hear from you," Mark said, his voice calm, almost as if he had been expecting my call. "We need to talk," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "There's more I need to know." "I figured you'd say that," Mark replied. "There's a lot more you need to know, but it's not going to be easy to hear. Are you sure you're ready for this?" I hesitated, thinking about everything I had just discovered. My dad's journal, the secrets he had kept, the danger that still seemed to linger like a dark cloud over my life. I wasn't sure if I was ready, but I knew I didn't have a choice. "I'm ready," I said, more confidently than I felt. "Tell me everything." Mark was silent for a moment, and I could almost hear the gears turning in his head. "All right," he finally said, "but this time we're not meeting in a diner. This conversation needs to happen somewhere more private." "Where?" I asked, my heart pounding in my chest. "There's a park on the edge of town near the old church. Meet me there at dusk. We'll talk then." I agreed, and after hanging up, I spent the rest of the day on edge, unable to focus on anything but the meeting. I kept thinking about my dad, about the life he had lived in secret, and the dangers that had followed him even after death. There was a part of me that wanted to turn back, to pretend none of this was real, but I couldn't ignore it anymore. The truth was out there, and I was determined to find it. As dusk approached, I drove to the park Mark had mentioned, the sky turning a deep shade of purple as the sun dipped below the horizon. The park was deserted, the only sounds the rustling of leaves and the distant hum of traffic. It was a quiet, peaceful place, but the sense of unease that had been growing inside me all day wouldn't go away. I parked the car and walked toward the old church, my footsteps echoing on the empty path. The church was an old stone building, its walls covered in ivy, and its steeple casting a long shadow over the park. There was something both beautiful and eerie about it, a reminder of a past that refused to fade away. Mark was waiting for me near the church, leaning against a tree with his arms crossed. He looked up as I approached, his expression unreadable. "You came," he said, his tone neutral. "I need to know the truth," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. Mark nodded, pushing himself off the tree and motioning for me to follow him. "Then let's take a walk. There's a lot we need to discuss." We started walking down the path, the silence between us heavy with unspoken words. I could feel the tension in the air, like we were on the edge of something big, something that would change everything once it was revealed. "I've read some of my dad's journal," I said after a few moments, breaking the silence. "He mentioned being involved with some dangerous people. He didn't go into details, but it sounds like he was in over his head." Mark nodded, his expression serious. "Your dad got involved with the wrong people at the wrong time. It wasn't his fault, but once he was in, there was no getting out. He did what he had to do to protect you and your mom, but it cost him more than you'll ever know." "What kind of people were they?" I asked, my heart pounding. Mark glanced at me, his eyes dark. "People who operate in the shadows, who deal in secrets and lies. They're not the kind of people you'd ever want to cross. But your dad didn't have a choice. He got pulled in, and once he was in, they had him under their thumb." I felt a chill run through me. "Are they still after me?" Mark was silent for a moment before he finally spoke. "They're always watching, always waiting. But as long as you keep your head down, stay out of their way, you'll be fine. Your dad did everything he could to make sure of that." We continued walking in silence for a while, the weight of his words pressing down on me. I wanted to ask more, to demand answers to the countless questions swirling in my mind, but I knew that Mark would only tell me what he thought I needed to know. He was careful, calculated, just like my dad had been. Finally, Mark stopped and turned to face me. "There's one more thing you need to understand," he said, his voice low and serious. "Your dad kept those secrets to protect you. But now that you know the truth, you're part of that world, whether you like it or not. It's up to you how you handle it." I looked at him, my mind racing. What do I do now? Mark's expression softened slightly, and for the first time I saw a hint of sympathy in his eyes. You live your life. You be careful. You keep your head down. And you don't go looking for trouble. If anything happens, anything at all, you call me. But most importantly, you remember that your dad loved you and everything he did to keep you safe. I nodded, feeling a lump rise in my throat. This wasn't the life I had wanted, the legacy I had imagined inheriting. But it was the one my dad had left for me, and now it was up to me to carry it forward. We stood there for a moment, the silence between us heavy with understanding. Finally, Mark gave me a small, reassuring nod and turned to leave. Take care of yourself, he said over his shoulder. And remember, you're not alone. As I watched him walk away, disappearing into the shadows of the park, I realized that my life would never be the same. The truth about my dad had changed everything, and now I had to find a way to live with it. I turned back toward the church, the weight of my dad's secrets pressing down on me. But as I looked up at the old stone building, I felt a strange sense of peace. My dad had done everything he could to protect me, and now it was my turn to honor his memory, to live the life he had fought so hard to give me. And as I walked back to my car, the darkness of the night closing in around me, I knew one thing for certain. I would do whatever it took to keep his legacy alive. The weeks that followed were some of the most surreal of my life. The weight of everything I had learned hung over me like a dark cloud, casting a shadow over my every thought. I tried to go back to my normal routine, work, friends, the everyday things that had always anchored me, but nothing felt the same. Every corner I turned, every unfamiliar face in a crowd, left me with a sense of unease. The world felt different now, as if I was seeing it through a different lens. But through it all, I kept my dad's journal close. I read it over and over, trying to understand the man who had been both a loving father and someone who had lived a life filled with secrets and danger. The journal became my connection to him, a way to bridge the gap between the father I knew and the man I was only just beginning to understand. The more I read, the more I realized that my dad had been caught in something far bigger than I had initially grasped. The names he mentioned, the events he described, they painted a picture of a man who had been walking a tightrope between two worlds, constantly trying to protect his family from the fallout of choices he had been forced to make. One entry in particular stood out to me. It was dated just a few months before he passed away, and it was different from the others, less about the dangers he faced and more reflective. He wrote about me, about how proud he was of the person I had become, and how he wished he could have been more open with me about his life. But he also wrote about the fear that had haunted him, the fear that one day his past would catch up to me. I hope you never have to deal with the things I've been through, he wrote. But if you do, know that I did everything I could to keep you safe. You're stronger than you realize, and I believe in you. Whatever comes, you'll face it with the same courage I've always seen in you. Those words stayed with me, providing a strange sort of comfort. It was as if my dad was speaking to me from beyond the grave, reassuring me that, despite everything, he had faith in me. And that was enough to give me the strength to keep moving forward, even when the weight of his secrets threatened to pull me under. Despite the newfound clarity the journal provided, I couldn't shake the feeling that there were still things I didn't know, pieces of the puzzle that were missing. Mark had been helpful, but I sensed that he was holding back, that there was more to the story than he had let on. But I also knew that pressing him for answers could be dangerous, that it might draw unwanted attention. So I did what my dad would have wanted. I tried to live my life, to keep my head down, and to stay out of trouble. I avoided the dark web, stayed away from anything that might drag me back into that world, and tried to focus on the things that mattered, my family, my friends, and the future I wanted to build. But even as I tried to move on, I couldn't escape the sense that something was still lurking in the shadows. It was a subtle feeling, a quiet unease that crept into the corners of my mind when I least expected it. Every now and then, I'd catch a glimpse of a figure in a crowd, or I'd notice a car that seemed to be following me a little too closely, and I'd wonder, were they connected to my dad's past? Or was it just my paranoia playing tricks on me? One evening, about a month after my last meeting with Mark, I was out for a walk in the neighborhood. It was a cool, crisp night, the kind that made you feel alive with the sharpness of the air. I had taken to these walks lately, finding solace in the quiet streets and the rhythmic sound of my footsteps on the pavement. It was one of the few things that helped clear my mind. As I rounded the corner near my house, I noticed something that made me stop in my tracks. Parked a few houses down was a car I didn't recognize, a dark, unmarked sedan that seemed out of place in our suburban neighborhood. The windows were tinted, making it impossible to see inside, and the engine was running, its low hum barely audible in the stillness of the night. I stood there for a moment, debating whether to approach the car or keep walking. My heart started to race, and I could feel the old fear bubbling up inside me, the fear that had been my constant companion since I learned the truth about my dad. Was this just a coincidence, or was it something more? Was I being watched, or was my imagination getting the better of me? Before I could decide what to do, the car's headlights flicked on and it slowly pulled away from the curb. I watched as it drove down the street, its taillights disappearing around the next corner. I stood there, my heart pounding in my chest, until the sound of the engine faded into the distance. I didn't sleep much that night. The sight of that car, the possibility that someone might be watching me, brought all my fears rushing back to the surface. I wanted to believe it was nothing, just a random car on a random street, but deep down I knew better. The past had a way of catching up to you, no matter how hard you tried to outrun it. The next day I called Mark. I hadn't spoken to him since our last meeting, but I knew I needed to tell him about the car, about the feeling that something wasn't right. When he answered, his voice was calm, but I could sense the underlying tension. "I had a feeling you'd call," he said. "Tell me what happened." I explained everything, trying to keep my voice steady as I described the car, the way it had seemed to be watching me. Mark listened quietly, and when I finished, there was a long pause on the other end of the line. "You did the right thing by calling me," he finally said. "I'm not going to lie to you. There's a chance that car was connected to your dad's past, but it's also possible it was nothing. Either way, you need to stay alert. Don't do anything that might draw attention to yourself, and keep an eye out for anything unusual." "What should I do if it happens again?" I asked, my voice tinged with fear. "If it happens again, call me immediately," Mark replied. "And if you feel like you're in danger, don't hesitate to get out of there. Your safety is the most important thing." I thanked him, and we hung up, but the unease lingered long after the call ended. I knew Mark was right. I needed to stay vigilant, to be aware of my surroundings. But I also knew that living in constant fear wasn't sustainable. I couldn't spend the rest of my life looking over my shoulder, waiting for the past to catch up with me. In the days that followed, I tried to find a balance. I went about my life as normally as I could, but I kept my guard up, paying attention to anything that seemed out of place. I avoided the dark web entirely, and I made sure to vary my routines, not wanting to be predictable. But no matter how hard I tried to move on, the feeling of being watched never fully went away. Then one evening, as I was locking up the house before bed, I found an envelope slipped under my front door. My heart raced as I picked it up, the weight of it heavy in my hands. The envelope was plain, unmarked, with no return address. I hesitated for a moment before tearing it open, my fingers trembling. Inside was a single sheet of paper, with a short, handwritten note. The handwriting was unfamiliar, but the message was clear. "Stay away from Mark. He's not who you think he is. Trust no one." I stared at the note, my mind racing. Who had sent this? And why were they warning me about Mark? The questions swirled in my head, but there were no answers, only more confusion and doubt. I had trusted Mark, believed that he was helping me uncover the truth about my dad. But now I wasn't so sure. I knew I had a choice to make: confront Mark about the note, or heed the warning and cut ties with him. It was a decision that weighed heavily on me, but in the end I realized that I couldn't live in fear forever. I needed to take control of my life, to make my own decisions, even if it meant walking away from the one person who seemed to have answers. The next morning I called Mark one last time. When he answered, I could hear the concern in his voice. "I found a note," I said, my voice steady. "It warned me to stay away from you." There was a long pause on the other end of the line, and when Mark finally spoke, his voice was calm, almost resigned. "I figured this might happen. There are people out there who don't want you to know the truth, who want to keep you in the dark. But I've done everything I can to protect you, just like your father did. The rest is up to you." I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of his words. "I appreciate everything you've done, Mark, but I think it's time for me to move on. I need to figure things out on my own." Mark didn't argue, didn't try to convince me otherwise. "I understand," he said quietly. "If you ever need me, you know where to find me. Just remember, trust yourself. Your dad believed in you, and so do I." With that, we said our goodbyes, and I hung up the phone, feeling a strange mix of relief and sadness. I had walked away from the only connection I had to my dad's past, but I knew it was the right decision. I couldn't keep living in the shadows, constantly looking for answers that might never come. It was time to let go, to move forward with my life. In the weeks and months that followed, I focused on rebuilding, on finding a sense of normalcy. The fear and uncertainty gradually faded, replaced by a quiet resolve. I kept my dad's journal as a reminder of the man he was, of the life he had lived to protect me. But I also knew that I couldn't let his past define my future. I never saw Mark again, and the strange incidents, the car, the note, slowly became distant memories, faded echoes of a time when my life had been turned upside down. But through it all, I held on to the lessons I had learned, the strength I had discovered in myself. Life went on, and so did I. I found peace in the knowledge that my dad had done everything he could to protect me, and in the end, that was all that mattered. The secrets, the dangers, they were part of his story, not mine, and while they had shaped who I was, they didn't have to dictate who I would become. As I moved forward, I knew that I would always carry my dad's legacy with me, a quiet strength that would guide me through whatever challenges lay ahead. But I also knew that I had my own path to walk, one that would lead me away from the shadows and into the light. And that, more than anything, was the truth I had been searching for all along. It all started about a year ago when I made a mistake that I'm still paying for. I'm not a reckless person by nature, but desperation has a way of clouding your judgment. I was in a tough spot financially, like really tough. The kind of situation where every single day is a balancing act between bills, rent, and just trying to survive. My job at the time wasn't cutting it, and despite countless applications and interviews, nothing else was panning out. I had maxed out my credit cards, borrowed from friends, and even sold off some personal stuff to stay afloat. But it wasn't enough. Then, in a moment of sheer panic, I did something incredibly stupid. I had heard about the dark web, mostly from urban legends and horror stories, but I never thought I'd find myself actually digging through it. I wasn't looking for anything illegal, just some way, any way, to get some quick cash. That's when I stumbled upon a forum that seemed different. It wasn't flashy, no creepy images or cryptic messages, just a plain old thread with a title that read, "Need money?" No credit check, no collateral, instant approval. I knew it was shady, of course I knew, but I was desperate. I clicked on the thread and scrolled through the comments. People were talking about how they'd received thousands of dollars within minutes, no questions asked. It sounded too good to be true, but desperation has a way of making you ignore the obvious red flags. At the bottom of the thread, there was a contact link. I hesitated for a long time before clicking it, but in the end, I did. It led me to a simple form where I had to fill in my name, email, and the amount I wanted to borrow. I typed in $5,000, a ridiculous sum, but one that would clear my immediate debts and give me some breathing room. After submitting the form, I sat there staring at the screen, half expecting nothing to happen. But within minutes, my phone pinged with a notification. I checked my bank account, and there it was, $5,000, just like that. No approval process, no confirmation email, just the money sitting in my account. For a few days, I was on cloud nine. I paid off my debts, caught up on my bills, and even treated myself to a few things I hadn't been able to afford in a long time. But that high was short-lived. About a week later, I received an email from a sender simply named Collector. The email was short and to the point. Your repayment terms have begun. Details will follow. No signature, no contact information, just that one ominous line. I felt a knot form in my stomach. I hadn't really thought about the repayment terms when I borrowed the money. There hadn't been any fine print or contracts, just the instant cash. I figured there would be some interest or penalties if I was late, but nothing too extreme. 2 days later, I got another email. This time, it had an attachment, a PDF file titled Terms. I opened it and my heart sank. The document was several pages long, detailing the repayment schedule and penalties for missing payments. But the interest rate was the part that made my head spin, 100% compounded weekly. It was an astronomical figure, one that would turn my $5,000 debt into an insurmountable sum within a matter of months. Panicking, I tried to reply to the email, asking for more reasonable terms, but my message bounced back. There was no way to contact the collector directly, no way to renegotiate. I felt like I was drowning. The next few weeks were a blur of anxiety and dread. I made the first payment on time, but it barely made a dent in the balance. The second payment was even harder to scrape together. By the third, I was completely tapped out. And that's when the emails started getting more frequent, more urgent. Payment due in 24 hours. Failure to comply will result in further action. I didn't have the money. I couldn't make the payment. And that's when things started getting really weird. It started small, a knock at the door late at night with no one there when I checked. My mail began to go missing, or I'd find it scattered across the front lawn. One morning I woke up to find my car had been keyed. Deep, jagged scratches that spelled out a single word. Pay. I was being watched, that much was clear, but by who or what, I had no idea. The next email came with instructions. If I couldn't pay, I'd have to perform certain tasks to work off the debt. The tasks were strange, but not dangerous at first. I was told to deliver a package to an address across town, no questions asked. Then I had to leave an envelope full of cash in a locker at the bus station. These were the kinds of things you'd expect in a crime thriller, not in real life. But I did them, because I had no choice. The emails were always watching, always waiting for me to slip up. As the weeks passed, the tasks grew more unsettling. I was told to break into an abandoned house and take photos of the inside. Another time I was instructed to follow a man around the city, taking notes on his movements. I had no idea what I was involved in, but I was in too deep to back out. The fear of what might happen if I refused was enough to keep me compliant. Then came the day I received a task that made my blood run cold. I was to pick up a package from a specific location and deliver it to an address I didn't recognize. The instructions were clear. Under no circumstances was I to open the package. The delivery was to be made at midnight, and I was to leave it on the doorstep without knocking. This was the first time I truly feared for my life. What if the package contained something illegal? What if I was caught? I knew I was being watched, so there was no way I could refuse. I did as I was told. But the whole time, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was sealing my fate. As I drove away from the drop-off point, I received a text message from an unknown number. "Good job, your debt is almost paid." That should have been a relief, but instead, it felt like a death sentence. Almost paid wasn't good enough. I needed out. The next day I tried to go to the police, but as soon as I mentioned the dark web and the money I had borrowed, they shut me down. They said there was nothing they could do, that I was lucky I hadn't been scammed out of my money entirely. I left the station feeling more alone than ever. I tried to ignore the emails after that, but the collector wasn't having it. The tasks became more frequent, more dangerous, and the threats more explicit. I was caught in a web of fear with no way out. I had borrowed $5,000 and it had cost me my peace of mind, my sense of security, and maybe soon, my life. But this is just the beginning. What happened next made me wish I'd never heard of the dark web, never borrowed that money, and never underestimated the lengths people will go to when they're owed a debt. After that last delivery, things went quiet for a while. I thought, maybe naively, that I was finally in the clear. The text message I had received had said my debt was almost paid, and I clung to that word almost like it was my lifeline. I was hoping that if I just kept my head down and did as I was told, this nightmare would eventually end. But as I should have expected by now, it wasn't going to be that simple. About a week after the midnight delivery, I received another email. This one was different from the others. There was no task, no threats, just a single line of text. "It's time we met in person." I can't begin to describe the sheer terror that ran through me when I read those words. I had been dreading this moment, fearing the day when this faceless collector would finally step out of the shadows. Up until now, they had been a ghost, someone I could pretend wasn't real if I tried hard enough. But meeting in person, that meant they were real, and worse, that they knew where to find me. The email included a time and place, a small cafe on the outskirts of town, the kind of place you only go if you're trying to avoid attention. I was supposed to be there at 10 p.m. and I was told to come alone. There was no mention of what would happen if I didn't show up, but by now I knew better than to ignore their demands. The day of the meeting, I was a wreck. I couldn't focus on anything at work, my mind racing with all the possible scenarios. Were they going to hurt me? Was this a trap? Or worse, was this just the beginning of something far more sinister? I considered not going, but I knew that would only make things worse. So, with a pit in my stomach and my nerves shot, I headed to the cafe that night. When I arrived, the place was almost empty. A couple of people sat at the counter, sipping coffee and minding their own business. I scanned the room, looking for someone who might be waiting for me, but no one stood out. I was about to take a seat when a man in a dark suit approached me. "You're here," he said, his voice calm and cold. I nodded, unable to find my voice. He was tall, with a lean build and sharp features. His eyes were hidden behind a pair of tinted glasses, which somehow made him even more intimidating. He gestured to a booth in the corner and I followed him over, sitting down across from him. "I've been watching you," he said, as if it was the most normal thing in the world. "You've been doing well so far, but we have some unfinished business." I swallowed hard, trying to keep my hands from shaking. I thought my debt was almost paid. He smiled, a thin, humorless smile that sent a chill through me. "Almost, but not quite. You see, the money you borrowed came with certain expectations. You've met some of those expectations, but there's more work to be done." I didn't dare ask what kind of work he meant. I already knew it wasn't going to be anything good. "Here's how this is going to work," he continued. "You'll be given a final series of tasks. Complete them, and your debt will be considered repaid in full. Fail, and, well, I'm sure you understand the consequences." He slid a small envelope across the table to me. I hesitated before picking it up, my hands trembling as I did. Inside was a piece of paper with an address written on it. No instructions, no details, just an address. "You'll go there tonight," he said, leaning back in his seat as if the conversation was over. You'll find everything you need when you arrive. I trust you'll make the right decisions." I nodded, my throat too dry to speak. Without another word, he stood up and left the cafe, leaving me alone in the booth with the envelope clutched in my hand. I sat there for a long time, trying to process what had just happened. This wasn't just about money anymore. It felt like I was being dragged deeper into something much darker, something I didn't fully understand. After what felt like an eternity, I forced myself to leave the cafe and head to the address. It was in a part of town I wasn't familiar with, an old industrial area that had seen better days. The buildings were mostly abandoned, their windows broken, and their walls covered in graffiti. The streetlights were few and far between, casting long shadows across the cracked pavement. The address led me to a rundown warehouse at the end of a narrow alley. I could see a faint light coming from inside, and as I approached, I noticed that the large metal door was slightly ajar. Every instinct in my body was telling me to turn around and run, but I knew I couldn't. I had to see this through, no matter how much I wanted to escape. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The warehouse was mostly empty, save for a few crates and broken-down machinery. In the center of the room was a single wooden chair, and sitting on the chair was a small black duffel bag. My heart pounded as I approached it, my mind racing with all the possible horrors that could be inside. When I reached the chair, I hesitated for a moment before unzipping the bag. To my relief, it wasn't anything dangerous, at least not immediately. Inside the bag were several stacks of cash, neatly bound together with rubber bands. There was also a small burner phone with a single contact saved on it, labeled only as "Contact." I stared at the phone, dreading what I knew I had to do next. This wasn't just about delivering packages or taking pictures anymore. This was something much bigger, and I was right in the middle of it. But I had no choice. I had come too far to back out now. With shaking hands, I picked up the phone and dialed the number. It rang only once before a voice on the other end answered. "Good, you found the package. Now listen carefully." The voice was the same as the man from the cafe, calm, cold, and devoid of any emotion. He gave me instructions for my next task, one that made my stomach drop. I was to deliver the bag of cash to another address, but this time I wasn't to leave it at the door. I was to go inside, meet the person waiting for me, and hand it over directly. "You'll know him when you see him," the voice said before hanging up. I was left standing in that empty warehouse, clutching the phone and the duffel bag, trying to summon the courage to go through with it. I didn't want to meet this person. I didn't want to know what I was involved in, but I had no choice. I was trapped, and the only way out was to keep going forward. The new address was in an even rougher part of town, and by the time I got there, it was well past midnight. The building was an old, dilapidated apartment complex, the kind where the elevators haven't worked in years and the stairwells smell like urine. I climbed the stairs to the third floor, the bag of cash feeling like a lead weight in my hands. When I reached the apartment, I hesitated before knocking on the door. My heart was pounding so loudly, I was sure whoever was inside could hear it. After what felt like an eternity, the door creaked open, and I was met with a pair of cold, unblinking eyes. The man who opened the door was nothing like I expected. He was old, maybe in his late 60s, with thin white hair and a hunched posture. He looked frail, like he could barely stand, but there was something in his eyes that told me he was far more dangerous than he appeared. "You're late," he said, his voice raspy but firm. I didn't know what to say, so I just handed him the bag. He took it without a word, opened it, and began counting the money with surprising speed. When he was done, he nodded once and motioned for me to leave. "Tell them it's done," he said before closing the door in my face. I stood there for a moment, stunned by how anticlimactic the whole thing had been. I had expected something more, something terrifying or violent, but instead it was just this old man counting money in a dingy apartment. But as I walked back down the stairs, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't the end. There was something more going on, something that I was only just beginning to glimpse. When I got back to my car, I used the burner phone to call the number again. The same voice answered, and I told him what the old man had said. "Good. You're almost there," the voice replied. "But there's one more thing you need to do." I knew it. I knew this wasn't over yet. And as the voice on the other end of the line began to explain my final task, I realized just how deep I had gotten myself into this mess. This last task was different, more personal, more dangerous. It wasn't just about delivering money or packages anymore. This was something that could change everything, and that's when I knew there was no going back now. I spent the entire drive home trying to make sense of what had just happened. The old man in the apartment, the cold voice on the phone, the never-ending tasks. None of it made any sense. It was like I was living in some twisted version of reality where every move I made was being controlled by someone else. And now, with this final task looming over me, I felt like I was on the edge of a cliff, with no idea how far the fall would be. When I got home, I barely slept. I kept thinking about that last phone call, the one where the voice told me about the final task. I hadn't gotten many details, just that it was something I needed to do quickly and discreetly. The voice didn't give me an address this time. Instead, it told me to wait for further instructions. I hated the waiting. It made the fear and anxiety even worse. The next morning, as I was trying to go about my day as normally as possible, the burner phone buzzed. My heart skipped a beat when I saw the text. "Tonight, 11 p.m., meet at the usual place." I didn't know what the usual place was. I had never met these people outside of that cafe, but I figured that's what they meant. The hours crawled by, each one heavier than the last. By the time 11 p.m. rolled around, I was a bundle of nerves. But I couldn't delay any longer. I grabbed the burner phone and headed out, my thoughts racing with every possible scenario. When I arrived at the cafe, the man in the dark suit was already there, sitting at the same booth in the corner. He didn't acknowledge me when I walked in, but I knew he was waiting for me. I slid into the booth across from him, my hands sweating as I waited for him to speak. "You're late," he said, his voice as emotionless as ever. "I'm sorry," I stammered, unsure of what else to say. He didn't respond to that. Instead, he slid another envelope across the table. This time it was thicker, almost bulging with whatever was inside. I hesitated before picking it up, but I knew better than to refuse. "Your final task," he said, leaning back in his seat. "Open it." I did as he asked, my fingers trembling as I tore open the envelope. Inside were several photographs, each one showing a different person. There was a middle-aged man in a suit, a young woman with a child, an elderly woman in a wheelchair. At first, I couldn't figure out what connected them, if anything. But then I saw it. Each photo had the same symbol drawn on it, a simple black circle with a line through it, like a crossed-out eye. It was subtle, barely noticeable, but it was there in every single photo. "What is this?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Your final task," he repeated, as if that explained everything. "These people owe us. You're going to collect what's due." I stared at him, not fully understanding. "Collect how?" He smiled, that same thin, humorless smile I had seen before. "You'll find out soon enough. Each of these people has something that belongs to us. You're going to retrieve it. The instructions for each one are in the envelope. Follow them exactly, and your debt will be cleared." I felt my stomach drop. This wasn't just about money anymore. Whatever they wanted me to do, it involved these people, innocent people from the looks of it. I didn't want any part of it, but I knew I was in too deep. I couldn't back out now, not without risking everything. The man stood up, leaving me alone with the envelope and my thoughts. I waited a few minutes before opening it again, dreading what I would find. Inside were several sheets of paper, each one detailing a different person's life, where they lived, where they worked, their daily routines, and at the bottom of each page was a set of instructions, clear and concise. The first one was simple enough. Find the man in the suit, follow him to his office, and retrieve a specific item from his desk, a small, unmarked key. The instructions didn't say what the key was for, just that I had to get it and bring it back to the cafe by morning. If I succeeded, I would move on to the next task. If I failed, well, the consequences were clear. That night I followed the man as instructed. It felt wrong, watching him from a distance, knowing what I was about to do. But I couldn't stop myself. I was driven by a fear so deep it felt like it was controlling me. The man worked late, his office in a tall glass building downtown. I watched as he stayed at his desk, tapping away on his computer, completely unaware of my presence. When he finally left, I made my move. The building was mostly empty by then, and it wasn't hard to slip inside unnoticed. The instructions had been specific: 3rd floor, last office on the right. I found it easily, the door unlocked as if they had been expecting me. Inside, the desk was neat and tidy, with a single drawer left slightly open. I didn't have to search long to find the key, a small, unremarkable thing that felt too insignificant for all the trouble I had gone through. As I walked out of the building, the key burning a hole in my pocket, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just crossed a line. This wasn't like the other tasks. This was different. I had taken something that didn't belong to me, something that felt important in a way I couldn't quite understand. When I returned to the cafe, the man was waiting for me. I handed him the key and he gave me a nod of approval, as if I had passed some kind of test. "Good," he said, slipping the key into his pocket. "1 down, 2 to go." I didn't have the energy to ask what the other 2 tasks were. I just wanted to be done with it, to be free of this nightmare. But I knew better than to ask questions. I would find out soon enough, whether I wanted to or not. The next day, I received another text, this one instructing me to meet at a different location, an old abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town. I didn't want to go, but I knew I had to. The second person on the list was the young woman with the child. The instructions were vague, just like before. I was to find her, follow her, and retrieve another item, a small box she carried with her at all times. The instructions didn't say what was in the box, just that it was important. I spent the entire day following her, feeling more and more like a predator with each passing hour. She seemed normal enough, going about her day with her young son, completely unaware of the danger she was in. I hated myself for what I was about to do, but I couldn't stop. The fear of what would happen if I failed kept me going. By the time I made my move, it was late in the evening. She was walking home with her son when I approached her. I didn't have to say anything. I just grabbed the box from her hand and ran. She screamed, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. The guilt was crushing, but the fear was stronger. When I returned to the warehouse, I handed the box over to the man without a word. He didn't even bother opening it, just gave me a nod and told me to leave. I was halfway to my car when I heard the sound of a child crying, and I knew it was her son. I had torn something precious away from them, and for what? A debt I had foolishly taken on, a mistake that had spiraled out of control. There was only one more task left, and by this point, I was barely holding it together. The last person on the list was the elderly woman in the wheelchair. The instructions were the same. Follow her, take what was needed, and deliver it to the man. But this time, the item wasn't a key or a box. It was something far more disturbing. Her wedding ring, a simple gold band that she wore on her frail finger. I followed her for days, waiting for the right moment. She lived in a small, run-down house on the outskirts of town, all alone. I watched as she went about her daily routine, the loneliness etched into every movement. She didn't have anyone, no visitors, no family, just the memories of a life that had passed her by. When the time finally came, I couldn't bring myself to do it. I stood outside her house, the fear and guilt battling inside me, and for the first time I considered running, but I knew there was no escape. The man would find me and the consequences would be far worse than anything I could imagine. So, I did it. I knocked on her door, pretending to be someone offering help, and when she let me in, I took the ring from her frail finger. She didn't resist. She just looked at me with eyes filled with sadness and betrayal. I left her there sitting in her chair as I walked away with the final piece of my debt. When I delivered the ring to the man, he didn't say anything. He just took it, slipped it into his pocket, and turned away. I stood there waiting for some acknowledgement that it was over, that my debt was cleared. But all he said was, "You're free to go." I didn't ask any questions. I didn't want to know what the key opened, what was in the box, or why the ring was so important. I just wanted to get out of there, to put as much distance between myself and this nightmare as possible. But even as I walked away, I knew it wasn't over. The fear, the guilt, they would stay with me, a constant reminder of the mistake I had made. I had paid off my debt, but at what cost? I had crossed lines I never thought I would, done things that would haunt me for the rest of my life. And deep down, I knew that no matter how far I ran, I would never truly be free. You'd think that after finishing the last task, I'd feel some sense of relief. But that's not how it works when you've been dragged through the kind of darkness I'd just survived. I didn't feel relieved. I didn't feel anything, really. Just this deep, gnawing emptiness where the fear used to be. It was like all the adrenaline had drained out of me, leaving me hollow. After the man told me I was free to go, I didn't look back. I drove straight home, barely seeing the road through the fog in my mind. The whole time I kept expecting something to happen, a car to follow me, a text on the burner phone, maybe even another task. But nothing came. By the time I pulled into my driveway, I felt like I was living in some kind of limbo, not quite convinced that it was really over. For a few days, I tried to resume my life as if nothing had happened. I went to work, made small talk with my coworkers, paid my bills like any normal person. But it was all an act. I felt disconnected from everything, like I was watching my life from the outside. The people I'd hurt, the things I'd done, it was like they were shadows following me, whispering reminders that I could never go back to the way things were. Then, one night, about a week after I handed over that last item, the doorbell rang. It was late, too late for anyone to be visiting, and immediately, my heart was in my throat. I hesitated before answering, every nerve on edge. When I finally did open the door, I half expected to see the man in the suit standing there, ready to pull me back into his web. But it wasn't him. Instead, it was a delivery guy holding a plain brown package. He handed it to me without a word, just a nod before turning and disappearing into the night. I stood there for a long time, staring at the package, my mind racing with all the possibilities of what it could be. It had no return address, no markings, nothing that gave away where it had come from or who had sent it. Against my better judgment, I brought the package inside and set it on the kitchen table. I sat down in front of it, just staring, too afraid to open it. But I knew I couldn't avoid it forever. Whatever was inside, I had to know. So, with shaky hands, I tore off the tape and opened the box. Inside was something I recognized immediately, a familiar black duffel bag. The same one I had used to deliver that stack of cash to the old man in the apartment. But that wasn't all. There was also a small white envelope sitting on top of the bag. My name was written on it in neat, precise handwriting. I could barely breathe as I opened the envelope and pulled out the letter inside. The letter was short, just a few lines. Your debt is paid, but the world is full of debts and those who collect them. Should you need our services again, you know how to find us. That was it. No signature, no name, just those chilling words. It was as if they were daring me to reach out again, to fall back into their clutches. I wanted to scream, to tear the letter apart, to burn the whole package and pretend I had never seen it. But I couldn't. All I could do was sit there, paralyzed by the realization that I was still connected to them, no matter how much I wanted to believe I was free. I didn't sleep at all that night. I just sat there staring at the duffel bag, the letter, trying to make sense of everything. The man in the suit, the tasks, the items I had stolen. What was it all for? What had I really been involved in? I had so many questions but no answers, and that terrified me more than anything else. It was like I had been a pawn in some game I didn't understand, moved around without knowing the rules or the stakes. The next few days were a blur. I tried to keep going, to push forward, but the weight of everything was crushing me. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the faces of the people I had wronged. The man in the suit, the young mother, the elderly woman, and I couldn't escape the guilt. I started avoiding people, isolating myself more and more, afraid that somehow they would see the darkness I was carrying with me. Then one morning I woke up to find an unfamiliar car parked outside my house. It was a sleek black sedan, the kind that practically screamed, "Don't ask questions." My stomach twisted into knots as I watched it from behind the curtains, trying to convince myself that it was just a coincidence, that it wasn't connected to everything that had happened, but deep down I knew better. The car stayed there all day, just sitting, as if whoever was inside was waiting for something. I couldn't bring myself to leave the house, couldn't even go near the windows without feeling a wave of panic. By the time night fell, I was a complete wreck, pacing around the house, trying to figure out what to do. I thought about calling the police, but what would I even tell them? That I had borrowed money from the dark web and now some shadowy figure was stalking me. They'd think I was crazy. As the hours dragged on, I started to question everything. Was this some kind of test? Was I still being watched, judged? The paranoia was eating away at me, and I could feel myself unraveling. By midnight, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed the burner phone, the one I hadn't touched since the final task, and dialed the number that had haunted me for so long. It rang once, twice, and then nothing. The line went dead. No voice, no instructions, just silence. I tried calling again, but it was the same. I was cut off, severed from the lifeline I had hated and relied on in equal measure. It was like they had taken everything from me and then disappeared, leaving me to pick up the pieces on my own. The car was gone the next morning, but the damage was done. I knew I couldn't stay there, couldn't keep living in that house with the memories and the ghosts of what I'd done. So I packed up and left, moved to a new city, changed my number, tried to start over, but no matter where I went, that package, that letter, followed me. I still have the duffel bag, though I've never opened it. It sits in the back of my closet, a constant reminder of the price I paid for that money and the shadow it cast over my life. Sometimes I think about throwing it away, but I never do. It's like a chain that I can't break, no matter how far I run. I haven't heard from them since, but I can't shake the feeling that they're still out there, watching, waiting. The fear has dulled over time, but it's never really gone. I still see the faces of the people I wronged in my dreams, and I wonder what became of them. Did they move on, or were they dragged into the darkness just like I was? I've tried to rebuild my life, to put the past behind me, but it's always there, lurking in the corners of my mind. I know now that there are things you can never truly escape, no matter how hard you try. And the worst part is, I have no one to blame but myself, because in the end, it was my choice to borrow that money, my choice to make that deal. And now I'm the one who has to live with the consequences. That's the real horror of it all. The knowledge that I did this to myself, that I'm the one who let the darkness in. And even though I've moved on, or at least tried to, I know that it's only a matter of time before the past catches up with me. Because debts like mine don't just disappear. They linger, they fester, and eventually they come due. Months passed and life continued, but it was never quite the same. I'd relocated, gotten a new job, even made a few new friends, but everything felt like it was built on shaky ground. The fear and paranoia had dulled, but they never went away completely. Every time the phone rang or someone knocked on my door, my heart would skip a beat, expecting the worst. For a while, I managed to convince myself that maybe, just maybe, I had escaped. The man in the suit, the tasks, the shadowy organization, they had all disappeared as quickly as they had entered my life. I tried to focus on the present, to rebuild, but the past clung to me like a stain I couldn't wash out. Then one evening, as I was heading home from work, I noticed something odd. A man I'd never seen before was standing across the street from my apartment. He wasn't doing anything suspicious, just standing there looking in my direction. But the moment our eyes met, a chill ran through me. There was something too familiar about the way he carried himself, the way he seemed to be waiting for something, or someone. I tried to ignore it, telling myself that I was just being paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling. That night, as I lay in bed, I kept replaying the scene in my mind. The way he looked at me, the slight nod he gave as I turned away. It was too much like the man in the suit, too much like the beginning of something I didn't want to face again. The next morning, the man was gone, but the unease remained. I went about my day trying to focus on work, but my mind was elsewhere. It felt like the walls were closing in on me, like the life I had tried to build was about to crumble. By the time I got home that evening, I was exhausted, both physically and mentally. When I reached my apartment door, I found a small, unmarked envelope waiting for me on the floor. My hands shook as I picked it up, dreading what it might contain. I knew without even opening it that my past had finally caught up with me. Inside was a single piece of paper, folded neatly. I unfolded it slowly, my breath catching in my throat as I read the words written in that same neat, precise handwriting. You thought you were free, but debts like yours never truly end. We'll be in touch. I dropped the letter, my hands trembling. It was happening all over again. The nightmare I thought I'd escaped was starting anew, and this time I knew there would be no running, no hiding. They had let me believe I was free, only to remind me that I never really was. Days turned into weeks, and I waited, dread filling every waking moment. I expected the phone to ring, for another envelope to appear, for the man in the suit to return with a new list of tasks. But nothing happened. The silence was worse than the threats. It was the anticipation of the unknown, the certainty that something was coming, even if I didn't know what or when. I tried to go about my life, pretending that everything was normal, but the fear gnawed at me constantly. I became more isolated, afraid to let anyone get close. I didn't want them to get caught up in whatever was coming. Didn't want to put anyone else at risk. The guilt of what I had already done weighed heavily on me, and the thought of dragging someone else into my mess was unbearable. One night, after another long, sleepless stretch, I decided I couldn't live like this anymore. I had to do something, even if it meant walking straight into whatever trap they were setting for me. I needed answers, closure, anything to end this torment. So I did the only thing I could think of. I went back to the dark web. I told myself I was just looking for information, that I wouldn't get involved again, but deep down I knew I was lying to myself. It didn't take long to find the forum where it had all started, the same plain thread that had promised easy money. I stared at it for a long time, my finger hovering over the mouse, knowing that once I clicked, there was no turning back. When I finally did, it was like stepping into a time machine. The same contact form, the same promises. It was all still there, waiting for the next desperate fool to fall into its trap. I filled out the form, this time leaving a message in the comments section. I know who you are. I want to talk. I wasn't expecting a response. I didn't even know if anyone was still monitoring the thread, but the very next day I received an email. It was from the same collector who had first contacted me over a year ago, the one who had started this whole mess. The message was simple: meet me, same place, same time. There it was, the confirmation I'd been dreading and anticipating in equal measure. They wanted to meet, just like before. This time, though, I wasn't as naive. I knew this wasn't going to be a friendly chat, but I had to go. I had to see it through to find out what they wanted from me. That night, I went to the cafe, my heart pounding in my chest. The place was almost empty, just like before, and the man in the suit was sitting in the same booth waiting for me. As I approached, he looked up, that same cold smile on his face. "You came," he said, as if there had never been any doubt. "I want to know what this is about," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Why won't you leave me alone? I did everything you asked. I paid off the debt." He leaned back, studying me with those emotionless eyes. "You paid off the debt you borrowed, yes, but that's not how this works. You didn't just borrow money. You became part of something bigger, something you can't walk away from." My stomach tightened. "What do you mean?" "You're useful," he said simply. "And in our line of work, we don't let useful people go so easily. You've proven yourself capable, resourceful. You're a part of this now." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "You're saying, what, that I work for you now?" He didn't answer directly. Instead, he slid another envelope across the table. I stared at it, not wanting to touch it, but knowing I had no choice. When I opened it, I found another task, another person to follow, another item to retrieve. "This isn't a debt," he said, his voice as cold as ever. "This is an opportunity. We can make your life very comfortable if you cooperate. But if you refuse..." He didn't need to finish that sentence. The threat was clear. I sat there, the weight of the envelope in my hands, realizing that I was trapped in a way I hadn't fully understood before. I wasn't just paying off a debt. I was being pulled deeper into their world, a world where debts never end and freedom is just an illusion. When I left the cafe that night, I knew there was no escaping them. I could run, change my name, disappear completely, but they would always find me. And now, with this new task, I had a choice to make. Do I continue down this path, becoming more entangled in their web, or do I refuse, knowing that the consequences would be severe? I still have that envelope, unopened, sitting on my kitchen table. I haven't decided what to do yet, but every day that passes, I feel the walls closing in a little more. I know that whatever choice I make, there's no going back to the life I once had. The debt I borrowed was just the beginning. Now it seems I'm paying off something much bigger, something that can never truly be repaid. And the worst part, I'm starting to think that, deep down, I always knew this would happen. That once you let the darkness in, it never really lets you go. So if you ever find yourself desperate enough to consider borrowing money from the dark web, remember my story. Remember that what they offer isn't just money, and what they take from you isn't just repayment. It's your life, and once they have it, they won't ever let it go. I suppose I should start by saying that my brother Mark was always a bit of an oddball. He was the kind of guy who preferred staying up late reading obscure conspiracy theories rather than hanging out with friends or even sleeping. But despite his quirks, he was brilliant, smarter than anyone I knew. He was the kind of person who could hack into anything and figure out the most complex problems in seconds. The thing is, he was also incredibly paranoid, and while we all chalked it up to his overactive imagination, maybe we should have taken it more seriously. Mark disappeared 2 years ago. No one saw it coming, but in hindsight, the signs were there. He'd become increasingly reclusive, spending more time locked away in his room, tapping away at his keyboard. When we asked him what he was up to, he'd just shrug and say something cryptic like, "Just working on a project." Then one day, he was gone. No note, no phone call, nothing. My parents were devastated, but the police didn't seem all that concerned. They said it wasn't uncommon for young adults to up and leave without warning, especially ones like Mark. But I knew better. Mark wouldn't just disappear like that without a reason. Weeks turned into months, and eventually we were forced to accept that Mark wasn't coming back. The police officially declared him dead after a year of no contact, citing the lack of evidence to suggest otherwise. It was like he had vanished off the face of the earth, leaving nothing behind but his old computer and a bunch of books on quantum physics and encryption. I was the one who cleared out his room. I don't know why, but it felt like something I had to do. Maybe it was my way of saying goodbye. As I packed up his things, I found his laptop, still plugged in and gathering dust. I didn't have the heart to turn it on, though. It felt too invasive, like I'd be digging through his last remaining thoughts, his last moments before he disappeared. So, I just put it in a box with the rest of his stuff and shoved it into the attic. Life moved on after that, but I never really did. Mark's disappearance haunted me. I kept replaying everything in my mind, wondering if I'd missed something, some clue that could have told me where he went or why he left. But no matter how many times I went over it, nothing made sense. It wasn't until last month that things started to change. I had just moved into my own place, a tiny apartment in the city. I'd been unpacking, going through some old boxes when I found Mark's laptop again. It felt like a punch to the gut seeing it after all this time. For a moment, I just stared at it, debating whether or not to turn it on, but something inside me said I needed to know. Whatever it was, I had to find out. So, I powered it up. The screen flickered to life, and I was met with Mark's familiar desktop wallpaper, a picture of some obscure fractal pattern that I never really understood. There was nothing unusual about it at first, just a bunch of folders filled with his work, programming scripts, notes on various theories, that kind of stuff. But then I found a folder buried deep within the system, hidden away behind layers of encryption. It was labeled Echo. I don't know how long I stared at that folder before I finally opened it. Inside, there were hundreds of files, all with names that didn't make any sense. Strings of numbers and letters, some of which looked more like codes than actual file names. My heart was racing, and for the first time since Mark disappeared, I felt like I was onto something. But what I found in those files was beyond anything I could have imagined. The first file I opened was a text document, but it was just a bunch of random words and phrases strung together in what seemed like a completely nonsensical manner. At first, I thought it was gibberish, but then I noticed a pattern. Every fifth word formed a sentence, something that read more like a warning than anything else. They are watching. Trust no one. Find the key. The other files were even stranger. Maps of locations I didn't recognize, logs of conversations in code, and screenshots of what looked like deep web forums. Some of the images were just black, but when I brightened them up I could make out faint outlines, shapes that didn't make any sense, almost like something was trying to stay hidden. Then I found a video. It was the only video in the entire folder, and it was only a few minutes long. The thumbnail showed Mark sitting at his desk, looking more haggard and tired than I'd ever seen him. My hand was shaking as I clicked play. "Hey sis," he said, his voice shaky and strained. "If you're seeing this, then I guess they got to me. I'm sorry. I never wanted to drag you into this, but I didn't have a choice." He paused, glancing over his shoulder like he was afraid someone was watching. "There's something out there, something big," he continued. "I found it by accident. I don't even know what it is exactly, but it's dangerous, more dangerous than anything you can imagine. And now they're after me. I don't know how long I can keep running, but you need to stay away from this. Stay away from me. If they find out you know anything, they won't hesitate. Just forget about me, okay? Live your life." The video ended abruptly after that, leaving me staring at a blank screen. I sat there for what felt like hours, trying to process what I'd just seen. Mark was alive, or at least he was when he recorded that video. But he was running from something that had the power to make people disappear without a trace. My brother wasn't dead, he was hiding, and whatever he'd discovered, it was enough to put his life, and possibly mine, in danger. I knew I should have stopped there, but I couldn't. I had to know more. I had to find out what Mark had stumbled onto that was so dangerous it made him vanish off the grid. That's when I made the decision to dive into the deep web myself. Looking back now, I realize how naive I was. The deep web isn't some dark corner of the internet where you can just poke around without consequence. It's a place where the wrong click can lead you into a world of trouble. But I wasn't thinking about that then. All I cared about was finding my brother. What I found, well, that's a story for another day. But let's just say, I'm starting to understand why Mark was so afraid. After discovering the video on Mark's laptop, I knew I was in over my head. But curiosity, or maybe it was desperation, kept pulling me deeper. I couldn't just let it go. My brother was out there somewhere, and he was terrified. I couldn't ignore that. The problem was I had no idea where to start. The files on Mark's laptop were encrypted with levels of security that I barely understood, and I was no hacker. I didn't know how to decode them, but I was determined to learn. The first few nights were spent watching tutorials, scouring forums, and piecing together bits of information. It felt like learning a new language, but gradually, things started to make sense. I became obsessed, spending every spare moment trying to crack the codes Mark left behind. After a few weeks, I finally managed to decrypt one of the files. It was a chat log, but the names of the participants were all masked. The conversation itself was unsettling. Mark was talking to someone who seemed to know a lot more than he did. They were discussing something called Project Echo. The person on the other end kept insisting that Mark needed to be careful, that he was getting too close to something dangerous. Mark's replies were anxious, almost frantic. He was asking questions about an organization that was mentioned several times, but the responses were always vague, dodging his inquiries. Whoever this person was, they were scared too. One phrase stood out to me, something Mark's contact said near the end of the conversation. Once you see the truth, there's no going back. That line haunted me. It echoed in my mind every time I tried to sleep, and it drove me deeper into my investigation. I couldn't let it go, even though every part of me knew that digging into this was a bad idea. Eventually, I decided to do something I swore I'd never do. I went on the deep web. Now I know what you're thinking. Bad idea, right? You're not wrong. But I felt like I had no other choice. Mark had left breadcrumbs leading to something, and the only way to follow them was to go where he'd gone. Getting onto the deep web was easier than I expected, but it was nothing like I imagined. It wasn't all dark and creepy like the horror stories make it out to be. At first glance, it was just a series of plain websites with strange URLs, no graphics, no frills. But there was an underlying tension, a feeling that I'd entered a place where I didn't belong. I started searching for anything related to Project Echo. It was slow going at first. Most of what I found were dead ends, old forums with no recent activity, encrypted files I couldn't open, and vague references that didn't mean anything to me. But then I stumbled onto something different. It was a forum, but this one was active, with recent posts discussing topics that were eerily similar to what I'd seen in Mark's files. People were talking about something called the pattern, a term that kept coming up alongside mentions of Project Echo. The conversations were cryptic, with users warning each other to be careful, to not dig too deep. Some of the posts were just strings of numbers or letters, almost like code, but others were more direct. There were warnings, people saying that they'd been followed, that strange things were happening to them after they started looking into the pattern. I found a thread started by someone with the username Watcher, and it caught my eye because it had dozens of replies. Watcher claimed to have proof of something big, something that tied Project Echo to events happening around the world. Disappearances, strange deaths, accidents that didn't make the news. According to Watcher, these weren't coincidences. They were all connected, part of a larger operation that was being covered up. I don't know what compelled me to do it, but I sent Watcher a private message. I kept it simple, just asking if they knew anything about Mark, or if Project Echo had anything to do with him. I didn't expect a reply, but it felt like the only lead I had. A few days passed, and I started to think I'd never hear back. But then, late one night, a message popped up in my inbox. It was from Watcher. "I've been waiting for you," the message read. "I know who your brother is and I know what happened to him. If you want to know the truth, meet me at the coordinates below. Come alone. Trust no one." Attached to the message was a set of GPS coordinates. I checked the location. It was a spot in the middle of nowhere, deep in the woods about 3 hours from my apartment. The whole thing screamed trap, but I couldn't shake the feeling that this was my only chance to find out what happened to Mark. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I knew if I did, they'd try to stop me. So I packed a bag with some essentials, made sure my phone was fully charged, and set off the next morning. The drive was long, and the closer I got to the coordinates, the more isolated the area became. The roads turned into dirt paths, and eventually I had to park my car and walk the rest of the way. The forest was dense and quiet, the kind of silence that makes you feel like you're the only person in the world. I followed the coordinates, my phone's GPS leading me deeper into the woods. It was unsettling, knowing that I was walking into the unknown, but I had come too far to turn back now. Finally, I reached the location. It was a small clearing with a single rundown cabin in the center. The windows were boarded up, and the door looked like it hadn't been opened in years. My heart was pounding as I approached, every instinct telling me to leave, but I couldn't. I had to know. I knocked on the door, and for a moment there was nothing but silence. Then I heard the sound of footsteps from inside, slow and deliberate. The door creaked open just a crack, and I saw a pair of eyes peering out at me. "You're late," the person said, their voice low and rough. They opened the door a bit wider, revealing a figure cloaked in shadows. "Come in. We don't have much time." I hesitated for just a second before stepping inside. The door closed behind me with a heavy thud, and I found myself standing in a dimly lit room filled with old newspapers, maps, and documents pinned to the walls. The air was thick with dust, and the only light came from a single flickering bulb hanging from the ceiling. The person, Watcher, I assumed, motioned for me to sit at a small, rickety table. They didn't sit themselves, instead opting to stand in the shadows, their face still obscured. "I know why you're here," Watcher said, their voice barely above a whisper. "Your brother was onto something he shouldn't have been. Project Echo. It's not just a theory, it's real, and it's bigger than you can imagine." I opened my mouth to ask a question, but Watcher cut me off. "No questions. Not yet," they said. "You need to listen carefully. If you want to survive, you have to know what you're up against." And that's when Watcher began to explain. They told me about an organization, one that operated in the shadows, hidden from the public eye. They weren't part of any government, at least not officially, but they had power. Real power. Enough to make people disappear, to alter events on a global scale without anyone noticing. Project Echo was one of their operations, but it wasn't the only one. There were others, all connected by something called the Pattern, a series of events that, when put together, revealed a hidden agenda, something far more sinister than I could have imagined. According to Watcher, Mark had stumbled onto the Pattern by accident. He had been piecing together clues, following the breadcrumbs just like I was, but he'd gotten too close. They couldn't let him expose what he'd found, so they made him disappear. But Mark was smart, smarter than they'd anticipated. He'd gone underground, faked his own death, and started leaving clues for someone to find. "Someone like you," Watcher said, finally stepping out of the shadows. They were older than I expected, with a face lined by years of worry and fear. "He knew you'd come looking for him, and he knew they'd come after you too." I felt a chill run down my spine as the weight of Watcher's words sank in. If what they were saying was true, then I wasn't just searching for my brother. I was stepping into the same danger he had, a danger that could swallow me whole if I wasn't careful. "What do I do?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Watcher gave me a long, hard look before replying. "You do exactly what your brother did," they said. "You go off the grid, you hide, and you pray they don't find you before you find him." With that, Watcher handed me a small envelope, sealed and marked with a single word: trust. "Inside you'll find what you need to know," Watcher said, moving toward the door. "But once you open it, there's no turning back. Make sure you're ready." I took the envelope with trembling hands, feeling the weight of it as if it held all the answers I'd been searching for. But deep down I knew that opening it would change everything. Watcher opened the door, letting the cool breeze of the forest night seep into the cabin. "Good luck," they said, their voice filled with a solemn finality. "You're going to need it." And with that, I stepped back out into the night, the envelope clutched tightly in my hand, knowing that nothing would ever be the same again. I didn't open the envelope right away. After leaving Watcher's cabin, I drove back home in a daze, the envelope sitting on the passenger seat like a ticking time bomb. The road blurred past me as I tried to process everything I'd just heard. My brother was alive, hiding from an organization that could make people vanish without a trace. And now, I was part of it too. By the time I got back to my apartment, it was early morning. The sun was just starting to peek over the horizon, casting an eerie glow on the empty streets. I stumbled inside, locking the door behind me as if that could somehow keep the danger at bay. The envelope was still in my hand, the word trust staring back at me like a challenge. I sat down at the kitchen table, staring at the envelope for what felt like hours. My mind was racing with questions, doubts, and fears. What if this was all a trap? What if opening this envelope put me in even more danger? But then I thought of Mark and the look in his eyes in that video. He was scared, yes, but he was also determined. He wanted me to find him, to understand what he'd uncovered. And this envelope was the next step. So, I took a deep breath and tore it open. Inside was a small USB drive and a handwritten note from Watcher. The note was short, written in a hurried scrawl that matched the urgency in Watcher's voice from the night before. "Plug this in, follow the instructions, trust no one." I held the USB drive in my hand, feeling the cold metal against my skin. It was small, unassuming, but I knew that whatever was on it was important. Important enough to get Mark to disappear and Watcher to risk meeting me in person. My heart was pounding as I walked over to my brother's old laptop, the same one I'd found in that dusty box just weeks ago. The screen flickered to life, and I hesitated for just a moment before plugging in the USB drive. The computer made a soft beep as it recognized the device, and a single file popped up on the screen. It was labeled readmefirst.txt. I clicked on it, and the document opened in a plain text editor. The instructions were simple, almost too simple. Run the program. Follow the prompts. Do not deviate. My hands were shaking as I double-clicked on the program. The screen went black for a few seconds, and then a terminal window appeared, filled with lines of code that scrolled by too fast for me to read. After a few moments, the scrolling stopped, and a new prompt appeared on the screen. Enter your name. I hesitated, but there was no turning back now. I typed in my name and hit enter. The screen changed again, this time displaying a series of maps, diagrams, and files. It looked like a chaotic mess at first glance, but as I started clicking through the tabs, I realized it was organized, meticulously so. There were maps of different locations, some of which I recognized, and others that were completely foreign to me. There were lists of names, dates, and events, some highlighted in red, others in blue. But the most unsettling part was the folder labeled Echo Project. Inside, I found more documents, all encrypted with layers of security that would take me days to crack. But there were a few files that were accessible, including one that caught my eye. marklastmessage.txt. With my heart in my throat, I clicked on the file. A text document opened, and I started to read. "Hey, if you're reading this, it means you found the USB. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you everything in person, but it was too dangerous. If you're following my trail, then you need to know the truth about Project Echo. It's not just a theory or a conspiracy. It's real, and it's more dangerous than you can imagine." Mark's words were direct, urgent. He described how he'd stumbled onto Project Echo while researching unrelated topics. It started with small connections, strange coincidences that didn't make sense until he dug deeper. The more he uncovered, the more he realized that these weren't coincidences at all. They were deliberate actions, part of a larger plan orchestrated by an organization that operated in complete secrecy. "The pattern," Mark wrote, "is the key to everything. It's a series of events that, when put together, reveal the true scope of Project Echo. It's not just about control or power. It's about something bigger, something that could change the world if it gets out." He didn't explain exactly what the pattern was, but he did mention several locations, places where events had occurred that didn't make sense on their own but were crucial when viewed together. He also warned that the organization behind Project Echo had eyes everywhere. They could manipulate media, control information, and make people disappear without a trace. "I had to go underground," Mark wrote. "They were getting too close, and I couldn't risk leading them to you or anyone else. But I'm still working, still trying to uncover the truth. If you want to help, you need to find the key. It's the only way to unlock the rest of the files and understand what's really going on." The message ended there, leaving me with more questions than answers. What was the pattern? And what was this key that Mark mentioned? I went back to the main folder and found another file labeled instructions.txt. It was a guide detailing how to access certain parts of the deep web, specific forums to visit, and even codes to enter that would lead me to more information about Project Echo. It was clear that Mark had planned for this, anticipating that I might follow in his footsteps. But he also made it clear that this was dangerous, more dangerous than anything I'd ever encountered. I spent the next few days following the instructions, diving deeper into the dark corners of the internet where Mark had left breadcrumbs for me to find. The forums were filled with people who spoke in riddles, their messages cryptic and hard to decipher. But the more I read, the more I started to understand. Project Echo wasn't just about controlling information or manipulating events. It was about rewriting reality itself. The pattern, as Mark described it, was a sequence of events that, when triggered in a specific way, could alter the course of history. The organization behind it was using the pattern to shape the world according to their agenda, and anyone who got too close to uncovering the truth was silenced. As I dug deeper, I started to notice things, small details that didn't make sense. People on the forums who had been active suddenly disappeared. Threads were deleted without warning, and some users claimed they were being watched or followed. It was as if the closer I got to understanding the pattern, the more the world around me started to shift. But I couldn't stop. I needed to find Mark, to warn him, to help him finish what he'd started. I needed to find the key. One night, as I was poring over the files again, trying to decode the last encrypted document, I received an email. It was from a sender I didn't recognize, with no subject line. The message was short, just 2 words. "Too late." A chill ran through me as I stared at the screen. My mind raced, trying to figure out who could have sent it, but before I could react, my phone buzzed. It was a notification from an unknown number, with a single link attached. I hesitated, knowing this could be another trap, but curiosity got the better of me. I clicked the link, and it took me to a live video feed. The screen was dark at first, but then it flickered, showing a familiar place, a room I recognized all too well. It was my brother's room, the one he'd disappeared from 2 years ago. The camera was positioned in the corner overlooking his desk. Papers were scattered across it, and in the center was Mark's old laptop, the same one I was using now. But the room wasn't empty. In the dim light, I could make out a figure sitting at the desk, their back to the camera. The figure was hunched over, typing furiously on the keyboard. "Mark?" whispered, my voice catching in my throat. The figure stopped typing, as if they'd heard me, and slowly turned around. The feed cut out before I could see their face, leaving me staring at a blank screen once again. I sat there in stunned silence, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. Was Mark still alive? Was he still working on this even now? And if he was, why hadn't he contacted me directly? The questions swirled in my mind, but one thing was clear. I was closer than ever to uncovering the truth, but with each step forward, the danger grew. And now, whoever was behind Project Echo knew that I was getting too close. I had to act fast. There was no telling how much time I had left before they found me too. And whatever Mark had discovered, whatever this key was, it was the only thing that could save us both. The live feed haunted me for days. I couldn't shake the image of that figure in Mark's room. Was it really him? Or was this some kind of elaborate trick? The video had cut out before I could see their face, but deep down I knew. Somehow I knew it was Mark. But what I didn't understand was why he hadn't reached out to me directly, or how he could still be using the same laptop I had in my possession. The sense of urgency was growing. Every second felt like I was one step closer to the truth, but also one step closer to something I wasn't sure I could handle. I threw myself into the search, poring over the documents, maps, and files Mark had left behind. The phrase, "find the key," echoed in my mind, a constant reminder that there was something crucial I was missing. One night, as I was combing through Mark's files for what felt like the 100th time, I stumbled upon something new. It was a series of numbers, hidden within the metadata of one of the encrypted documents. At first, they didn't make any sense, just a long string of digits that seemed random. But then, I remembered something Mark used to talk about, back when we were kids and he was just starting to get into cryptography. "Every code has a key," he'd say with that annoying smirk of his. "You just have to know where to look." Could these numbers be a key? My heart pounded as I copied them down, trying to think of how they could be used. It wasn't just a simple code, it was too long and too complex for that. But then it hit me. Coordinates. The numbers were latitude and longitude, pointing to a specific location. I quickly plugged the coordinates into a map. The location that popped up was in the middle of nowhere, deep in the mountains about 5 hours from where I lived. It was a remote area, far from any towns or cities, the kind of place where you wouldn't just stumble upon something by accident. My first thought was that this had to be another safe house or a meeting spot, maybe even where Mark was hiding. But there was no way to know for sure without going there myself. I didn't waste any time. I packed a bag with the essentials: water, food, a flashlight, and of course Mark's laptop. I also brought along the USB drive and a portable power bank. I had no idea what I was walking into, but I wanted to be as prepared as possible. The drive out to the mountains was long and exhausting, but the entire time, my mind was racing with possibilities. What if this was the key Mark had mentioned? What if I was about to find the missing piece that would unlock everything? But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that someone, or something, was aware of every move I was making. By the time I reached the coordinates, it was late afternoon. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows over the dense forest that surrounded the area. I parked the car at the side of an old dirt road and continued on foot, following the map on my phone. The path was rough, overgrown with weeds and bushes that hadn't been touched in years. It was clear that this place hadn't seen many visitors, if any at all. After about an hour of hiking, I reached the exact spot the coordinates pointed to. But there was nothing there, just a small clearing surrounded by trees with no buildings or structures in sight. My heart sank as I looked around, feeling a surge of frustration. Had I come all this way for nothing? Was this just another dead end? But then something caught my eye, a small metallic glint among the leaves. I pushed aside some branches and found a metal hatch, half buried in the dirt. It was old and rusted, but it had been recently disturbed. My pulse quickened as I knelt down and tried to pry it open. The hatch groaned as it gave way, revealing a dark, narrow staircase descending into the earth. I hesitated, staring into the abyss below. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, but I knew I couldn't. I'd come too far. I took a deep breath, switched on my flashlight, and started down the stairs. The air grew colder the deeper I went, and the darkness seemed to close in around me. The walls were made of rough stone, and the staircase spiraled down much farther than I had expected. It felt like I was descending into the depths of the earth itself. After what felt like an eternity, the stairs ended, and I found myself in a small, underground chamber. The room was empty except for a single object in the center, a large metal box. It was plain, unmarked, and secured with a heavy-duty lock. My hands were trembling as I approached it, the flashlight casting eerie shadows on the walls. There was no keyhole, no obvious way to open it. But as I ran my fingers over the surface, I found a small panel that slid open, revealing a keypad. My mind raced as I tried to think of what the code could be, and then it hit me, the numbers from the coordinates. I quickly typed them in, my breath catching as the lock clicked open. I lifted the lid slowly, my heart pounding in my ears. Inside the box was a small black notebook and a folded piece of paper. The notebook was well worn, the pages filled with Mark's cramped handwriting. I picked it up and started flipping through it, my eyes scanning the entries. It was a journal detailing everything Mark had discovered about Project Echo, the pattern, and the organization behind it. But what struck me the most were the last few entries. They're getting closer. I can feel it. I don't know how much time I have left, but I need to finish this. If you're reading this, it means I didn't make it. You need to understand. The pattern isn't just a series of events. It's a code, a way of rewriting reality. They've been using it to manipulate everything, history, politics, even people's lives. And if they succeed in completing it, they'll have control over everything. You have to stop them. The key is... The entry ended abruptly, the rest of the page torn out. My heart sank as I realized the crucial piece of information was missing. I searched the box frantically, but there was no sign of the missing page. The folded piece of paper was still there, and with shaking hands I unfolded it. It was a map, marked with several locations around the world. Places that, according to Mark's notes, were all part of the pattern. But there was something else on the map, something that sent a chill down my spine. At the bottom, in Mark's handwriting, were the words, "The final piece is here." I stared at the map, trying to make sense of it. The locations were spread out across the globe, but one spot was circled multiple times. It was a place I recognized from Mark's notes, a remote island that was practically inaccessible. I had no idea how I was going to get there, but I knew that this was it. This was where the pattern would be completed, where the final piece of the puzzle lay. But before I could think any further, I heard a noise from the staircase behind me. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, getting closer. My heart leapt into my throat as I realized I wasn't alone. I quickly shoved the notebook and map into my bag and closed the box, backing away toward the far wall. The footsteps grew louder, echoing through the chamber as someone or something descended the stairs. I switched off my flashlight, plunging the room into darkness, and pressed myself against the cold stone wall, trying to steady my breathing. The figures stepped into the chamber, their silhouette barely visible in the dim light. I could just make out the outline of a tall, thin man, his movements deliberate and methodical as he scanned the room. My heart pounded in my chest as I realized this wasn't just some random person. This was someone sent by the organization, someone who knew exactly where to find me. I held my breath, praying that he wouldn't see me. The man took a few steps closer to the box, his hand reaching out to lift the lid. For a moment, I thought he might leave after seeing it was empty, but then he paused, his head turning slightly in my direction. I could feel his eyes on me, even in the darkness. "Come out," he said, his voice calm and cold. "I know you're here." My mind raced, searching for an escape route, but there was nowhere to go. The only way out was up those stairs, but he was blocking the path. I had to think fast. Without warning, I grabbed a small rock from the ground and threw it as hard as I could toward the opposite side of the chamber. It clattered loudly against the stone wall, the sound echoing through the room. The man turned sharply toward the noise, and in that split second, I made my move. I bolted for the stairs, moving as quietly as possible in the darkness. My heart pounded in my ears as I took the steps 2 at a time, desperate to reach the surface before he realized what was happening. I could hear his footsteps behind me, faster now, gaining on me with every second. I burst out of the hatch and into the cold night air, my lungs burning as I sprinted toward the trees. I didn't dare look back, knowing that he was right behind me. The forest was thick, the underbrush tearing at my clothes and slowing me down, but I pushed on, my only thought to put as much distance between us as possible. Finally, I reached the road where I'd parked my car. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking uncontrollably as I unlocked the door and jumped inside. The engine roared to life and I slammed my foot on the gas, speeding down the dirt road as fast as I could. As the trees blurred past me, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the man chasing after me, but the road was empty. I didn't slow down until I was miles away, back on the main highway, and surrounded by the familiar lights of civilization. I pulled over at a rest stop, my hands still shaking as I tried to catch my breath. The events of the past hour replayed in my mind like a nightmare, but one thing was clear. I had the final piece of the puzzle, Mark's notes, the map, the key. All of it was leading me to one place, the island. But whatever was waiting for me there, I knew it was going to be dangerous. This was it, the culmination of everything Mark had been working on, everything he'd been running from. And now, it was up to me to finish what he started. I didn't know if I was ready, but I didn't have a choice. The final piece of the pattern was waiting, and I had to find it before they did. Because if they succeeded, everything, our lives, our reality, could be rewritten. After the chase through the woods and the narrow escape, I barely slept. My mind was a tangled mess of fear, adrenaline, and the overwhelming realization that I was now part of something far bigger than I ever imagined. Mark's cryptic notes, the near miss with the man in the underground chamber, and the looming sense of danger left me reeling. But there was no time to waste. If I was going to stop whatever was happening, I needed to get to the island. The next morning, I started making preparations. The island, according to the map, was located off the coast of a remote region, accessible only by a small ferry that locals used. It wasn't exactly a tourist destination, just a speck on the map surrounded by rough seas and jagged cliffs, the kind of place people didn't talk about, let alone visit. But Mark had circled it multiple times, and now it was my destination. I packed everything I thought I might need: clothes, food, water, and of course the notebook and USB drive. I didn't know what I would find there, but I had to be ready for anything. The journey was grueling. First, a long drive to the coast, then a few hours waiting for the ferry that ran on its own unpredictable schedule. The locals gave me strange looks when I asked about the island, but no one said much, just muttered something about it being a bad place, and went on their way. The ferry ride itself was unnerving. The boat was small, creaking with every wave, and the sea seemed particularly rough that day. The sky was overcast, the clouds hanging low like a shroud over the ocean. I was the only passenger, and the ferry operator, an old man with a weathered face, said nothing the entire trip. He just stared straight ahead, his hands gripping the wheel tightly. As we approached the island, I could see why it wasn't a popular destination. The shoreline was rocky, with steep cliffs rising up from the water. The island was covered in dense forest, dark and foreboding. There were no signs of life, no welcoming harbor, just a small, rickety dock that looked like it hadn't been used in years. The old man pulled the ferry alongside the dock, and I stepped off, my heart pounding in my chest. He didn't say a word, just nodded slightly before turning the boat around and heading back the way we came. I watched until the ferry disappeared into the fog, leaving me alone on the island. The air was cold and damp, and the silence was almost oppressive. There were no birds, no rustling leaves, just the sound of the waves crashing against the rocks. I pulled out the map and started following the path that Mark had marked, heading into the forest. The trail was barely visible, overgrown with weeds and brambles, but I pressed on, determined to find whatever it was that Mark had circled. As I ventured deeper into the forest, I began to notice strange things. Trees that had been scorched, patches of ground where nothing grew, and most unsettling of all, old rusted equipment scattered among the trees. It looked like some sort of abandoned research site, with decaying buildings and machinery that hadn't been touched in decades. Whatever had happened here, it had been long forgotten, left to rot and disappear. But Mark hadn't forgotten, and neither had the organization. The path led me to a clearing at the center of the island, where the remains of a large building stood. It had once been a facility of some kind, but now it was just a skeleton, walls crumbling, roof caved in. I approached cautiously, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. This was the place. The final piece of the pattern was somewhere inside. I stepped through the broken doorway, into the dark, abandoned structure. The air inside was stale, filled with the scent of dampness and decay. I could hear the distant drip of water from somewhere deep within the building, but otherwise the place was deathly quiet. The only light came from the gaps in the broken roof, casting eerie shadows on the cracked walls. I followed the map to what appeared to be the main chamber, a large room at the center of the facility. It was empty except for a single pedestal in the middle, with a small device resting on top. The device was old, covered in dust, but I could tell it was important. Mark had drawn a large circle around this exact spot on the map, labeling it the conduit. My heart raced as I approached the pedestal, my footsteps echoing in the empty room. The device looked like a small black box with a series of buttons and a screen that was flickering weakly. It was connected to wires that snaked across the floor, leading to various parts of the building. It was as if this device was the heart of whatever had been happening here. I carefully wiped the dust off the screen and pressed the power button. The screen flickered to life, displaying a series of commands and prompts. It looked like some kind of control panel, but for what? I had no idea. My mind raced as I tried to make sense of it. Mark's notes had mentioned something about rewriting reality, using the pattern to alter the course of events. Was this device part of that process? Was it the key? I pulled out the USB drive and inserted it into the device's port. The screen flashed and a new prompt appeared. Enter code. I hesitated, my mind flashing back to Mark's notebook and the coordinates I had used to find the underground chamber. Could it be the same code? I typed in the numbers, my fingers trembling as I hit enter. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the screen changed, displaying a series of messages and symbols that made no sense to me. But I could tell that something was happening, something big. The wires on the floor began to hum with energy, and the air in the room grew thick with tension. It was as if the entire facility had come to life, responding to the activation of this ancient device. And then I saw it, a flicker of light in the center of the room, growing brighter and brighter until it formed a shimmering portal, a window into another reality. My breath caught in my throat as I stared into it, seeing glimpses of places, people, events, all of them shifting, changing, like pieces of a puzzle being rearranged. This was the pattern in action, the very thing Mark had warned me about. But something was wrong. The portal was unstable, flickering wildly, as if it couldn't maintain its connection. I could feel the ground trembling beneath me, the walls of the building beginning to shake. Whatever I had activated, it was tearing the fabric of reality apart. I had to stop it. I didn't know how, but I knew that if this continued, the consequences would be catastrophic. I reached for the device, my hands shaking as I tried to figure out how to shut it down. But the controls were foreign to me, the symbols and commands incomprehensible. Then out of the corner of my eye I saw movement. I turned, and there he was, Mark, standing at the entrance to the room. He looked pale, exhausted, but it was him. He met my eyes, and for a moment, neither of us spoke. "I'm sorry," he finally said, his voice barely audible over the growing hum of the device. "I didn't want you to get involved in this." "Mark," I whispered, my voice cracking. "What is this? What's happening?" He approached slowly, his eyes filled with a sadness I had never seen before. "This is what they've been trying to control," he said, gesturing to the portal. "The ability to reshape reality, to alter the course of history. But it's too dangerous. I didn't realize how dangerous until it was too late. I wanted to reach out to him, to pull him out of this nightmare, but there was no time. The building was shaking violently now, pieces of the ceiling starting to crumble. The portal was growing more unstable by the second, and I could see that Mark was struggling to stay on his feet. "We have to stop it," I said, my voice filled with desperation. "How do we stop it?" Mark looked at me with a grim expression. "There's only one way," he said. "We have to destroy the device. It's the only thing holding the pattern together." I stared at him, my mind racing. Destroying the device meant destroying everything we had worked to uncover, everything Mark had sacrificed to find. But there was no other choice. The longer the device stayed active, the more damage it would do to our reality. "Do it," I said, my voice firm. "Do whatever you have to do." Mark nodded, a look of determination crossing his face. He moved to the device, his fingers flying over the controls. I could see the strain on his face, the effort it took to override the system. The humming grew louder, the portal flickering violently as the device began to overload. "Get out of here," Mark said, his voice strained. "You need to go, now." "But what about you?" I shouted over the noise. Mark looked at me, his expression softening. "I'll be right behind you. Just go." I hesitated for a moment, but the building was collapsing around us. I turned and ran, sprinting back through the crumbling structure, the ground shaking beneath my feet. I could hear the device behind me, its hum reaching a deafening pitch as it approached critical mass. I burst out of the building and into the forest, the cold air hitting my face like a slap. I didn't stop running until I reached the shore, where the ferry had dropped me off. The island was shaking, the trees swaying violently as if caught in a storm. I looked back toward the facility, just in time to see it explode in a brilliant flash of light. The force of the blast knocked me off my feet, and I hit the ground hard, the wind knocked out of me. When I finally managed to sit up, the island was eerily quiet. The facility was gone, reduced to a smoking crater. The portal had vanished, leaving nothing but the sound of the waves crashing against the shore. But Mark was gone too. I searched the island for hours, calling his name, but there was no sign of him. The device had been destroyed, along with the pattern and whatever reality-warping power it held. But at what cost? As the sun began to set, I sat on the dock, staring out at the horizon. The ferry never came back. I was alone, stranded on an island that had taken everything from me. But in my heart, I knew Mark had made the ultimate sacrifice to stop something far worse from happening. In the end, I was rescued by a passing fishing boat the next day, the fishermen baffled by my presence on the island. They didn't ask questions, and I didn't offer any explanations. I was just grateful to be alive. Weeks have passed since then, and I've returned to my normal life, or at least what passes for normal now. But I still think about Mark, about everything he went through to protect the world from a danger no one will ever know existed. His notes, the USB drive, and the map are all gone, lost in the explosion that destroyed the facility. But the memory of what happened will stay with me forever. I've come to accept that Mark is truly gone this time, but I like to think that somewhere, somehow, he's at peace, knowing that he stopped something truly terrible from happening. As for me, I've learned to live with the uncertainty, the questions that will never be answered. But one thing is clear. I'll never forget the truth of what happened, the reality that could have been rewritten if not for the actions of one brave man. Mark was a hero, even if no one else will ever know. And is lost forever. I know he did what he had to do. And now it's up to me to live my life, to move forward, and to remember that sometimes the greatest battles are fought in the shadows, far from the eyes of the world.